Justice served in an honest fight. True crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule at the defense rests.
Unmute. Oh, good morning. Well, good morning. It's a bit new here. I'm all discombobulated with a different intro. Not used to that one. And there's action in the courtroom at this very second. I'm not sure what it is. So I'm doing 3 things at once, as usual. But welcome. It's pleasant, actually, to do something that's not starting with Karen Reid. Much that I, would love for everything to go as planned. What? For her to get acquitted. I think we're all in need of a distraction. Hence, Chandler Halderson. What else? Good morning, sweetheart. How are you? Are you excited? You've waited a while. Now, we are going to start the. Hang on. There's action in the courtroom. I've got to turn this. I've got to share it first. Sorry. Just in case. Share screen. Come on. 78. Yeah. I sort of had it on in the background. Keep an eye on it. But good morning. And it's lovely to see you, Bri. Lovely. Have you been watching? I think, I heard the same thing, Tricia. Apparently, they think it's a jury question because the family's not there.
Well, you're seeing that same note that I am, and Alessi seems to be leading the charge here, which is apparently a happy Karen Reid family.
Neil's right. Until you saw that question, you're like,
if anyone wants to join me, I'll put the link in chat and you can jump up.
You'll understand. Yes, we're talking about a very tragic incident. Somebody died. We're also talking about someone who says they're not guilty and is on trial for murder and could go away for life. When you have that person in your hand, right, Neil, you are just beyond. I mean, beyond.
Yes.
Because you will get to go home at night no matter what, but the client who has trusted you does not.
And look, I know we're dealing with sensitive subjects and we're dealing with personal tragedies.
Sorry to disrupt the Chandler trial.
But as lawyers, we give up so much of yourself for a case. You give up time with your family. You give up sleep. You give up proper eating. You give up at times just the sort of daily regimen that that brings us part of our routine. You could be doing something important with your family and you have a brainstorm.
Right, so let me just say, there was just something handed
there's
from
some
the
cards.
defense team over to the prosecution. There was a note handed from the defense team over to the prosecution.
There were 3 earlier that AJ had that he handed back to look like Brennan or Lally.
Okay. So. And we did have the hot mic moment where Brennan said, "God, I can't do this. I can't do this."
Oh.
Yeah, I think he said, "I can't do this again."
Okay, I missed the again. I just wrote, I can't, God, I can't do this. I can't do
So
this.
clearly, the active. I mean, look at the activity in the defense circle.
That's the slip that they have in their hand right there, right? That's the verdict.
Right, that's the verdict. That's the verdict slip that they clearly have in their hand. I think a printed copy of it.
Yeah, and you can see Alan Jackson is making note of whatever it is they're concerned about, asked about.
Whatever it is.
Oh, that's
No, that was not
lovely.
AJ. That was Brennan.
Congratulations.
Whatever
You get
this
less for a lot.
is, whatever this
Yeah,
is
for
something that they
murder,
have to take
Tricia.
time to answer and are
Sorry.
thinking about
It's
the answer, right? I mean, there's no doubt about
a-
it.
what is it?
Let me go.
I
Well,
can't
if we
even.
saw a wider angle, we'd
My
see
brain's not
the
working today.
prosecution is likewise.
Hey,
looking
Tim!
at-
Yeah, that's what I'd love to
I think you
see.
see
A
the
wider
O'Keefe's here
angle.
now. You see that?
O'Keefe's family coming in. Okay, yes.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Thank you, Neil.
It's a
So Karen Reed is very involved in her.
oh, my brain! I can't think of the
Counsel,
word.
What I'd like to do is I'm
Fuck.
just going to read the questions to you now. So please take your seats.
They're all on
So I'm
individual
going to
cards.
read the questions. I'm going to have them
Question.
marked. Then I will take a short recess, let you all talk about it, and then come back. So,
I has the dumb.
all right. So I received 3 questions from the jury.
Ooh.
The first one is, they appeared on note cards, so that I don't know what order they came in, but this is the order I got them. This is the order I'm going to read them. What is the time frame for the OUI charge? Offense 002, Section 5. OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m. The second are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence. How can we consider them? And the third, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge?
I missed that.
So I will
Yeah,
give you some
I
time
missed
to
that too.
consult. I think
I
the
gotta-
Does
first
the
one,
conviction
I'll hear from
on
you as to what the time
subcharge
frame is, and
example
I don't
number
need to hear from you
5,
now.
that
That's
result in
pretty
conviction of
clear
the
cut what they're looking for.
higher
The
charge.
second one are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence. How can we consider them?
And the
Well, we
third.
know they are evidence and they can give them whatever weight they want. I would also be inclined to give a humane practice instruction, and tell me if you want the digital evidence instruction. It's a little awkward because it would be something like, before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who appeared in the communication was in fact Karen Reed. So think about that when I come back out. But I think it's appropriate to give a humane practice instruction, and also tell me what you think about what to say about the weight. The third question is a little bit more, I think, unclear as to exactly what they're looking for. Does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? What I'm proposing, I gave you both a verdict slip where I included the language. I know yesterday I said they have to be read hand in hand, the jury instructions with the verdict slip. I've incorporated the language from the jury instruction into the verdict slip. I've given each side a copy. When I come out, I'd like your input on whether you think this is appropriate. I would instruct them, as I did before, that they start at the top and work their way down. That's the only thing I did not specifically put in here, but I think it takes it step by step, an analysis to do it. So
Not enough
how
evidence?
much time does the defense want to be able to respond to me?
Perhaps 15 minutes.
Okay. And the Commonwealth?
That will suffice.
Okay. So it's 7 past. Why don't I come out at 25 after, give you 20 minutes?
Thank you, Your Honor.
There you go.
All right, we have
what
a
a
lot
surprise.
to talk about. What a
What a
surprise!
surprise. It's that freaking page 2.
Yep.
For the defense, I'm happy because they're obviously kicking around the OUI charge, and their concern is, well, how does that work? Because the verdict slip is so screwed up. It has one not guilty at the top, but nothing else. So what does that mean in the big mix? But clearly, it's that fifth option that they're looking at, the fifth on the second page.
And Michael, we talked about this, and Neil, we just talked about this. They're wondering if they convict her of that. Does
I
that mean
know.
they've convicted her of all the other ones?
Yes.
Or right?
Yes.
They're
So
confused. If they
stupid.
convict her of just an OUI, and then they're also saying, and this is perfect. Where does the OUI apply? Is it apply at 1245? Is it apply at 545?
Yeah, perfect example of how the whole
I know.
grade analysis
I know.
makes no sense to them.
Right,
Yep.
right.
Because there wasn't a traditional OUI, stop in the road, do the field
Um,
sobriety test, do the breath alarm.
And I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure that there was an additional letter included on that verdict slip as well, on the second page of the charge. Because there was like 7. The first one is the first one's not guilty of the offence as charged or any lesser included. The second one is guilty of the offence as charged as manslaughter whilst operating a motor vehicle under the influence. The third is guilty of a lesser included offence of involuntary manslaughter. Fourth is guilty of lesser included offence motor vehicle homicide. And then the fifth is guilty of lesser included offences operating under the influence. So I'm sure there was only 3 charges, wasn't there? Not 4. And I actually got a copy of what the defence proposed verdict slip was to look like for the second charge. That's what manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence. So that's the first charge. Well, they've added in involuntary manslaughter as the second one. They've taken off the influence of liquor on it. Fucking hell. And this is a simpler one, just for the other 2. Oh, that is manslaughter. Okay. Well, it's like they've doubled up. What? It's on 2. I don't get it. I don't get it. There should just be one slip for each charge. That's it. With a description of whatever they need, whether it be, these are the criteria you have to meet, this is the sentencing guidelines or whatever. But that's just me. Anyway. All right. I will keep this on mute and running in the background so that I can see if anything changes. And we shall start where we were supposed to, where we began. Okay, let's get rid of that. Well, hello. Welcome. Chandler Halderson. Absolutely. I think we probably all could do with a distraction right about now. But yes, I will, if anything changes, I will switch across definitely to I'm on the wrong screen, to the Karen Reid trial. But right now, we're focusing on Chandler. I'd have put a poll up just to see how many of you have seen it. I know Teresa and Una have, and probably Bri as well. It's not for the faint of heart, so viewer discretion is advised. There is, it's a nasty state of affairs, basically. I got shit everywhere because I was trying to organise a couple of things at once. And I may well still just I organised or got in touch with someone. I invited them as a special guest to do with Karen Reid and going through the legal stuff. And they have agreed to come on But I got the message this morning, so they were asleep, and they've probably only just woken up now and haven't checked their emails. So if they do get in touch with me in the meantime, I will flip back because it'll be well worth it. All right, and I apologise, but I'll make it up to you, Teresia. Top 5. What are your other 5? Oh, can't get up. I haven't seen the trial, but I do know. Yep. Okay. Cool. And Tan hasn't seen it. I know that much. All right. Let me get rid of some of these things sitting down the bottom. Okay. So, who is Chandler Halderson, you ask? Let me tell you. All right. Chandler. This is a case from 2021. Well, the incident occurred in July, on the 1st of July in 2021. And Chandler was arrested on the 9th of July, 2021. And he went to trial in the January 2022. So it's an older trial, obviously, but it's very popular and one that's been highly requested. So this is subscriber requested. Don't say we don't aim to please. So the trial lasts for 8 days with an extra day tacked on to the end without being a spoiler alert. The victims' names were Bart and Krista Halderson. They were his parents, both in their early 50s. He has a brother called Mitchell and a girlfriend called Catherine. And he was born on 15th of March 1998. Now, that really got to me because he's only 6 months older than my eldest, which is scary. Yes, it is absolutely a crazy case. I have not seen it myself, so it'll be a fresh, raw reaction. I mean, I obviously know what the outcome is, but I have not seen I've seen the start of the details, put it that way. All right, so Chandler was like the perfect son on paper. He was enrolled and studying at Madison Avenue Technical College, and he was studying renewable resource engineering. He had apparently he'd secured a position at SpaceX in Florida. And he'd also apparently had a severe concussion that caused some brain bleeding and spinal damage, which he used to explain the fact that he could not drive down to Florida for his job. So, how did this all start? Well, on the 30th of June. So all of those things, the studying, the SpaceX job, and the medical condition, bullshit. Okay, he had created this elaborate facade of a life and presented it to everyone he knew, and none of it was true. So on the 30th of June, the day before the incident, his dad, Bart, for some reason contacted the college that he was attending and found out that the people that Chandler had named as his educational advisors didn't exist. So he scheduled a meeting with them for the following day at 3:00 and texted Chandler and said that he'd just spoken with the people at the college and that, he scheduled this meeting. Nothing more. And that set into motion a series of tragic, shocking, revolting, heinous acts. So that morning on the 1st, he basically created an alibi. He told everyone that his parents had gone to stay at their cabin up in White Lake, and proceeded to lay the groundwork from there. So, he reported them missing on the 7th. So he had 6 days for cleanup, and they arrested him on the 9th. So what I'm going to do is go straight to just a little segment of the police interview where they actually arrest him. And we'll start from there. Oh, happy birthday for Monday. Yay. So was Jazz born in 98 as well? Because Jamison was born in 98. Well, we shall, yes. Virtual cake, or can we do a Discord birthday party? All right, let's have a look at this. So this is the video. No, I can't. Of him at his police interview.
Dad's blood would be somewhere in the house. Have they been injured at all that you're aware of?
Oh, my dad scratches his psoriasis till he gushes blood. My mom's blood.
The police have asked him why, if there would be any reason for there to be any blood in the house of his parents, and these are the excuses that he comes up with. His dad scratches himself, his psoriasis, and gushes with blood. 98, March 98, March? 15th of March 98. So he's a Pisces. Is that Pisces, a fish? Shit, what's Alicia? I think she's a Pisces. Someone fill me in.
Just from her bloody noses she gets sometimes when she wakes up.
I think it's time we start talking about what happened to your parents. Like the truthful version. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So we have 20 pages of writing. We're going to start with a clean white piece of paper for you to start telling the truth.
Okay.
What? Because listen to me. This is the only chance you're going to have to tell us the truth. Okay. What we listen. I can't tell you what we know, but we know you're not telling us the truth. We know your parents are no longer with us. Okay, and we know the reason why. Okay, you need to tell the truth. Listen. You need to tell the truth about what happened, and just tell us why it happened. Okay, if something happened, if you were defending yourself, or if you just got fed up with stuff, you need to tell us the truth. Okay, this is your chance to tell us why.
What happened? Okay,
you know what happened. We're not going to tell you what happened. You know what happened. You were there when it happened. We're not telling you, okay?
I wasn't there when it happened.
We know more.
There's an admission right there.
We know.
I understand. But
There's people that have told us things. We have evidence. We have proof that more has happened. Okay. So your parents never made it to the cabin, and I think you know that.
you want to stand up? This one right over here for me.
Do you have anything in your pockets at all? Wallet. There's a wallet that was put in there.
So,
Oh.
so they obviously think they've got enough on him to arrest him then and there on the 9th. All right. So the next one, we start off at his first appearance. It's a Zoom appearance just prior to trial. It's about 20 minutes long, and then we'll start on the opening statements. Share the screen instead. Look at that, queued up beautifully.
Mr. Halderson, Chandler Halderson.
Totally professional here. Let me fucking tell you.
Call the state of Wisconsin versus Chandler Halderson. That's 21 CF 1568 appearances.
Andrea Raymond for the state of Wisconsin.
Mr. Halderson appears personally in custody with attorney Catherine Dorrell this afternoon.
Afternoon. Mr. Halderson, if you could just give us a thumbs up so we know that you can hear everything okay. He's given a thumbs up. So we are scheduled for an initial appearance. Attorney Dorrell, have you received a copy of the criminal complaint that was recently filed?
Yes, and we waive its reading.
And as far as an address, what should we use for Mr. Halderson for purposes of mail?
Likely the Dane County Jail, but the address on the complaint was his address before his arrest.
Okay. Well, maybe we'll get to bail and then you can let us know which of those you want us to use for purposes of mail. And is he eligible for public defender or does he need to contact your office?
He is eligible.
All right. Then,
well, he's now his
so
job at
looks like
SpaceX.
there was a bail hearing earlier in the week. $10,000 cash bail and pretrial services was ordered. I will make a finding of probable cause for the charges in the criminal complaint, and we'll address bail. Oh, I should note that there was a public safety assessment that was done previously. That was for the bail hearing, just on the charge of false info on kidnapping, that recommended a signature bond. If anybody doesn't have a copy
Just
of that, we
think
can...
about it. That bond, what was that, $10,000, yeah? He's got 8 felony charges up against him. 8. And what was Ty's bond? To hold him down there for the alleged missing of the urine sample. That just goes to show you how badly they wanted him shut up, basically.
Make sure that
What's
you
that in
get that
perspective?
before you proceed with the bail arguments. All right. With that, Attorney Raymond, your position on bail.
Your Honor, first off, I hope you've had, I don't know if you've had a chance to read the criminal complaint. I realize it's quite lengthy and it was filed right around the 1:30 time. I was hoping to kind of limit my comments for the privacy of the family and others involved, but I'm happy to speak more at length if Your Honor wishes. The state is asking though for $1 million cash bond. Should the defendant post, we'd ask for GPS monitoring, a ban from any weapons, a ban from living in any household where any sort of firearms are kept, a ban from the Oak Springs Circle in both DeForest and Windsor. It's kind of an odd street where one side of the street is DeForest and the other side is Windsor. Additionally, that if he does post, that he stay at whatever residence he is staying at for 24 hours.
Well, I don't think he'll be able to post that. He can't ask his parents to borrow the money, can he? Sorry.
Day and be on house arrest. Obviously, these are very serious and very violent charges. And more charges are expected as the investigation develops. We know in this case, and it is outlined, or at least some of the instances, not all, but some are outlined in the criminal complaint, where the defendant has taken steps to both destroy and conceal evidence, including human remains that were dismembered. Because of the vast steps that this defendant has undertaken to hide his crimes and the broad spectrum of lies that the police have uncovered, there's substantial concerns about his willingness to come to court. And thus, $1 million cash bond really is the minimum amount of cash necessary to ensure his appearance. I certainly can give Your Honor more details if necessary.
Sure. And I had an opportunity to skim it pretty quickly. I was able to hone in enough of the facts that I believe there to be probable cause. I also reviewed the probable cause affidavit for the homicide charge and the other related charges that were added on. I had not read the probable cause affidavit for the false information
But based upon my quick review of the criminal complaint, I think there's probable cause for that charge as well. So if you want to supplement anything, if you think it's important, because I did skim it pretty quickly because it came in as we started court here.
Like Papa Soups.
Just that there is a lot of evidence in this case. We have specific evidence of the defendant taking steps to destroy or conceal video and other factors. There is a web of lies that is quite impressive if it wasn't, frankly, so tragic. But in any case, we do believe $1 million is necessary. And after Ms. Dorrell speaks, if Your Honor has any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Sure. Attorney Dorrell, your position?
Well, thank you, Your Honor. We were in court on July 12th in this case.
Just going to put the fan on.
Of charges, rather. And I made a bail argument then. The state requested $1 million cash bail, and a $10,000 cash bail was set by Commissioner Fungin. At that time, my client had been in custody and remains in custody since his arrest on July 8th. And now here we are, July 15th, and we're seeing actual criminal charges for the first time. When we were in court on the 12th, he had been booked into the jail mainly or only
I'm having a hot
in
flush.
relation to what is now charged as count 2. But it was clear that it was contemplated that the other charges would be happening. They simply weren't written into the jail system. As soon as the $10,000 cash was ordered, it became almost a farce because immediately some authorities went to the jail and then added the rest of these charges that you see here today onto what was holding him in the jail. And I guess under the theory that that just buys them more time, where he can't post bail, doesn't have access to bail, even though we appeared and bail was
Shouldn't
set,
be getting bail.
in relation to the events we see here. So he's had no meaningful opportunity whatsoever to post bail since his arrest on the 8th of July, because the minute we got a bail that was reasonable, the state immediately put another hold on him for the charges they were already investigating. I would note that almost the entirety of this criminal complaint talks about investigation and activities that would have predated that July 12th initial appearance date. And so I have to pose the question, why did it take so long? Why was he held in jail this long without any meaningful access to bail? But pivoting away from maybe what some might consider, technical legal arguments that may or may not have merit, depending on your point of view, I would reiterate what I said on the 12th, which is Mr. Chandler, or Mr. Halderson, Chandler Halderson, sits here today with no prior record, a lifelong resident of this state.
If it's not in the indictment, I'm uncomfortable telling them a time.
I'm sorry?
If it's not in the indictment, I'm uncomfortable telling them a time. All right.
I agree with the court on principle. I just don't have the indictment memorized, so I don't remember. If we can pull that up.
There's no time? No. I don't expect that there's any time.
All right. So I'll say you have the evidence, and remember, you are the fact finders, or something to that effect. All right. Are the video clips Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? So I'll tell you what I was planning on saying, then you can add to it. Sure. Yes, the videos are evidence. Give them whatever weight you think is appropriate to give them. And then I would give the digital evidence instruction and the humane practice instruction.
The only thing I would respectfully ask the court to include in that sentence is give them whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate.
All right.
If
okay.
Any. Thank you. Otherwise, it's fine.
Raise the issue of what, Eddie? Hot mic, hot mic. I'm gonna have to go back and listen to that. Oh, ha! Wrong one.
Okay. What's the Commonwealth's position?
Got two screens running.
We have a different perspective on it.
Appropriate to give them, and then I would.
Any you deem appropriate.
All right.
If
okay.
Any. Thank you.
What does he say?
Otherwise, it's fine.
This bit. Raise the issue of preserving the record. got an itch that I can't reach.
Okay. What's the Commonwealth's position?
We have a different perspective on that.
Okay.
The first part of the question, are the video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? The answer should be yes.
Okay.
How can we consider them? I think it's fair to say you should weigh the defendant's statements as you would evidence. Since they've been introduced substantively, they are like any other piece of evidence. There's no difference, and there shouldn't be any reflection of a difference in the answer. We didn't introduce any evidence in this case, and so you should give it any weight, if any at all. We didn't provide a limiting instruction in any way, and these shouldn't be so limited. This is just like a photograph. It's no different than a physical piece of evidence. And so I think the answer should simply be yes. You should weigh the defendant's statements as you would any other piece of evidence. I do not think the court should give humane practice or digital evidence. It suggests that there's some deterioration or further analysis that
Hey, baby.
those instructions.
You go and get
are
Mummy a
given during
t-shirt.
the
She's hot.
charge. In addition, those instructions are in the hand of the written jury instructions. And so, to put it most simply, as I think that we should, is this is a piece of evidence, and you weigh it like you would any other piece of evidence, whatever they decide, rather than give them guidance to curtail it or to limit it in any fashion.
My only suggestion, Your Honor, is that every single piece of evidence that's provided to them, it's in keeping with Massachusetts laws and keeping with the responsibility that they have. Every single evidence is given the weight, if any, they deem appropriate. That is not a misapplication of law. I think the Commonwealth suggestion suggests in the answer that they should or they have to give those statements weight, and the law is they don't have to give them any weight. So I think the appropriate comment by the court is exactly as the court suggested initially, which is you give it whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate.
She's trying to figure out how she can give the Commonwealth more, in my opinion.
That human factors instruction basically says if there's an admission, you have to find that it is voluntary and intelligently made. In other words, she's making these statements on these interviews voluntarily. So she's going to give that instruction. That I don't think is an issue.
I'm telling you though, Michael, she's trying to find how she can give Brennan more, right? Because he wants more. He wants basically, you know.
Yeah, he wants to put a time on it. I'm surprised she immediately poo-pooed that. In terms of the video evidence, I don't know what she can do other than say it's in evidence and give that human factors.
Yeah, it's in evidence and give it the weight, if any, right?
Yeah, if any, you know.
If any, right.
If any, that's, yeah, because you don't want to say give it the weight it deserves, that leads them.
But she's like, that's what she's looking. She's looking to see what else she can do.
You sure she's not working on the third one?
No, because he objected to the he objected to the weight, and so she's now.
I don't know where she can go that helps them.
Well, she's trying, in my opinion. But I think the telling question is, if we convict her of that, does that mean she gets convicted of everything above it? That's telling. They don't want that to happen.
No, and that would also be, I think, a contradictory verdict form slip. I don't think it would be upheld on appeal. It doesn't make sense.
All right. So what I'm going to say is, yes, the videos are evidence. You should weigh the defendant's statements as you would any other piece of evidence and give them whatever weight you deem appropriate. But first,
She left out if any.
read the
Left the
electronic
any, yep.
communications and the humane practice that covers it.
If the, I don't have a principled objection to it if the court adds the word if any,
I understand.
because every single,
She's not going to do
them
it.
to think, for instance, the way that it's worded as the Commonwealth suggested it, they have to weigh it the same way they weigh other pieces of evidence. Every single piece of evidence is weighed in and of itself. It's individual to the piece of evidence that's presented. For instance, they could weigh the statements by Ms. Reed. They could give it no weight. Each individual juror could decide, I'm going to dispatch it altogether and give it no weight, while giving another piece of evidence, like whatever that might be, the testimony of one of the ARCA witnesses, complete weight. I think that we need to stress that the clips bear no additional weight, no additional gravity than anything else that they've considered. And the only way to do that is very simply, you give this the weight, if any, that you decide is appropriate. It doesn't, I think, comparing it and contrasting to other pieces of evidence in the case, it's unnecessary, and it tends to suggest they have to give it weight.
Okay. So your objection's noted. Now let's get to the.
Thanks,
After she said she was going to
one.
give it, she changed her mind, okay? Because there's nothing else she can do for the Commonwealth, so she took that
Does
out.
convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? What do you want to say, Mr. Jackson?
No.
Your Honor, I appreciate the effort that the court went to amend the verdict slip as it relates to count 2. And I think there are some excellent suggestions by the court in the verdict slip. By and large, I think question number 3 is answered by the amendments in the verdict slip. So we certainly could say something like, does convicting guilty, the question was, quote, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? The answer is no, obviously. And perhaps we could formulate an answer that says something along the lines of, no, new verdict slips have been provided that will make it more clear, or something of that nature. As well as a decision of guilty on the OUI charge 002, number 5, is an explicit acquittal on the higher charges in offense 002, which is a proper statement of the law.
Sorry, what have I missed? You know, when you have a bloody, it's not a hot flush, it's power surge. And then I got an itch right in the middle of my back. And how frustrating it is to not have arms that will absolutely fucking reach it. I would pay $100 for this. My back scratcher. Oh, it was great. So what decision did she come up with? Is she going to change the verdict slip at all, or fill me in? I was a scratching. God, it was good too. If I could remember what sex was like, it was probably better. All right.
And then there are suggestions that we have.
Count 2, lesson number 5. What does that mean?
Regarding the edits that the court has made to the verdict slip.
Wow,
and I'm happy to go over those with you and put those on the record.
Yeah, but what about it?
We need the edited slip. There's been edits.
With regard to going from the top to the bottom, just under number 1, number 1 reads, not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense. We would propose that the court add the language, the consistent language that it's added throughout the verdict slip. If you, quote, if you find the defendant not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense, comma, stop and sign the verdict slip, period. That's the only place that that language doesn't appear, and I think it should appear.
Okay.
The second is a relatively minor issue. However, under number 2, sub 2, the parenthetical check one or both of the following. I think it should say, just to clarify it further, if guilty, comma, check one or both of the following.
All right, I think I'm going to leave it because it appears only under the guilty.
It appears only on
under the guilty. So go ahead. I'll hear you further.
Going further,
No waste your breath,
going under
Jackson.
number 3, toward the bottom of the page, in the parenthetical that the court suggested, which we find is excellent. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser offense of involuntary manslaughter, we would simply add that clause.
So we'd have to add it in all of them.
Correct.
Which makes sense. I think
Correct.
we had it in the first one.
Right.
Okay.
And then moving to page 2, at the top of the page under sub 4, again.
Hold on 1 second.
Of course.
Okay.
We had the same suggestion. It appears that the court is not inclined to give it. If guilty, check one or both of the following, and there's a typo. It says the parenthetical
We
says
fixed it.
check one of. Okay.
Yes. So we changed of to or.
So my only suggestion to that would be to, again, add the if guilty, comma, check one or both of the following.
Okay.
On that page, going down to the bolded parenthetical, same thing. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser offense of motor vehicle homicide.
Okay.
Moving down under sub 5,
We
the
still
OUI.
need to say stop and sign the verdict slip.
Right. After the word stop and sign the verdict slip.
Yep.
And then under sub 5, again, the same thing. We just suggested that for consistency that it say, if guilty, check one of the following of the both. And the final edit would be in the final parenthetical, the last sentence. If you find, I think her should be changed to the defendant. If you find the defendant not guilty on this offense and all other offenses, check the first box on page 1.
Okay.
And those are the edits that we have suggested for the verdict slip.
Why didn't she do that? at the start?
I don't have any disagreement with the edits.
Because the jury have actually asked for it to be changed. But they're showing confusion. That's why she's got to do it now.
Nuance of selecting one guilty or not guilty. I don't think it needs to be explained. I think that the edits, this proposed instruction explained it.
All right. What
I don't have any issue with if you.
Oh, thank you. The hot cup of soup, I think, just tipped it off. I was dripping. It's settling now. Now I've got goosebumps.
I'm not sure of the exact language that can be. I don't think that's necessary.
Oh, there's a sigh.
Something I wouldn't have an objection to, but I think the form that you filled it out with the credits is going to be sufficient for them to follow.
What do you think about the defendant's position that if you were to find her guilty of operating under the influence, Mr. Jackson said explicit acquittal. I don't like that language. I think if you find it, it means you have
Well, she
found her
don't.
not guilty of each of the others.
That would be fine with us.
I think it's better if you find her guilty of any lesser included offense. It would not include the higher offense.
All right.
I think that's just confusing.
So what I planned on doing was bringing them out and giving them each a copy of the amended verdict slip, explaining that it really is consistent with the jury instructions I gave them, but walking them through it. So we start from the top and then explain, if you find the defendant guilty, you're done. Stop, sign the verdict slip, and let the court officer know you have a verdict or something.
I prefer that.
Yeah, I think I'll walk them through it like we do in civil cases.
I don't have any objection to that. The only other thing is the digital instruction.
Yes.
We don't believe that it's necessary. I don't think that we should reemphasize that, and we're not asking for it. That
All
would
right,
be-
so you're waiving it?
We're waiving it.
Okay.
Yes,
All
thank
right,
you.
I will do humane instruction, humane practice instruction. So I need 5 minutes, and Tori, your computer, to amend this if we can. And We'll make copies, so we'll bring the jurors in. Let them know that we'll be bringing them in shortly, Tony. All right, thank you all.
Oh my. Okay, hey, welcome to the conference that should have taken place last week.
Right. And
I
should have
mean,
been
that is
how the attorneys were able to sum up.
I mean, you know, to be doing this now, although I guess we should be glad that she's acknowledging some issues and that she is sort of kind of trying to clarify them. This should have been done last week.
Yep.
And she was hesitant to do it because she had been upheld by the judicial supreme poobah. You know,
this is how we've always done it in Massachusetts.
It's just not the way it should be done. And who's the ultimate, penalty for? Not just the jury, but obviously the defendant in the case. The whole system gets screwed over because she was too proud to look at this the first time through, see the inherent errors in it, and fix them then.
Yeah.
So what do you think about the fixes? Are we close to getting it better?
We're getting it better, but you know what? Clearly,
we'll come back to it when the jury comes back in. How's that? Let's swippy swap.
Punish him. He's been convicted of nothing at this point. These are simply charges, allegations, and it'll be for the court process to play out to determine whether the state's able to convince a jury beyond a reasonable doubt that he committed these very heinous offenses. The factors in favor of significant cash bail are certainly the nature of the crime. It's gruesome, it's violent. The potential penalties are significant, mandatory minimum prison for 20 years. And I reviewed it relatively quickly, but I also reviewed the PC affidavit for when the additional charges were lodged, which went into some of the lies by Mr. Halderson and attempts to cover things up. I think he's got a lot of incentive to not appear in court now that he is finally charged with first-degree intentional homicide and the other charges. And as far as circumstantial cases go, it appears to be it appears that there's some fairly strong evidence given the observations of Mr. Halderson in and around the home where the body was located, the lies that were told to law enforcement and others, the observations of his body, the statements in regards to all sorts of blood on him, but no injuries that would be consistent with somebody having all sorts of blood. So there's also, I think, a strong case, even though we don't have a direct eyewitness saying he committed this offense. I don't know whether he's going to be charged with additional charges, and I'm one who is always reticent to factor those in because I don't know whether that's going to happen. I don't think that's fair when assessing bail to assume that somebody's going to get charged with some other stuff. And that's, I guess, why it makes sense that the commissioner at the earlier hearing didn't take that into account, because you just don't know. And you don't even know if there's probable cause, really, unless somebody reduces it to writing an affidavit. But things have changed greatly since that bail hearing. I am going to set $1 million cash bail. There's just too many years at stake in prison for Mr. Halderson. I am going to also order pretrial services if released, so he needs to contact them immediately upon his release. If they don't answer the phone when that happens, you need to be providing them your phone number, your name and case number, and respond to that when contacted. Although given the nature of the case, maybe there'll be some stuff behind the scenes if bail were to be posted, so pretrial services has a heads up on that. I will order you equipped with a GPS to monitor the house arrest 24 hours to be in your home unless it's for purposes of going to and from court. I will order a band from Oak Springs Circle located in DeForest and Windsor. I will order that you not use or possess any dangerous weapons, as that term is defined by the state statutes, which obviously includes firearms and other items that are specifically designed to be used as weapons. And I will advise you that that would also include any other items that are not necessarily designed as a weapon, but if in the manner you're using them or you intend to use them are likely to cause great bodily harm or death, then you would transform those into a dangerous weapon and be prohibited from using that. It may be surplusage given that, but given he's not to reside anywhere else other than his home, I don't know whether we need the condition about the residences and other firearms. I also don't know if there was an objection to that part from Attorney Doral, but it seems a bit surplusage. Attorney Raymond? Oh, you're on
Sorry,
mute.
that's fine, Your Honor.
All right. I want to make sure on the record that the bailiffs have provided Mr. Halderson the pretrial services information, so he has that, and they're giving the thumbs up that that's been done. And I assume, but I don't know, so I'll ask Attorney Doral, do you want a timely preliminary hearing? Oh, you're on mute as well.
Yes, please.
All right. And should we use the jail or the other address for purposes of mail for the time being?
Jail.
Okay.
Done. All right. You can bugger off. So I've got far too many screens open. And how do I maximize that without share screen? So we'll go straight into day one. The opening statements. Right about.
Consistent with the defendant's innocence, you should do so and return a verdict of not guilty. The term reasonable doubt means a doubt based upon reason and common sense. It is a doubt for which a reason can be given, arising from a fair and rational consideration of the evidence or lack of evidence. It means such a doubt as would cause an ordinary, which would cause a person of ordinary prudence to pause or hesitate when called upon to act in the most important affairs of life. A reasonable doubt is not a doubt which is based on mere guesswork or speculation. A doubt which arises merely from sympathy or from fear to return a verdict of guilt is not a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a doubt such as may be used to escape the responsibility of a decision. While it is your duty to give the defendant the benefit of every reasonable doubt, you are not to search for doubt. You are to decide whether the state has overcome the presumption of the defendant's innocence and proven the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The lawyers will now make opening statements. The purpose of an opening statement is to give the lawyers an opportunity to tell you what they expect the evidence will show so that you will better understand the evidence as it is introduced during the trial. I must caution you, however, that the opening statements are not evidence. Attorney Brown.
Thank you.
Okay, prosecution.
The left HDMI. While he's doing that, I'll promise you he'll give you a copy of that, by the way. You don't have to remember all of those instructions. My name is William Brown. I'm the Deputy District Attorney, Dane County. Yesterday, you met Andrew and Raymond. Together, we're the prosecutors in the case. You heard a little bit about how the process worked in jury selection, and you probably thought you were being strung along the whole time, and in a bit you were. Everyone was trying to gauge your knowledge of the case, maybe any preconceived notions you had about the criminal justice system. Ms. Vera asked you a lot of questions about what you would think if she did nothing and sat there, and those were good questions. I won't do nothing in this case because it would be a very short trial if I did. You're going to hear from me, Ms. Raymond, quite a bit. Our job in a case is to present evidence. That means to call witnesses. The judge talked about what evidence is. When we think of evidence, sometimes we think of, especially in a murder case, you're in a murder case, you think of the gun. And you'll get that. There'll be a gun. You'll see that. But evidence is so much more. The first thing evidence is the first thing the judge mentioned. Evidence is first the sworn testimony of witnesses, both on direct and cross-examination. When people raise their right hand and they swear to tell the truth, that's evidence. Now you as jurors can decide whether you believe it or not. Does this person have any bias or prejudice? Do they have anything to gain by what they're saying? Do they have anything to lose? All those things are up to you. But sworn testimony is evidence. Photographs are evidence. Videos are evidence. Statements made by people involved in the case, including Mr. Halderson, are evidence. Our job is to, over the course of the next couple of weeks, present evidence to show you the path of what we believe happened, which is that Chandler Halderson killed his parents, dismembered their bodies, and hid them around southern Wisconsin. I've been talking about Bart and Krista Halderson. You've heard their names mentioned numerous times by the judges here. That's Bart and Krista Halderson. I'm going to try to use some photos as I talk to maybe guide us along. Some people are more visual learners, some aren't. That's Bart and Krista Halderson. A couple in their early 50s, living in Windsor, Wisconsin. A quiet street, in a quiet house, kind of in a quiet town. If you don't know Windsor, think just south of DeForest. Maybe if you're heading up toward the Dells, when you see the Fleet Farm on your left, if you looked right, that's Windsor. That's the Halderson home. At this point, perhaps it would be best if I told you a little bit about the Halderson family. Bart, the father, Krista, the mother. They have two sons, Chandler, the defendant, and his older brother, Mitchell. Chandler and Mitchell are close in age, but Mitchell's a little bit older. The time this all happened, living in the Halderson home, was Bart Halderson, Krista Halderson, and Chandler. Mitchell had moved out. Mitchell had a job working as an IT person for a local corporation, doing pretty well in life. He's engaged, doing pretty well in life. Buying a house, adult things, growing up. But in July of 2021, it's Bart and Krista.
I wonder if Chandler felt like he had to keep up.
Living in that house, and their adult 23-year-old son, Chandler Halderson, living in his room. Now, all of the events I'm going to describe, for the most part, take place during the first week of July, from the 1st to about the 8th. So I put up a calendar. This is not evidence in the case, I suppose. It might be. Maybe I'll mark it as an exhibit. But it's to provide some reference. And I put the little flag on there because if you remember this year, the 4th of July was on a Sunday. Everyone celebrated, of course, all weekend. A lot of places celebrated on Saturday. But the 4th of July was on a Sunday. Now I'm giving my opening statement. The judge told you opening statements aren't evidence. And in fact, that's the reason you don't have notebooks. I'd like to think so. It's you have to pay attention to me, but that's not true. It's because nothing I say is evidence. So as I say things up here, what I'm saying is what I expect to prove in the next couple of weeks. But what I expect to prove beyond any reasonable doubt is that on July.
You know what? I'm just looking at this prosecutor and I'm thinking, how pleasant is that to actually see someone that looks half reasonable, who's there not to be, doesn't look like he's opining. Yes, he's saying that he's there to prosecute him because he's guilty and that he's going to present the facts of the case, but he's not like doing the whole act and the charade. It's very it's good to see. I like. Never think of a barbecue.
July 1st, 2021, somewhere between 3 p.m. and 5 p.m.
It's refreshing.
Chandler Halderson murdered his parents. It's an important date, and it's an important time to remember. July 1st, between 3 and 5.
Hello.
But the story doesn't start there.
Hey, Mr. True Crime Metrics. How you doing? Did you want to jump in and join us? You're more than welcome. You've done this case, haven't you? I'm sure you have. I'll put the link in chat if you would like to join in. Up to you. We've only just started opening statements. And I have not seen this trial. And if anyone else has not ever met True Crime Metrics, he's another true crime channel. I think you're in the UK or somewhere over in Europe somewhere over the other side. Fantastic. Go and find him. Drop his if any one of you guys can drop his link in the chat, that'd be awesome. Otherwise I'll try and find it. I'm sure I've got it somewhere. Otherwise
And this trial would
I'll wrench you up and you can put your own link on. How's that sound?
be 3 to 4 weeks if the trial ended there. The story starts a week later, on July 7th, 2021, nearly a week after killing his parents, but no one in the world knowing. Chandler Halderson walks into the Northeast Precinct of the Dane County Sheriff's Office and says, I'd like to file a missing persons report. He sits down with sheriff's deputies, and you'll meet them today.
Oh.
And he gives a long story. The parents, they just haven't come back from the
probably
cabin.
In Tanya's.
They were there this weekend. We have a cabin up north. It's in White Lake, up in Lang.
You, I think, are logged in under. Oh, no. Oh, I'm not just streaming it. Whoops. You can't see his comment. It is odd because. Yeah, I've wrenched you up, True Crime Metrics. So if you want to drop your link in chat, you can do so.
Lake County. It's pretty far up north, a couple of hours. They just haven't come back yet. They were going to come back Monday or Tuesday, and I don't know where they are. Who were they with? The deputies ask. I don't know. I helped them pack Thursday night. They must have left Friday early before I woke up at 6. Who'd they go with? I don't know. Where are their cars? Well, they're still at the house. What'd you help them pack? Bottles of liquor, lots of money, tools, silver bars.
That's a good idea.
Why were they going up there? Some people get fixing a window. Some people there was a plumbing issue, storm damage. The story varied. Sometimes they took just money. Sometimes they took just liquor. But over that day and the next, talking to numerous sheriff's deputies, detectives, including those detectives.
I think you might have it on top comments instead of all comments. So go up and adjust the settings at the top of your chat and switch it over to live, like to see all comments. That's why. You know what I mean? So if you go back up to the top of your chat, it's got those sort of 4 lines with the dots in them. If you go into there, click it onto the whole lot. And you
he gives this bizarre story.
Welcome.
Of his parents leaving in an unknown car, going to a
I believe I'm cold
with an
now.
unknown couple,
fuck.
With an unknown amount of money for really an unknown reason. So sheriff's deputies do what cops do, which is they ask him, have you heard from him? And he says, yeah. I got a text from my mom. And he did. He showed him his phone. Made it safely. This is from Krista Halderson to Chaz. That's what his family calls him. Not Chandler. They call him Chaz. Made it safely. Can't get anything through, though. Yes, it's packed. Going to White Lake today for the parade. We'll be home Monday night, Tuesday early. I love you lots. So at this point, the sheriff's deputies don't know what they're dealing with. These folks get up there and decide, now we're going to go to the casino for a few days. We're going to play hooky. Didn't make a lot of sense. They started talking to coworkers and realized these people had never no call, no showed, missed work, which they both did on Friday. Did they crash their car? Did this other couple kidnap them? Where the hell are they? But what good police do, and what they did in this case, is they start looking into the people who saw them last, who were with them last, who reported them missing. And in this case, all 3 of those things, the person who purportedly saw them last, was with them last, and reported them missing were the same person. It was Chandler Halderson. So what the police did, started to look into Chandler Halderson. This is all occurring in the same 24-hour, 48-hour period.
Yay!
And what they learned about him isn't suspicious at all. He's a Madison College student, MATC. They go by Madison College now, if you didn't get the email. Madison College student. He's about to graduate. He's studying renewable resource engineering, kind of a hybrid IT degree with solar panels, things of that sort. He's about to get a certificate. But things had looked bright for him. He'd recently been working at American Family Insurance. He's working from home like most of us the last couple of years. But he's working a good job at American Family Insurance. And not only was he working a good job, Chandler had just gotten a better job. He got hired at SpaceX. He was about to embark on a career that people in the IT field could only dream of. He's planning to move to Titusville, Florida. That's where SpaceX operation is, down in Florida, with his girlfriend. They'd rented an apartment. They bought a car. And not only was this not someone who was antisocial, he was pro-social. He was working with the Madison Police and the Department of Natural Resources on their rescue diving team. He was a scuba diver, working with the police. The only thing that was a bit odd is he'd recently suffered a head injury. Fallen down the stairs, had terrible concussion, was unable to move for the most part. Had to wear a neck brace. He was permanently, perhaps injured. All of those things threw police off from thinking it was Chandler. He had anything to do with this. And at that point, for all they knew, as sad as it is, Bart and Krista and an unknown couple were crashed into a ditch somewhere between here and White Lake, Wisconsin, dead from a car crash. So they started looking. Deputies are sent up north. The Langlade County Sheriff's Department is searching a cabin. No one had ever been there. It didn't look like anyone had been there at all in years. It was run down. The grass hadn't been mowed. There's no food in the refrigerator. No one had been there. So the police expand their search and they start talking to not only just Chandler, people about Chandler, they start talking to people who were with Chandler that weekend. Specifically, they talked to his girlfriend, a young girl named Catherine. She goes by Kat. And Kat says, I was with him like all weekend. We had a normal 4th of July weekend. We went out to my family's farm. We got a farm. There was a pool. We ate dinner. Chandler was having the concussion issue and he couldn't really move his legs. And so he asked to use their pool the next day because he thought that was good therapy. So So the police, what do they do next? They go talk to the person who owns the farm. And they say, was Chandler out here? And she goes, yeah, he was out here on the 4th of July. You know what? He showed up the next day by himself. He showed up the next day by himself. I told him he could come back anytime, as we just say to people, not expecting they're going to roll into your house the next day. She says he was acting bizarre. Said that he had a doctor's appointment and they'd given him some bad news that he was going to lose his job at SpaceX because he couldn't travel. He couldn't attend orientation to start. And she goes, and he asked to use the pool. And of course I said yes. This woman will testify and she'll tell you that she sat in her house for a while, perhaps a bit weirded out that someone had just shown up at her rural farm, but she let him have his space. But about an hour later, she goes down to the pool to check on him. He's not there. No one had opened the pool. No one had been in the pool. But she sees his car. It's parked out in the field, away from the pool, backed in toward where that grass is a bit longer, and had its hatch up. She thought, boy, that was strange.
All right. It just so happens I have a map. You move me up out the way. No. No. Okay, that's better. Kinda. Take the banner off so one can see what they are looking at. Oh, and I'm not. This is a different studio that I'm used to. Okay, so this the property. On the top left-hand corner, you see that sort of sideways J. That's the driveway, and then there's the house in amongst the tree lines there. The pool is out in the clearing, and then there's the white-shaped dwelling, which is the barn, and this the very bottom into that brush past where they were just showing you. That's where he was, and he'd asked to go for a swim in the pool. That shows just the difference in where it was. So, right behind those logs.
She thought maybe he's just on a walk.
Perspective.
So she goes in the pool. She said, I'm just going to go in the pool. If you remember that weekend, it's extraordinarily hot. She starts swimming. She says, then I see Chandler. He's walking out of the woods in that area. Now, at this point in the investigation, the police are out there with this woman. They're out on the farm. And she says he walked out over there. And you'll hear from the Detective Brett Baverstock, who was out there. And he'll tell you that his eyes kind of shifted up and he saw vultures. And I promise the photos are only going to go this far for right now. But the police walked about 20 yards into the woods. And in that pile of debris, under dozens of sticks, bushes, and dirt, they found Bart Halderson. Now, when I say they found Bart Halderson, I need to explain that. They found a human torso. Someone had crudely chopped off the head, the arms, and sawed off the legs in the middle of the thigh, leaving the underwear on and the beginnings of the pants. They removed the sticks and brush over a course of a few hours. They brought out doctors from the medical examiner's office to make sure everything was done appropriately. They rolled the torso over. There were gunshots in the back. This man had been shot in the back and chopped up.
Okay, ready? That's the torso. Can even see the belt wrapped around the waist. That's fucked up.
At this point, the farm, beautiful farm, cultivated for years with wildflowers, kind of an Eden of sorts, was turned into a crime scene. Police swarmed the place. Drones were in the air, cadavers, dogs were on the ground. Everyone's looking through absolutely everything they could, but it's a farm. There's a million places things could be. But one detective said, look at that in the woods. Is that a garbage can full of a tarp? It was. I'll tell you that tarp was taken out, taken to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab eventually. Bart, Halderson, Krista Halderson, their blood was all over it. Another detective said, that spot where Chandler was walking out of the woods, there's an oil barrel there, like an old fuel tank with a hole in it. That's right where the car was parked. So she peeks her head in. And that's what she sees. Broken saw blades, handsaws, scissors, tree loppers, all of them tested by the State Crime Lab, all of them covered in human flesh and blood of Bart and Krista Halderson. The farm was searched extensively, and I'll tell you that some months later, things were even continuing to be found up to this fall. In October, the homeowner, the person who owns the farm, was tearing apart a barn trying to clean it. And there in a barn about 100 yards from where Bart Halderson was found, a murder weapon behind a bunch of boards on the side of the barn. At this point in the investigation, the police knew they needed to start talking to Chandler. He's seen coming out of the location where his dad's body was, just brutally chopped apart. The tools, the cutting instruments are found there. So they do what police do. They bring him downtown. But they ask him, and he's at the house, and they ask him and his girlfriend to come downtown with them. And they do. And that girlfriend, Kat, is in one room, and Chandler is in another. Chandler, and you'll see this, we'll play it, for over an hour, meets with police, and again, regurgitates this odd story of his parents with this missing couple in a random car, going places that no one really knew. Where Kat, in the other room, she's vomiting information to the police, literally vomiting at times, but also vomiting information in terms of she has her phone out. She's giving them pictures. She's providing every single detail she can because she'll tell you when she testifies. She's one of these people that watches these crime shows. And she knows when someone's missing, you got to exclude the people closest to him first. And she thought, that's what we got to do. Chandler didn't have anything to do with this. I didn't have anything to do with this. We got to get to the people who did. And the first step is we got to exclude us. She didn't for a second think that Mr. Halderson had done anything wrong. She thought she was with him most of the weekend. And I'll tell you right now, Kat did nothing wrong. Kat was an unknowing, unwilling accomplice to some of this, but she did absolutely nothing wrong. And she'll tell you, she liked Mr. and Mrs. Halderson. There were the normal disputes you'd have with your boyfriend or girlfriend's parents. Maybe you want to go out a lot and they don't let you. Maybe you want to hang out more than they don't want to.
That didn't work.
But she liked him. Her phone is full of messages between her and Mrs. Halderson. Friendly in all respects. Kat meets with police not just once, but multiple times. And in one of these meetings, she says, you know what was weird? Is this weekend, when I was with Chandler, while his parents were at the cabin, I left the house early one day, on Saturday, in fact, Saturday, July 3rd. And she says, he told me he was going to do chores that morning around the house. But when I looked at my Snapchat, I saw his location was in a weird spot. If you don't know, on Snapchat, you can set it up so that other people can see exactly where you are. A GPS tracker on you at all times, if you will. Chandler had that set up with his girlfriend.
Yeah.
And she goes, it was so weird.
The dipshit.
I took a screenshot.
Snapchat her back.
And that's what it showed. Chandler was saved as hubby in her phone. That's perhaps a term of endearment between two folks dating in their 20s. But she said, at 8:58 in the morning, when he was supposed to be doing chores on Saturday, July 3rd, I thought it was strange that he was in what appears to be a forest on the banks of the Wisconsin River near Prairie du Sac. The police took that. They identified immediately where that location was, just based on looking at it. That's a bridge. Couldn't be hard. Out they go. The drones go up. The dogs go out. The search team starts searching. Very quickly. And I promise this is as far as the photos will go.
Sorry. We have a courtroom. Full screen. Why is it doing that? Oh, that'll do.
All right, jurors, we're in receipt of your question. We've been working on making sure that the answers we give you are the right ones, so it's taken us a while. So the first question, what is the time frame for the charge? Offense 002, Section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.? The answer to that question is that you folks have all the evidence. And remember, it's only you who decide the facts in this case. All right, that's the answer to that question. You are the fact finders. The second question, are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? Yes, the videos are evidence. You should weigh the defendant's statements in the videos as you would any other piece of evidence and give them whatever weight you deem appropriate. But first, before you may consider any such statement, you're going to have to make a preliminary determination whether it can be considered as evidence. You may not consider any such statement in your deliberations for the truth of any such statement unless, from all the evidence in the case, the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the made the statement that she's alleged to have made and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. So that's the answer to that question. So for the third question, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? So with that, what I'm going to do is I have amended the verdict slip. It's the exact same verdict slip, and it's still consistent with the jury instructions I gave you, but it's a little bit easier for you to follow. And for purposes of going through this, we'll go through it together, and I've got a copy for each one of you, okay? All right, so you'll see it really is the same verdict slip, but we've added a little bit of language to help you follow it through. So the first charge, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. So first, in the above entitled case, we say the defendant is 1, not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense. If you find the defendant not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense, stop and sign the verdict slip. Now, then you go on to guilty of the offense of as charged, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. Check one or both of the following: manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and or manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. If you find the defendant guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, stop and sign the verdict slip. That means on each one, when you stop and sign the verdict slip, that means you have a verdict on this indictment. So stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then continue below to the lesser included offense. And first, under 3 is involuntary manslaughter. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of involuntary manslaughter, then continue to the next page. Guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI liquor, and negligence. And you have to check one or both of the following: motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor and or motor vehicle homicide by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI liquor, and negligence, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor, then continue below to the guilty of the lesser included offense operating under the influence. And you check one or both of the following: operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and or operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. If you find the defendant guilty of operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then stop. If you find the defendant guilty, you stop and you sign the verdict slip. If you find the defendant not guilty on this offense and all other offenses, check the first box on page 1. And remember, your decision must be unanimous. All right, does that make it any clearer, hopefully? All right, so with that, I am going to send you back out.
Before the jurors is set,
Sure, why don't you come on over?
Well, while they're going to sidebar on this, wow, gee, it sounds awfully like the one Nettie asked for yesterday. Almost, except that she has to keep talking guilty, right? Guilty.
Yes, it does give them a roadmap, which they did not have before. The if-then.
I should have been part of the jury instructions
which
as
is
well.
one thing that it should have had. The proposed suggestion was clearer. It just had a column: guilty, not guilty, guilty, not guilty. You know, each successive lesser included. This is not that clear, but it's far clearer than it was, and it's just a joke that we had to get to this point to make that happen.
Right, and she
had to say this, and I'm glad counsel told me I did. So if you go back and look at the form after 4, if you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony, OUI, liquor, and negligence, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor, then continue below. I think I said, then find, I don't know what I said. I heard myself read the guilty of the lesser included offense.
Right,
So
if
you find her not guilty of motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor, then you continue to decide whether the Commonwealth has proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt that she's guilty of operating under the influence of liquor. And if they have not, and if you find the defendant not guilty on this offense and all other offenses, then you go back and check the first box. So you follow it from the top to the bottom in this manner. Okay.
To the bottom.
Thank you very much.
Top to the bottom. Follow it from the top to
But what
the
about
bottom.
lunch?
But of course, they can't just have a not guilty on the last one, period, which would make it easier. I would go back to number 1, you know?
Yeah, then then go all the way back to the other page. See, that's just it. We've been calling it, the page 2 of the verdict slip. Well, now it's really page 2 and 3.
Okay, shut up now. Let's go back. Stop. Channel time. Do you know what's been going through my head all day, and I don't know why. And Jenny, you'll probably piss yourself laughing at this. All I can hear is that song of Walk Hard. 'Cause I'm guilty as charged. Funny movie. Funny. Sorry.
They find the remains of Krista.
Now I need a tissue.
Now, when I say Krista Halderson, I have to qualify that as well. We found her legs. One complete leg, then somewhat farther away in another bush, a foot, a thigh, but the same pattern. Crudely cut apart, what appears to be handsaws, axes, things of that sort. No more of Krista Halderson that's identifiable to her will ever be found. She's just those 2 legs. At this point, the police thought, this is just a strange location. Why would Chandler be out there? He'd been out there before. And they started talking to people, including girlfriends of his in the past, friends of his, and they say, yeah, Chandler really liked this location out on the Wisconsin River. He'd go there all the time. It's where he'd go swimming. When his friends came into town, that was the secret swimming spot. And one friend even said, you know what? Last year, he sent me a picture while he was out there. Kind of shirtless, hanging from a tree with a machete. I don't know. Didn't have a lot of significance at the time when the police saw it, but eventually someone realized the tree looks unique. Interesting V pattern right there. The hollowness of the tree as it goes down. The way in which 5 of those branches branch off. And eventually one of the detectives realizes why. Something clicked. It was the exact location he ditched his mother's remains. That's about 100 feet away. So obviously, it shouldn't come to anyone's surprise, at some point Chandler was arrested. In fact, he was arrested on July 8th, 2021. When you're arrested for a lot of crimes, you go to jail, you get booked in, and not much more happens investigation-wise after that. They have what they need. But of course, that's not the case in a murder investigation, especially something like this. So Chandler's taken to jail, and the police start searching. When I say searching, you're going to hear about searches of the house, searches of this farm, searches of this property. You're going to hear about searches of landfills and ponds and ditches all across Dane County. But one of the things they started searching was, what was this guy doing on his phone that weekend? And oddly enough, most of what they found was nothing. Either Chandler hadn't Googled anything all weekend, except for the 8th, or he had deleted his search history. You'll never know. But remember, he was arrested on July 8th, taken to the police station, and that's where they told him, hey man, we know what's going on. So meaning, while he was still on his phone on July 8th, he was still telling everyone his parents were missing, not just the police. This kid was standing in his front lawn giving media interviews to all the local media outlets about the cabin and the unknown couple, and the unknown car. He was going door to door in his neighborhood. The parents are missing. Can you help me out? Do you have any security cameras, by the way? And you'll hear from these neighbors. Some of them were so weirded out by what was going on that they secretly recorded those conversations. One of them, you'll hear, was a man who'd only been retired as a detective with the City of Madison Police for about a month. He recorded his conversation with Mr. Halderson. But while he's doing this that morning, what's he Googling? This is what he's Googling. Body found, Wisconsin. Woman's body found, Wisconsin. Wisconsin, dismembered body found. We'll come back to the next two. Dead body found in Wisconsin. Body found in Milwaukee River. He's searching for whether they found his parents. And you'll hear in this case, he's starting to search because he's starting to get worried because the amount of police in his neighborhood has been ramping up and up and up because unbeknownst to him, they're finding his parents' remains. And you'll hear that while this is going on, while he's Googling these things, he's frantically calling police officers. Hey, why are there more cops in my neighborhood? Calls this guy, Brian Shunk. He records him. What's going on? There's more cops. Did something happen? Did you find something? The middle ones, State versus Peter Capuzzo. Probably means nothing to everyone. It meant nothing to me when I first saw it. The name rang a bell and I wondered why. Not only did it show he Googled State versus Peter Capuzzo, it showed that he clicked on a link on the Wisconsin court's website and read something. What he read was a legal case, much like this one is the State versus Chandler Halderson. The State versus Peter Capuzzo, though, was a case that made it to the Court of Appeals based on some legal technicalities about a man who dismembered part of his family members and threw their bodies in the river. So at the same time, Chandler Halderson is going door to door in his neighborhood, crying about his parents being missing, talking to the local news, telling sheriff's deputies, signing documents saying they're missing. He's conducting legal research to get himself out of today so that today never happens. Now, when I started with that calendar a while ago, and I said the police were initially thrown off because of one thing, and that was this text message from Krista. And it's real. I'll tell you that text message is in all the search warrant returns from US Cellular. It's on the phone that we were able to search. We're not able to search every phone, but some of them are. Made it safely. Can't get anything through though. Yes, it's packed. Going to White Lake today for the parade. Be home Monday night, Tuesday. Love you lots. Sent on the 4th of July. So the police started looking into that. And the first thing they found was White Lake. The parade was on July 3rd. Remember, the 4th of July this year was on a Sunday. So everyone celebrated on Saturday. So they started thinking, well, how the hell did this message get sent? So they searched the Halderson home where Chandler was. And in the garage, under a shelf, in a shoe, wrapped in aluminum foil, was his mother's phone, along with her driver's license. Police would later subpoena the records from US Cellular, the cell phone carrier that covers Chandler and the family. And they would look into what cell towers were being used when that message was sent. If you didn't know, all of you probably have cell phones. At any time, your phone is pinging off of different cell towers. It's not always the same. As you sit here, half of you might be using one tower and half of you might be using another. It's based on the workload of those towers. You'll hear about that. But it's generally an approximate area of where you are. That message on July 4th, Krista there's in pink, Chandler's in green. The message was sent from the Halderson home on July 4th. Chandler sent it to himself. So at this point, the investigators began to wonder, and perhaps you're beginning to wonder how the evidence will come out. How does this happen? How does this kid, with everything in the world going for him, promising new job, school, a girlfriend that loves him, willing to move across the country for him, or even physically, a kid who just suffered this major concussion, was unable to use his legs for the most part. How does this happen? And what you'll learn happens because none of these things are true. He wasn't going to Madison College. He wasn't studying renewable resource engineering. The people at American Family Insurance, they'd never even heard of him. There's no indication he'd ever even applied for a job, much less had any job at SpaceX. The apartment he told his girlfriend he'd rented and the car he'd bought, none of that was real. The Madison police, they don't even have a scuba diving team. Neither does the DNR. And this concussion he apparently suffered, he did go to the hospital. You'll hear from the doctor who was there. Said, yeah, he came in, he reported that he hit his head falling down the stairs. I diagnosed him with a mild concussion, gave him a neck brace on the way out, told him he could use it if he needed it. But none of the things that Chandler reported to other people, the leg weakness, his inability to move, drive, travel, none of that was real. And given what you're going to find out in this case, you may conclude at the end of it, he never suffered any fall at all. What you may conclude is that it was all made up. Now, police started looking into all of these lies. Because how does a person who looks so promising, was able to convince so many people of his success, how are you able to keep this up? How are you able to catfish your family, your girlfriend, your brother, your friends? And they started to find things around the Halderson home in the email accounts of Bart and Krista Halderson, in the email accounts of Chandler Halderson. When they talk about American Family Insurance, the first big lie Chandler was making up, again, the people at American Family Insurance, you'll hear them testify, they're directors of human resources. He never worked there, never worked for any of their affiliates, never worked for any of the companies that are associated with them. Chandler had been claiming to work there for a year, but he never had any money. And his father was an accountant, so his father would ask him questions pretty much daily. Why don't you have any money? Why haven't you paid any rent? And Chandler spun an amazing web of lies. First, it was, well, I'm a salary guy, but they were accidentally paying me hourly, so they just held my paychecks until he fixed it. Then it was, I gave him the wrong direct deposit info. Then it kind of shifted eventually. He said, well, they were going to pay me, but now the amount is so much, they got to pay me so much money that when they deposit in the bank, they thought it was fake. And police started to find emails like this. This from Tom Selznick, a guy at American Family Insurance in Northeast, remote human resources guy, describing this. You're registered as salary, but you're making hourly. And these emails would go back and forth with Chandler and the HR person, and eventually he'd forward them to his father. But in the way a parent looks at their child as maybe telling the truth is not the way that you as jurors have to look at this. You, like the police, maybe have to take a more critical look at emails like this. And for one, notice, why is the guy who works at Human Resources at American Family Insurance using a Proton Mail generic email address? Why is the guy who's the Human Resources manager spelling the word resources wrong? Saying he's the Human Recourses manager. It's comically fake. He emailed himself back and forth, trying to explain why he didn't have any money, and he forwards it to his dad. Now here's where the story gets maybe a little more complex. Having a fake job solves a lot of riddles in your life. No one's hassling you to get a new job. No one's hassling you to do chores all day. The problem is, if your dad works from home, if he was an accountant, for instance, which he was, and which he did, you actually have to wake up early every day and go to work. So there he was. Messages between Bart and Chandler. Hey, are you up for your meetings? Yeah. Over and over again. So Chandler woke up. But he had nothing to do all day because his job was pretend. And so he sat on his computer playing video games. And I'm not against people playing video games. I'm a guy myself. People play video games. But video games, if you don't know, and some of you are of an age where you do, and some of you are an age where you don't, are a much more social thing than they used to be. When you play video games, you don't just sit on Nintendo 64 and play Mario by yourself. You're playing role-player games with people from around the world. And who's up early in the morning when Mr. Halderson had...
You just missed True Crime Metrics. He popped in to say hello. And thank you very much for spreading the word. I did quickly glimpse at Discord yesterday, and I haven't been back on there yet, sorry. But thank you.
Had to wake up to attend his fake work meetings. People in the military who are stationed overseas. They speak English. They're American. But they're on a different time schedule. They're on his time schedule. Most people here probably play video games at night during weekdays. But every day, Mr. Halderson was able to wake up and find a group of friends to play video games with online, one of which was stationed in Germany. This friend was a guy named Andrew Smith. Now, Mr. Smith, Mr. Halderson became kind of best friends. They would talk all the time. They communicated in this video game all the time. And Mr. Smith, he'll testify, he's coming up here, lives down south, back in the US. He'll tell you that Chandler really liked an SKS rifle when they play some of these shooting games. Just something he liked. Not a big deal, there's nothing wrong with that. But this past summer, about a month before the murders of Bart and Krista Halderson, this online friend, Andrew Smith, comes to visit Mr. Halderson. And in fact, stays at the home with Bart and Krista. This is a picture of Mr. Smith in that perhaps crudely designed yellow shirt. That's Mr. Halderson. It's the only photo we have of them on that visit. You'll learn that Mr. Smith had gotten out of the military. He was done with it. But you also learn that he really likes guns. Like, he really likes guns. And he knew his friend liked SKS rifles. So when he visited him this year in June, he brought with him a gift, the SKS rifle that was found about 100 yards from Bart Halderson's body. Now, you'll meet Mr. Smith, and you'll probably concur with me after meeting him. He's not really probably a paperwork kind of guy. And so when he gave the gun to Mr. Halderson, he wanted to document that he transferred the gun, but he wasn't going to fill out any paperwork. So he just took the serial number of the gun. He put Mr. Halderson's driver's license next to it, snapped a picture on his phone. There's a clear picture of that. But that serial number matches the gun found in the barn 100 yards from Bart Halderson's body. And before Mr. Smith left, he decided he would gift his friend something else, which was about 400 rounds of high-powered ammunition.
Ooh.
Now, you'll hear from Mr. Smith. Despite maybe his bizarre actions and maybe his bizarre statements he may make, he's not a suspect. Police proved he was in Texas at the time all of this happened. Another unknowing accomplice to Mr. Halderson's crimes. So at this point, Mr. Halderson's working a pretend job at American Family Insurance. He's not getting paid. His father, who's an accountant, is kind of on his case about it. He's got to figure out something else. And the best way out of your pretend job is an even more pretend job. So around May, going into June of this past year, American Family wasn't going well. So Mr. Halderson decided to get a new job. He's going to be an astronaut. I work at SpaceX. This is messages to his girlfriend. I have a good feeling about SpaceX. I have a follow-up interview for Florida tomorrow. Shoot, sorry, I got the job. I have training next week over the computer and leave June 11th and start June 14th. He didn't give himself a lot of time, but what he gave himself was an escape hatch. He could move. He could end the lies that he had going on in his life about being a rescue scuba diver and working for American Family Insurance by simply moving to Florida. That presented with
What? What shit's expensive? What are you talking about, right? What did I miss? I'm with you now. Okay.
But one major
I'm a
problem,
bit slow
which
off
was
the
that job,
uptake.
which was also make-believe, would pay absolutely no better than the last job that was make-believe. So in late June, as he's supposed to start the job at SpaceX in Florida for Elon Musk, something happens in the Halderson family, something real. There's a change. Remember when I started off and I said there were two sons? His older brother gets hospitalized. That's real. It happened. Got diagnosed with diabetes and was having some complications. He's doing great now. Mr. Halderson uses that as an excuse to delay starting at SpaceX.
Irritable bowel disease.
It was a stroke of good luck for him, a stroke of bad luck, of course, for the family, but a stroke of good luck for him. But that only gave him a couple of weeks. So his brother, who's doing really well in life, engaged, house,
I reckon
real
he felt
job,
like he had to
making a lot of money, suddenly he's in the hospital, being doted over by his family, by his mother. People care about him. So roughly a week later, when Chandler Halderson needs to think of a new lie to get out of the SpaceX lie, guess who ends up in the hospital? Being doted over by his mother and his family with a supposed neck injury. This is Father's Day of this year, in late June. That's Bart Halderson in the middle, Mitchell on the right. Of course, Chandler wearing a neck brace that no one told him he had to wear on the left. Now, around this time, Chandler started telling people an extraordinarily bizarre set of claims. That he had a brain bleed, a hematoma, that he had spinal damage, that he needed his head drilled open, that the inability to use his legs at all.
Right.
Couldn't drive. People had to do that for him.
How's
That
he
he had nerve
standing?
damage, that he needed to get a colostomy bag. But most importantly, he couldn't go to Florida. The doctors had told him he couldn't fly. Of course, that's not true. You'll see his medical records and you'll see his doctor testify. So suddenly this man, who was, for all intents and purposes, disabled, was being doted over by his family. People were making him meals. You'll see notes his mom was leaving for him. Call this neighbor if you need anything. She'll help you out. Couldn't drive, couldn't work, couldn't do chores. Now, a bit of a preview and a fast forward. This guy who's wearing a neck brace nearly every day in late June 2021 would have no problem just days later carrying large bags of ice out of gas stations to chill his father's cut up body in the freezer. And you'll note, no neck brace. And in fact, you'll note in this case, Chandler Halderson has never seen a neck brace again after July 1st, 2021, when he kills his parents. So the job lies are over for Chandler in his life. American Family Insurance, don't worry about that because he got this new job at SpaceX. In SpaceX, I can't go because I'm hurt. It was a perfect scenario. But there was one last lie that Chandler had to get out of. And that is he had told everyone he was going to MATC for college and that he was about to graduate. And you'll hear there's a hint of truth to that he was going there at one point. In fact, there's a hint of truth to all of these lies. He did go to MATC for like a semester. He failed out. But he wasn't going there anymore. And the parents were starting to grow suspicious. And we knew this because when we searched the house, we started to find notes on Bart Halderson's desk. Bart Halderson was one of these guys who prints his emails. I don't know if any of you print your emails, but some people, they get an email and they print it out. That was Bart. And we find one. It's an email between Bart and Krista, detailing a conversation that he had had with Chandler's advisors at MATC. Supposed to meet with someone else, so we met with this guy, Daniel Spieth. Chandler's going to get a solar certificate. He wasn't. He's registered for fall classes. He wasn't. He's in the IT program. He wasn't. All of these things. Line
Why do you email your wife? Why don't you just tell her?
But Bart Halderson talked to this person. So police honed in on something. That line. When I talked to the advisor, he sounds just like Chaz on the phone. And he gives this number. That is, of course, because Bart Halderson, when he talked to Chandler's college advisor, was just talking to Chandler, who had bought a burner phone, cheap phone from like Walgreens that you can buy with no service carrier. And police know that because they searched Chandler's bedroom.
Oh my God.
And in his desk drawer, they found that phone.
He's not very smart, is he?
Now this kept going. The lie about going to MATC or Madison College was the most extensive. There were emails, dozens, if not hundreds of emails going back and forth between supposed advisors at MATC and Chandler, and then he'd forward them to his dad from people like someone named Alyssa Brandt, 64. Sometimes Chandler would spell Brandt, B-R-A-N-D-T, sometimes just with a T and no D, depended on the day. But they all had the @Gmail address, not at Madison College.
Oh my God.
You'll hear from the people at Madison College. Their people have real emails. They don't use Gmail. But it was over and over again. Alyssa Brandt was one of them. You heard about Daniel Spieth, also at Gmail. There's someone named Aaron Hoover, also at Gmail. In this one, Chandler's getting upset. I have to have a call with whoever's in charge within the next 30 minutes. I have been a student for over 3 years and I will be treated fairly. Of course, he's yelling at himself. All of these were fake. Back and forth to himself and eventually to his dad. The Halderson parents had to have been growing extraordinarily frustrated. Kid wasn't getting paid. He was injured suddenly. His college transcripts aren't coming through, so he can't get a job. So police looked at that original note again. They saw something interesting, which is in this sea of fake people, Daniel Spieth, Aaron Hoover, Tom Selznick, Alyssa Brandt, there was one name that stood out. Omar Job. And that name didn't stand out because it was fake. It stood out to the police because it was real. That is the only real person on any of these emails. And what we've discovered in this investigation is in just the day and a half prior to being murdered, Bart Halderson, Chandler's dad, called MATC and pretended to be Chandler to try to finally get some information on what's going on. Just as any of you could call any doctor and pretend to be your kid, you know their name, their social security number, their birthday, you can get through. You can get through those minor security things. Bart called MATC, said, I'm Chandler, and I want some answers. And for 17 minutes, Bart Halderson, just before his murder, talked to a man named Omar Job. Omar Job is a entry-level customer service guy at MATC who's got no skin in the game, doesn't even really remember the call, but it was recorded for customer service purposes. And Bart Halderson questions Omar, and he's very mean at first, because in his mind, he'd been getting screwed around for a year on where his son's transcripts were and what degree program he was in and why he hasn't graduated yet. But toward the end of the call, Bart asks Omar Job, hey, do any of these people work there? Alyssa Brandt, Daniel Spieth, Aaron Hoover. And he's told no, they've never worked there. And in fact, they haven't. And he says, that'll be it then.
Oh.
That'll be it then, are the last recorded words of Bart Halderson alive. Bart Halderson, shortly after that, sends a text message. Text message that ultimately sealed his fate, which was a text to his own son. And it says, I spoke with Omar Job. Now, what happens over the next 24 or so hours is a bit unknown. Homicide investigations are a lot of unknowns because the two people who are the victims, who maybe know the most about what happened, are of course dead. But there's not much verifiable information that happens over the next 24 hours. It's also unknown if Chandler even knew who Omar Job was. Of course, he wasn't going to MATC, so why would he know who some lowly entry-level customer service guy was? He wouldn't. But Bart Halderson did. When you look at Bart Halderson's work calendar, and he maintains at his accounting firm, you see something quite interesting. Remember at the beginning, I said I wanted you to remember a date and time, which was that the Haldersons were killed between 3 and 5 p.m. on July 1st, 2021. Guess what was on Bart's calendar at that exact time?
A meeting with
He was
Omar
supposed to have a
Job.
meeting with the people at MATC with his son. So he's supposed to go to MATC and have this meeting at 3 o'clock on July 1st, 2021. Of course, that meeting couldn't happen because he wasn't going there and none of the people were real. But Bart Halderson knew that. Bart Halderson knew that. And so Chandler had obviously figured that out at this point. There was no way out of this one. You can't get out of this lie. And so the next day, Chandler Halderson wakes up on July 1st and starts messaging his girlfriend. 7:26, I hardly slept. 7:27, stuff has been going well for me lately. Just trying to plan for the next thing to fuck me over. 7:51, I had a great future planned. It's falling apart. 1:04, just 2 hours prior to the murders. I overheard they might go to the cabin with their friends, but I don't know. So somewhat of a full circle at this point, that's the moment Chandler Halderson decides to kill his parents and engage in this bizarre story of them missing at a cabin with an unknown couple in an unknown car at 1:04, July 1st. Now, shortly after this message, it's about an hour and 10 minutes, Bart Halderson's getting ready to go to MATC for this meeting. Perhaps to confront Chandler. Perhaps Chandler's going to confront him. Bart texts Chandler, I'm ready whenever you are. That's about 50 minutes prior to when he was killed. Those are the last words ever recorded of Bart Halderson. His phone is never used, really. Again, he dies at some point. He never goes back to work. No one ever sees him. The neighborhood he lives in, riddled with security cameras, never see him again. I'm ready whenever you are. What the evidence will show in this case is that sometime after the I'm ready whenever you are message, probably just around 3 o'clock when he was supposed to go to this meeting with MATC, Bart Halderson was shot in the back multiple times with a high-powered rifle. And after shooting his dad, Chandler texts his mom. Dad's phone died. Text or call me.
Oh.
And get sewed on your way home. I have an extra hour of work. You know he didn't have an extra hour of work, but he was delaying her getting there because the evidence will show he needed to move things around, prepare for what he was about to do when she showed up. She responds, "Okay, I can," smiley face. Those are the last words of Krista Halderson alive. Shortly thereafter, around just after 5, neighborhood security cameras, the Haldersons didn't have one, but the neighborhood, a lot of people did, show Krista pulling in, getting out of the car, walking in. She's never seen again until her legs are found out by the Wisconsin River.
Oh.
But just after killing his mom and his dad, the evidence in this case will show that Chandler went on his phone. If you go on your phone, I don't know if any of you have ever taken a note. You can take notes on your phone. My phone has an app called Notes. We got some raw data, and I'll put it up here in a second. I won't put the raw data because it's a bit challenging to see. But Chandler creates a note about 5:11 that day on July 1st, probably minutes after killing his parents. And the note reads, "Weekend chores, H2O2 lemon." H2O2 is the chemical name for hydrogen peroxide. you'll hear from people in this case, it's essentially a household cleaner to clean up blood. Lemon deodorizes things. Mixed together, it's a pretty cheap cleaning product. You can have at home. So Chandler writes a note after murdering his parents. H2O2 lemon. Door handles. Move your shit upstairs. Get a job. And clean the floor. He then does just that. Spends the afternoon cleaning the house. Eventually jumps in the shower. We know he's in the shower because his girlfriend and him FaceTime when they're in the shower. No judgment, but that's what happened. And the girlfriend took a screenshot. We know he's in the shower. They say they're good nights. And Chandler says, I'm going to bed. But he doesn't. He goes to gas stations. He's carrying out large bags of ice. Because what Chandler had done that night is what you all probably suspect by now. He had dismembered his parents, or at least started the process, and had to fit them inside freezers that were in the Halderson home. You'll see some of these freezers, they're cleaned. There's still some evidence around. That night, I'm not going to show many photographs for a little bit, just because I think you deserve to kind of be eased into some of the things you're going to see. That night, what appears to have happened, what the evidence will show, is Mr. Halderson took items from around the house and began cutting apart his parents.
Oh.
Saw blades covered in Bart and Krista's blood. An axe, Bart and Krista's blood. Hand saws, things of that sort, covered in Bart and Krista's blood. He cleaned the house as best he could, and you'll hear about that. But still, blood spatter found of Bart and Krista's blood around the house. And he had a plan. It wasn't a well thought out plan, but he had one. And that was he was going to burn the remains in the family fireplace there in the house. So it's July 1st. And if any of you remember, 4th of July weekend's pretty hot this year. People in the neighborhood thought it was a little bit weird that someone's fireplace was going on. They smelled stuff. One person, this neighborhood's full of retired cops, but one retired cop said, I smelled like a barbecue, smelled like a pig roast. And he said that just not knowing what it was at the time, talking to the police. And that night, a neighbor who had a security camera behind the Halderson home, way far away, was able to catch something. Because it was pitch black at night, it was able to catch just a little glimpse of all the windows in the Halderson house. We have an expert that's going to come in who works with video and light analysis. And he's going to tell you, he was able to figure out which window that was. And the window it was that he was looking at in that camera footage that kind of just piqued his attention was the window by the fireplace. And for many hours over the course of that night, the light flickered, came on, died down, on, down. But in the early morning hours the next day, he'd been up all night doing this. Because you'll learn, you really can't burn human remains. Your home fireplace is not going to get hot enough to do that. It takes an extraordinary amount of heat. If you go to like a crematorium, you're inducing it with oxygen, chemicals, not a residential fireplace. But eventually in the middle of the night, the fire started going well. It appeared that air was being pumped into it. And you'll see when they searched the Halderson home, there was in fact a fan found right next to the fireplace, next to a tape measure, trying to make sure the remains were the right size as they went into the fireplace. But that light at one point grew and grew and grew and got very bright in one room. Then all of a sudden the kitchen light came on and then all the lights went out. I don't know if anyone's ever taken a hot Pyrex pan out of the stove and put water in it, or dumped hot water on your windshield in your car in the winter, but it explodes the glass. The evidence in this case will show that what happened was the fire had gotten out of control, burning these human remains. Human fat was rendering out.
Oh.
It was igniting. So Chandler threw water on it. But when you throw water on your residential fireplace, you break the glass. And that's exactly what happened.
Oopsie.
Just above that broken glass panel, which is clearly shattered, you see the paint kind of bubbled off from the heat. This is in the search of the home some week later. The fireplace is clearly used. The police noticed something interesting about this photograph, which is, despite being clearly used, the logs are rebuilt. Someone had cleaned out all the ashes and rebuilt it. Clean logs, newspaper, one burnt piece in the middle. But what stuck out to police right away was that little rock right there. They thought, what is that? You'll hear from the people who collected this evidence. You'll hear from an arson specialist from the Department of Justice, a guy named Bill Boswell, who'll come in. You'll hear from a forensic anthropologist, a doctor named Cristina Figueroa Soto, who will tell you, we were all interested in what that was because it was out of place. So they pulled it off and they put it on one of these fancy police deals. And the forensic anthropologist took one look at it. And she said, oh, this is a human skull.
Oh.
He had burned his parents' heads.
Oh.
Later, the police would go through the ash trap of that fireplace and they would find human remains, facial bones, the knee bones, which, because we found Krista's legs, by deduction had to be Bart, all in the ash trap of that fireplace. They were all cataloged. Now, burnt remains can't be tested for DNA. There's no biological material left, but they're able to tell it's human based on the structure of the bone. And you'll hear from the anthropologist who will talk about that. So that's what happened on July 1st. Now you're going to hear about all of those days in between Bart and Krista dying at 3 o'clock on the 1st, all the way through the police report. But to summarize, Chandler stayed up all night that night of the 1st. Obviously, things weren't going well, burning his parents' remains. So the next day, perhaps not having slept, he walked into Fleet Farm at 7:21 a.m. to buy a tarp. He's on video. He knew his girlfriend was spending the night that night, so he spent the whole day cleaning. But he's sending her text messages, which you will see throughout the day, asking her to bring him hydrogen peroxide and a mop, because he still needed to clean up. The next day, Saturday, July 3rd, 2021, his girlfriend leaves early in the morning. That's the day she snaps that picture of him out by the Wisconsin River dumping off his mom's remains. Spends the rest of the day hanging out. But when he goes home and says he's going to bed that night, this young man who supposedly couldn't drive or carry heavy objects, his phone records show that he's up near the Wisconsin River in Portage, as if you're driving the interstate up to the Dells, right when you cross the Wisconsin River, off in the state land there to the right. For about an hour in the middle of the night, the police tried to search that area. It was impossible with the currents. Whatever remains were thrown in there are lost forever. July 4th, 2021, this is the day he texts himself. Spends the day with his girlfriend's family, goes to their farm to use the pool. That's the day he says, hey, can I come back tomorrow? Goes to some fireworks. He's living a normal life. No mention of his parents. The next day, takes out the garbage in the morning. Who knows what was in that garbage can? We've thoroughly searched the landfills, but it's impossible to find anything. But he took out the garbage. He goes out to the farm to supposedly use the pool, where he's seen walking out of the woods. Cell phone tower records prove that he was out there on the farm. Remember, I told you he told that person that he was having trouble at work and school and having a bad doctor's appointment. He never went to any doctor's appointment that day. Phone records show he never talked to any doctor. It was all a ruse to be able to go out in the woods and hide his father's body. The next day, not much happens because Chandler was up all night. Again, that light analysis shows all night, the garage light on and off. The garage, of course, being where we found some of these tools, the axe covered in blood. He's cleaning up. At 4:30 in the morning, for no apparent reason, he drives around the city of Madison. There's no idea what he did there. But he's not doing much. But people begin questioning him about his parents. He just says they're late. The person most worried, perhaps, is his girlfriend. She thought that was unlike them. The next day, he drives back to the farm, throws a bag of bloody rags into their garbage can that's out by the street. And at 11:22, he texts his girlfriend that he's finally going to the police. We know that bag of rags came from his house because they were in the Target bag his girlfriend picked up from Target. And she did the curbside pickup. So her name was printed on the outside.
Oh.
It was when she brought him hydrogen peroxide. He filled the bag with bloody rags.
He's really a dickhead.
The next day, he starts Googling body found, Wisconsin dismembered body found.
Oh.
He's walking door to door asking about security cameras in his neighborhood. And at 4 p.m., they take him downtown and they arrest him at 6:41. So that's the story. That's why you're here for a couple weeks. Like I said in the beginning, a lot of cases end with the murder. This one, it's just a small piece of the puzzle. None of the things that happen after and none of the things happened before make any sense without knowing the murder happened on a specific day at a specific time. But the evidence in this case you'll find is overwhelming. Chandler Halderson killed his parents on July 1st, 2021. He cut up their bodies with axes and saws and knives. And he didn't even give them the dignity of having a funeral or even a final resting place in one piece or together. Their remains were scattered across Dane County, in public land, on farms, in garbage cans, in rivers, and perhaps every ditch is a possibility in this county. You'll find the evidence in this case is overwhelming. Now, over the next couple of weeks, I'll make you a couple promises as your prosecutor in this case. I'm not here to waste your time. But of all the constitutional rights we talked about, Chandler, he has them. I want you to respect them. There's another one that you should know.
Wow.
This is the only time we get
That's refreshing.
You get one trial in the United States of America, and I have to do it right. So if that means calling a lot of witnesses, I apologize in advance. If it means calling experts to say things that maybe you already know, I apologize in advance. But I'm going to do my job.
Don't work too hard, sweetheart. Lovely to see you.
Second, you're going to see terrible photographs.
Y'all come back
There
now.
were approximately 5,000 photographs taken in this case. You're going to see maybe total a couple hundred of actual body parts, maybe a couple dozen. We have scoured those photographs and tried to remove ones that are just horrible to see because of the conditions the bodies were in, because of insects and maggots and things of that sort. And instead are trying to only show you photographs that help you understand how the remains were hidden, where they were hidden, how they were dismembered. To the extent possible, we're using cleaner photographs that were taken by the Dane County Medical Examiner. I promise you, I'm not trying to pull on anyone's heartstrings. I'm not trying to make this overly emotional. You might feel emotional. I suspect many of you have never seen anything like what you're going to see in the next couple of weeks. But I promise to do my best to limit the amount. And lastly, I promise to just ask questions, a lot of questions, because you're the jury in this case, and you deserve to hear absolutely everything. It will be a struggle. You'll get sick of walking back and forth to these jury rooms. You might get sick of each other. I hope not. But it's an important task. What happened here shouldn't happen, but it did. And so in a couple of weeks, when I stand up here and Ms. Raymond stands up here, I'm going to ask you to deliver a verdict of guilty, to finally bring some much needed truth to Chandler Halderson. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Brown. Counsel, could Attorney Brown, could whoever's giving the opening come up? We don't have to. We can do this without going on. Just want to discuss time.
Well, that was very refreshing.
Okay, perfect. Thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our morning break at this point. And what will happen is Randy will take you back. You'll go to your respective rooms. You'll have at least 15 minutes. We'll come back and continue. Go right ahead.
All right, for the jury.
Thank you. Please be seated. Attorney Dorrell,
Thank you.
if you would please.
Chandler Halderson did not murder his parents. He is not guilty of those crimes. Chandler Halderson is 23 years old, young man. He likes to play video games, play with his dogs, hang out with his girlfriend, and he lived peacefully in his parents' home. He was just a normal kid. He is a normal kid. So what did happen? What happened to the Haldersons? What happened in that Haldersons' home? Remember those questions. They won't be answered at the end of this trial. Remember those questions at the end of this trial when you have to decide whether the state has proven to you that Chandler Halderson killed his parents, because they simply don't know what happened. They just told you what they think happened. We heard a lot of detail of the before and a lot of detail of the after. But one or two simple sentences, and then he killed his parents. The evidence will show you that there is a gap of evidence when it comes to that time frame. And your job is to listen to this evidence as jurors. Listen to the evidence from the perspective of a juror, not from the perspective of a story corroborator, corroborating the state's story. The role of being a juror is a different role than being a person. And that may sound strange, but it is. I think of when I went to law school way back in 1991, and there's a big part of me that feels I went into law school a human being who lived my life feeling things emotionally and relating to things emotionally. And I left law school a really different person. I learned how to be very logical, to apply facts, first to assemble facts, and then to apply these facts to the law as I learned it. Facts, laws, and rules, plus logic. That's your role here as a juror. Don't assume anything. Assumption is the mother of all mistakes.
Oh.
The story that you just heard assumes that Chandler Halderson killed his parents. You cannot assume anything. Your job is to presume that Chandler Halderson is innocent, because he today is under the benefit of the presumption of innocence. An assumption is reaching a conclusion without knowing all the information.
Oh my God, she's boring me
A
already.
presumption is a principle that we all must follow.
She's a twit.
We must presume him innocent, and we must keep that presumption unless and until the state proves every element of every charge beyond a reasonable doubt. That's not easy. It's not easy in a high-profile case. It's not easy in a case where we all know we're going to see evidence that is disturbing. But you must find a way, like I did in law school, to put your emotions, put your feelings aside, and use the logical part of who you are. Be a juror. Assemble the facts, know the law, and apply the logic without letting your feelings or emotions get in the way. And for each of you, you might have a different way of doing that. But I'm asking you here today to dig deep and find out how that will work for you, so that you can presume my client innocent. Now, I'm not going to have a fancy PowerPoint here, and I'm probably not even going to talk very much longer. But as I comment to you on the evidence that you're going to see in this case, I want to highlight a couple of things. First of all, and the judge already indicated this in some of the preliminary instructions, lack of evidence is evidence just as much as any evidence that is presented to you in the courtroom. Look for what's missing. Look for alternate explanations, because the second thing I want to tell you is that evidence of one thing is not necessarily evidence of another thing. One fact here could mean a different fact here, but it also could mean 3 or 4 other facts. So you have to avoid jumping to conclusions and really dig deep and look at what this all means. You're going to notice that many of the facts, many of the witnesses, aren't going to be hotly contested by the defense in this case. And that goes back to what I was just saying. 12, 18, 100 reasonable people can look at a certain situation and form a different conclusion. And when you're talking about a system where you need to be convinced beyond a reasonable doubt, you better make very sure that you're excluding all of the other things that these facts could mean. Because you just aren't going to know what happened. You're going to know some about the before. You're going to know some about the after. But you're not going to know what happened in the Haldersons' home, who did it, what happened, how it went down, whether it was intentional or not, which is an element of homicide. You're just not going to know. You're also going to not know how Bart and Krista would have reacted to these lies.
What?
That's never going to be explained to you, why lying turns into murder or how lying turns into murder. Be sure to look for what you're not told, because that's evidence just as much as any evidence is. I'm going to ask you to resist some things in this case as jurors. We already talked a little bit about proof beyond a reasonable doubt. What that means is you must resist guessing. You must resist speculation. You must resist storytelling, and only convict when it's proven, or if it's proven, which it won't be, beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm going to ask you to resist losing your objectivity. Objectivity may be hard for people in this case because of the graphic nature of what you've just been told or what you're going to see, but you need to resist losing that objectivity. Commit to being jurors, dispassionate, logical. Don't be swayed by fear. And I ask you to resist any pressure you might feel to convict Mr. Halderson of murder in this case. It's a little unorthodox, but I'm going to tell you, at the end of this case, Attorney Vera and I may stand before you here and say, you know what? They did convict him of this, but what evidence do you have of murder? I like to talk about the Constitution, probably because I'm a defense lawyer. But I think as jurors, as people coming into the system, who aren't dealing with this every day like we are here in the courtroom, you have to remember how important the Constitution is, how important the presumption of innocence is for Mr. Halderson, and how important proof beyond a reasonable doubt is. It's the highest standard we have. And it was created and perseveres to this day for this very reason. When someone is on trial for the most serious crime possible, and every little thing they do, every little lie they might have told is blown up and thrown against someone. That's when proof beyond a reasonable doubt matters. You jurors, not the sheriff's department, not Mr. Brown or Ms. Raymond or me or the judge get to decide this case. Individually, you all get a vote. You all get to make your own decision. I simply ask that you remember your role as jurors, that you find a way to stay objective, that you look for the key questions, the key facts that aren't answered, and that you hold the government to this high burden of proof. If you do those things, if you can resist these things, you will reach the right conclusion. Chandler Halderson did not murder his parents.
Thank you, Attorney Dorrell. At this point in time, we have to do a slight bit of housekeeping. Randy will distribute the notebooks to you so that you can use those to the extent you wish as you're listening to evidence and testimony. And then we'll get the podium moved and the state will call its first witness.
Thank you.
Should be first on the list.
Oh, once you're called, you can wait by counsel until they call you, sir. Thank you. Attorney Raymond.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Deputy John Nelson to the stand.
Come on down, Johnny. Come on, Johnny boy.
Thank you, sir. I would inquire of you if you believe you can do so safely and responsibly. Would you testify without a mask at this time?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Go right ahead. Attorney Raymond.
Thank you. Deputy, could you please state your name for the record, spelling both your first and last?
John Nelson, John, J-O-H-N, Nelson, N-E-L-S-O-N.
And how are you employed?
I'm employed with the Dane County Sheriff's Office.
As a deputy?
Correct.
And were you employed as such
Dear
in July of 2021?
Yes, I was.
And just because you're the first witness in this case, can you just very briefly, in a sentence or two, let the jury know what sort of training did you have to go through in order to become a deputy?
Well, I went through the Wisconsin Law Enforcement Academy, went through our department's in-house training, and I've been employed there since 1995.
And were you working on July 7th of 2021 in your capacity as a deputy?
Yes, I was.
And where were you working that day? Where were you stationed out of?
And
I'm stationed out of our Northeast Precinct, which is the Village of Windsor Town Hall. And so I cover the Northeast area of the county.
And I'd like to draw your attention to around 11:25 a.m. that morning. What occurred at that time?
I had just returned back to the precinct from a previous call. And as I was walking through the doors to the precinct, I noticed behind me it appeared that somebody had been coming up to the doors. So I met them at the door and at that time had a conversation with an individual.
Okay. And do you see that individual in the courtroom today?
I do.
At this point, for purposes of identification, I would ask anyone not inside the jury box or my court reporter to just lower their mask briefly for the count of 3 so that the full face of everyone in view is available. 1, 2, 3. Go ahead and replace masks. Thank you. You can answer the, go ahead.
Do you see that individual in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you please identify him by where he is seated and perhaps the color of his shirt?
It looks like a purple shirt seated on the left side of the table, straight ahead over here.
And I'd like to note for the record, the witness did make a hand gesture towards the defendant as well. I'd like to note for the record that the witness has identified Mr. Halderson.
It will.
What did you learn from Mr. Halderson on July 7th, 2021?
When he came to the precinct and spoke to me, he said that he wanted to make a missing persons report.
Okay, and what did he tell you?
He told me that he wanted to report that his parents were missing. I asked who his parents were. He said Bart and Krista Halderson. And I asked where they lived, and he said they lived on Oak Spring Circles, which was in the Village of Windsor.
Okay. And in fact, that street's a little bit odd. Like one side of the street is Windsor and one side of the street is DeForest, I believe.
Yeah, the portion that they reside in was the Village of Windsor.
Okay. So in reaction to the information the defendant was telling you, what did you do?
When I heard that they lived in the Village of Windsor, we have a Windsor contract deputy that was working, so I immediately called to see whether or not they were available to come up to take the missing persons report.
Okay. Were they available?
They were.
Okay. And who is that?
Deputy Josh Seeley.
Okay. What did you do next?
So I remained at the precinct in our day room area with Chandler Halderson until Deputy Seeley arrived. And at that point, Deputy Seeley began interviewing him in the day room. I was present during that portion of the interview.
And how would you describe the defendant's affect, his demeanor?
He seemed quiet, what I would describe as maybe like lethargic. Seemed like maybe he was tired as he was describing the fact that he had not seen his parents since the previous week. It just seemed like he was slow to respond to some of the questions.
Okay. And do you remember any of the specifics of what Mr. Halderson told you during that interview?
He had said that his parents had gone up to their cabin, which I believe was in White Lake, Wisconsin, that they had left the previous week. He thought early Friday morning, and that he had not seen his parents since then, and that at this point he wanted to report them as missing persons.
Did he give you any details about who, if anyone, they were with?
He had said that they had left with another couple, but he did not know who the couple was and had not seen the couple, just that they had left sometime early, what he believed to be early Friday morning.
Okay. Did he give you any information about what, if any, vehicle they were in?
He said that they had left in the other person's vehicle because both the vehicles that belonged to his family were still at the residence. But I did not have a description of the other vehicle.
Okay. What did you do after this interview?
So after he was interviewed by Deputy Seeley, we determined that probably the best course of action was for us to go back to the residence to kind of check out the residence. So I told Deputy Seeley that I would accompany him back to the residence for that.
Deputy, I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 1. How would you describe exhibit number 1?
This would be the residence that we went back to that we were told by Chandler was his home along with his parents.
The Oak Spring address in Windsor, Dane County, Wisconsin?
Correct.
And does this appear to be does exhibit 1 appear to be a true and accurate picture of the home?
Yes.
I would ask to publish it. I would move exhibit 1 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
It is received. It may be published.
So you went to that address. What did you do once you were there?
So myself and Deputy Seeley had gone into the residence, and at this point, Deputy Seeley was planning on continuing his interviews with him, with Chandler. And I did ask Chandler if we could just walk through the residence real quick. I asked where his parents' bedroom was, and so we went from the main floor. When you walk into the residence, you step into the entry area, and then there's a living room and a kitchen. There's a flight of steps that go down to like a basement, and then a flight of steps that go up to what I would consider to be the second level of the residence. And so he took me upstairs to the second level. We walked through his parents' bedroom so that I could take a look around. And basically my portion inside the residence of just kind of walking around was the upper level and the main level, which would be the living room, kitchen, and dining room.
In walking around the 2 upper levels, did anything seem off or obvious of a crime at that point?
Of a crime, no.
Okay. How would you describe the furniture in the living room?
The furniture itself was set like you would normally think of, couch and some other seats. But I did notice that they were covered with linen or blankets.
And were they covered while you were there or before you even entered the home?
They were covered before I entered the home.
And Deputy, this might seem like an odd question, but at any point did you request Chandler Halderson to cover the furniture to prevent the spread of dog hair?
No.
And going back just to briefly describe the house, this house would maybe in some circles be described as a tri-level?
Yes.
Okay, so there's 4 levels to the home, but the home's only 2 stories high because they kind of offset each other. Is that a fair description?
Correct.
Okay. After just observing the home, what did you do next in your portion of the investigation?
So we started asking him whether or not there were any other persons that lived at the house. He said it was just him and his parents. I asked if he had any siblings. He told me he had a brother named Mitchell. So I was able to get Mitchell's contact information, and my plan was to start doing some secondary interviews to determine if anybody had seen Bart or Krista.
So you go interviewing the brother Mitchell and other people in the circle.
Correct.
During the course of this investigation, did you have any other direct contact with Mr. Halderson?
Halderson is a Chandler.
As in Chandler, I'm sorry, the defendant.
I was pretty much in his presence most of that afternoon and evening.
Okay. During the course of that afternoon and evening, did you observe Mr. Halderson using a vape pen at all?
Yes.
At some point, did this investigation get turned over to detectives, and your role kind of, you moved on to other cases?
We did contact our ISB, which is our detective division, as we felt that there was enough information now that there might be a reason to get detectives involved. So they were contacted that day. As far as getting involved in other cases, I pretty much stayed on this case all that day and all the next day.
Okay. Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Yes, thank you. Deputy Nelson, you walked through the house, correct?
Yes.
You walked upstairs?
I walked upstairs to the top floor.
Downstairs?
No, well, it depends. Downstairs being.
That second level that you were talking about?
So that day that I was there, the only floors I went to when you walk in would be what would be the living room, the kitchen, dining room, and then up to the second floor, which would be the bedrooms and I believe a laundry room and bathroom.
Okay. But at some point you did become familiar with the whole house?
At some point that day or it?
Throughout the course of this investigation?
Yes.
And they being the Haldersons, were doing renovations in that house, correct?
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Nothing further.
May this deputy be excused
The state has no problem with that.
and released from any subpoena further?
No objection from the state.
All right. Thank you so much, sir. Have a good rest of your day.
The state calls Joshua Seeley.
You solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Deputy, good morning. If you are able to responsibly and safely testify without a mask, that would be my preference if you would. Thank you so much. Go right ahead.
Good morning. Please state and spell your name for us.
Josh Seeley, Seeley.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
Deputy Sheriff at the Dane County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been doing that?
I have been a deputy for 20 years.
This past July, you were working with the Sheriff's Office, correct?
Correct.
Any particular role?
Currently, I perform full-time patrol duties for the Village of Windsor.
Tell me about that. Village of Windsor. First, let's start. I don't know where everybody's from. Where's the Village of Windsor?
Just north of Madison and just south of Village of DeForest.
And they don't have their own police department?
They do not.
And so they have a contract with the Dane County Sheriff's Office?
Correct.
What kind of things do you do as the guy who's assigned to be essentially their police officer?
The same thing most other police agencies would do. We provide daily patrol, call taking, other community services, blood drives, such stuff of that nature.
Where is your home base when you're over there? Do you have like a precinct you work out of, or how's that work?
So there's two facilities up in the Northeast area. We have a Dane County Sheriff's Office Northeast Precinct, and then we have our own PD, which is located right in the heart of the Village of Windsor.
I'm going to take you over to July 7th of 2021. That day, were you asked to respond over to the Northeast Precinct for someone referencing a missing persons complaint?
I did, yes.
Another deputy asked you to come over.
Yep, I heard a radio call from Deputy Nelson stating that there was someone at the Northeast Precinct, what we would call a walk-in, and wanted to report a missing persons. So I responded up to the Northeast Precinct to make contact.
Are walk-ins common at the Northeast Precinct?
Not typically, no. Most people call.
This person didn't call.
They did not.
Okay. You went over there?
I did.
And tell me what you found when you got to the Northeast Precinct.
So I walked into the Northeast Precinct, what we would call the day room, it's where we have our desk and computers. And sitting at the table was a male who I later identified, the Wisconsin driver's license is Chandler Halderson, and Deputy Nelson of the Dane County Sheriff's Office.
At this point, we're going to do an interesting procedure where everyone that's not in the jury is going to remove their mask for a second, and the judge is going to count to 3.
If everyone would do so, please. 1, 2, 3. Go right ahead.
Do you see the person here in the courtroom who you identified with the driver's license as Mr. Halderson, Chandler Halderson, that day?
I do.
Tell me where he's sitting and what he's wearing.
He's sitting over at the desk to my right with a black tie.
I'd ask the record reflect identification.
It shall.
What'd you do?
Asked him more or less what was going on, and he proceeded to tell me that he had not had contact with his parents, that they had gone up to their cabin, which is up north in Langley County, and he was concerned.
Did he give you any details at that time at the Northeast Precinct about who they were with?
He stated that he had left their residence, which is in the village of Windsor, and had left with friends, and that they had gone up to this cabin to work on a fire pit and a water pump that might have been damaged during a storm.
Did he tell you at that time at the Northeast Precinct what car they were in, or if he knew what car they were in?
He did not mention anything about a car, and he provided some names of people that he might have gone up there or that they have gone up there with, but he was not for sure who they had gone with.
Sure. After you take this initial statement at the Northeast Precinct, what do you do?
Initially, we released Chandler from the Northeast Precinct, had a conversation with Deputy Nelson, at which point then we drove down to the residence down on Oak Springs in the village of Windsor, where we again made contact with Chandler.
So here in Dane County, Wisconsin?
And that's in the Dane County, yeah.
What was the purpose in going to the house?
Just to get a better overall picture of the whole situation. Some follow-up questions with Chandler, just to try and nail down as to why he felt his parents were missing.
You probably know this neighborhood as good as anyone being assigned there, but just tell us about that general area they live. What's it like?
It's very well kept, very quiet. It's a two-way street, and it is actually the type of street that has a tree growing out of the middle of it, that's so that the two lanes have to go out and around this tree.
And the Halderson home is on the middle of the block.
It's in the middle of the block on the north side of the road. Yep.
In general, the Halderson home is one of many homes in that area that's on a pond that's behind the house, correct?
Correct.
Okay. When you get to the house, did you go right in or did you stay outside and talk for a while?
We just briefly made contact with Chandler outside, at which point we were invited inside. And then we continued our conversation and interview inside the residence.
Sure. Where'd you go in the house when you first went in?
Immediately, just like in your standard entryway, open up to the living room and dining room area. At which point he asked us if we wanted to look around the house. At which point I said yes. I believe the first place he took me was upstairs, went up the stairway, pointed out some bedrooms and another room that was off to the left, which I observed was under construction or renovation. So it was down to the studs and insulation. There was nothing else in there except some laundry machines.
Oh. Where'd you go next in the house?
After that, went back down to the main living area, at which point he went partially downstairs. I did not go downstairs, but he did point out a set of couches that had been pushed together. And he stated that he had been sleeping down there because it was closer to a bathroom that was downstairs.
Let's talk about that for a second. The room in which the couches were pushed together, was that the room with the fireplace in it? One of the fireplaces?
I believe so, yes.
And you said they were pushed together. What do you mean by that, if you could describe it better?
So if you think of your average couch and how it looks, take another couch and push it up against it so it looks just like a square or a box. And that's what he was using as a bed, supposedly.
And he told you that that was needed because it was close to the bathroom?
Correct.
Did Chandler tell you why it was important that he be close to the bathroom?
Just that the room that was upstairs and under construction was the other bathroom, and there was no functioning plumbing up there at that point, I guess.
Were you talking to Mr. Halderson around this time and kind of interviewing him further as he was showing you around the house?
I did. At one point, he did hold up a neck brace and said that was another reason why he had been downstairs. But again, started asking him again about why he felt that his parents were missing. And he stated that he had attempted multiple phone calls to try and get a hold of them, and the phone had gone straight to voicemail.
Did you at some point attempt to call Bart and Krista Halderson using the numbers that Chandler was able to provide you?
I did. And again, my phone calls went right to voicemail as I tried to contact their phones.
All of these folks that you said Chandler gave a few names of people potentially that he thought his parents might be with, friends and things of that sort, were those people contacted ultimately?
He was able to provide me with one phone number for the names that he provided me. And from that point on, we were able to get additional contact info for those people. So we started reaching out to them. I also asked about employment information for the two subjects, at which point he provided those. So again, we started reaching out to employers, all in attempts to try and get in contact with them.
At this point, maybe you'd call this kind of your standard missing person stuff.
Pretty standard, yeah.
Were any of those conversations with potential people that the Haldersons might be with fruitful? Meaning, did you learn that they were with any of those people?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled, you can answer.
From the contacts that were had while I was there, no one had contact with the two subjects.
When you were in the Halderson home, did he walk you down into the actual basement of the house?
I personally did not go into the basement, no.
Did Chandler make any comments to you about things his parents may have packed before going to the cabin?
He did. He stated that they had grabbed several bottles of liquor. He said the norm that they might take a bottle or two, which would include a bottle of wine. He then went on to tell me that his father had grabbed a large sum of cash, about $4,000, and this was also unusual, saying that they would only usually take a couple hundred and that maybe they were going to a casino at this point.
Did he give you any time on when he thought his parents had left?
He was very specific and stated that they had left at 6 a.m., which I believe was on July 2nd.
6 a.m. on the Friday?
On Friday, yes.
Okay. Did he say that he saw them leave?
He did not.
And at any point in your contact with Mr. Halderson, either at the precinct or at the home, was he actually wearing that neck brace that he showed you?
He was not wearing the neck brace, no.
What was his demeanor like as he was making these reports to you? How's he acting?
He seemed very matter of fact, just as you would be telling someone about your day. To me, there was no sense of urgency.
Did he cry at any point or anything like that?
He did not.
1 second, Deputy. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Deputy Seeley, had you ever met Chandler Halderson before?
Not that I can recall, no.
That's all. Thank you.
Any redirect? No. May this witness be excused from further testifying and his subpoena?
Yes.
Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you so much, Deputy. Have a good rest of your day.
State House Deputy Haley Collins LaFleur.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
It's both sides, so it's two different sheets.
Deputy, I would ask if you believe you can do so safely and responsibly that you testify without a mask.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Attorney Raymond.
Good morning. Could you please state your name for the record, spelling both your first and last names?
Deputy Haley Collins Lefevre, Hayley, COLLINS -LA, FEVRE.
How are you employed?
I'm employed as a deputy sheriff with the Dane County Sheriff's Office.
And were you employed as such on July 7th, 2021?
Yes, I was.
And when did you first become involved in the Halderson case, the missing person case of Bart and Krista Halderson?
I had received some communication with my partner, Deputy Seeley, prior to the start of my shift on July 7th, stating that he requested that I respond to the Halderson home shortly after checking on. And that's how I became informed and notified of the call.
And about what time was that? Do you remember?
Shortly after 1 p.m.
And do you in fact go to the home?
I did go to the residence.
And on the Elmo, there's Exhibit 1. Was that the home that you went to, the Oak Springs address?
Yes, it is.
What did you do once you got to the house?
I met Deputy Seeley outside on the front porch, and he just briefly summarized for me the information that he had already gathered.
Okay, then what'd you do?
Deputy Seeley took a phone call, and then at that point I went inside the home and was introduced to Chandler.
Okay, and the judge is going to ask everybody who's not a juror to remove their mask for 3 seconds.
If they would, please, for the count of 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Do you recognize anyone in the courtroom as Chandler Halderson?
I do.
Okay. Could you please identify him by where he's seated and the color of his shirt?
He is seated at the defense table wearing a light purple shirt.
And did you end up talking with Mr. Halderson?
I did.
Okay. What, if anything, did Mr. Halderson tell you about his parents being missing?
Well, I was a little hesitant to ask a lot of follow-up questions because I knew Deputy Seeley had already asked him a lot. But in the small talk that we had, it began with me asking if his parents had had any medical issues.
Okay, and what did you learn?
He told me that his dad, his psoriasis had recently flared up, and that he also needed stronger reading glasses. In regards to his mom, he said that the week prior, she had been diagnosed with skin cancer.
Okay. What did the defendant tell you next?
He had said, in regards to the skin cancer, I'd asked about how did his mom take that? What was her demeanor? And he said that she was very nonchalant about that diagnosis, that it had been, she had known about this for about 15 years, but the actual diagnosis had been just the week prior.
Why did you ask about those medical conditions?
Just to determine if for their safety, if we should be doing a bit more on our end from the law enforcement standpoint. In addition to the skin cancer, he had mentioned that she had had a mini stroke a few years prior. And as a result, she had brain lesions, which now that she was experiencing frequent headaches and some forgetfulness and also a change in her speech. So we were also possibly concerned of a medical issue with Mrs. Halderson.
Sure. What did you do next?
Continued to speak with him, asked a variety of questions, again, just small talk and, again, not trying to maybe ask the same questions that Deputy Seeley had done, but continued small talk with Chandler.
At some point, does he talk to you about what his parents took to the cabin?
He did. He told me that he had helped his parents pack on Thursday, July 1st, and that they had packed their own bags for clothing, but he had helped his mom pack her medication, and had also packed for them some tools. Also food, phone chargers, and then tools. And when I asked him specifically what tools he had helped pack for them, he said they were all for cabin repairs, and they included a wrench, a hatchet, a bow saw, some additional saw blades, as well as 2 10-gallon containers for gasoline.
Okay. Did he talk to you about any cash or valuables that were packed?
He did. He told me that he was aware that his parents had taken a large sum of cash out of a safe. He did not disclose to me any sort of estimate as to the amount of cash, but that there was a large sum of cash taken from a safe that they took with them, and also a larger than normal amount of alcohol that they took also.
Did he elaborate on the need for the cash or the alcohol or anything else to the best of your recollection?
In regards to the cash, no, he did not know why they would have taken that much. As far as the alcohol, he assumed that given his mom's recent cancer diagnosis, that maybe she was a bit more stressed and overwhelmed, and that has led to more alcoholic drinking by his mom.
Who, if anyone, did Chandler Halderson say picked up his parents?
He claimed that he did not know the couple that picked them up. He said, and I asked a variety of ways multiple times, trying to determine if we could figure out who these people were. And he claimed that he had also asked his parents on Thursday the 1st who these friends were that he was going with, and they were not direct with him and never told him the friends that they were going up to the cabin with.
Did Chandler Halderson give you any information about the time his parents supposedly left to go to the cabin?
He did. He told me that he woke up at 6:15 a.m. on Friday the 2nd, and his parents were not home. So he told me that his estimated time frame that was of when they left was somewhere between 4 a.m. and 6:15 a.m. When I asked him why he felt that was the time frame, he again reiterated that he had woken up at 6:15 and they weren't there, and that any time before 4 a.m. didn't seem like a realistic time frame that his parents would have gotten up to leave for the cabin.
Sure. What other sorts of information were you trying to learn at that point in time in talking with Chandler?
Again, just trying to, it seemed odd that there were a lot of details given for other things in regards to medical history and what he helped them pack, but in regards to them actually physically leaving and who they were with, there were not as many details, which seemed a bit unusual.
At any point, did you inquire as to what Bart and Krista Halderson typically wore as far as clothing?
I did. Again,
why did you ask for that information?
Again, if we were trying to potentially, of course, in a situation like this, our minds are kind of going all over the place and trying to think of all the possibilities and things that could have happened. So as a way for us to maybe more easily identify them or be able to pass information along to maybe other agencies or other resources to try and help them, wanted to be able to provide as much information as possible. And so I did ask if they are known to wear certain types of clothing on a fairly regular basis. And he said that his mom generally wears long sleeve shirts and baseball hats and would be wearing light blue Brooks brand shoes. And that his dad was likely wearing cargo shorts, also Brooks brand shoes, and t-shirts that generally have some sort of graphic or like a beer logo or something on them.
Were they described as cheesy dad joke t-shirts?
Yes, they were. Yes.
So you walked around the home. What, if anything, did you observe?
So it's a tri-level home where you walk in and it's the main level with the living room, dining area, and a kitchen. And there were blankets or canvas like over some of the furniture in the living room. Dining room table, lots of mail and things on the table. In the kitchen didn't seem to be anything overly glaring that would have.
Okay, let's talk about that table. You said there was mail and things on it. Were there any notes or instructions?
Whoops, sorry. What's going on here?
in your other questions.
Maybe a question.
Does this answer your question? In other words, can you proceed without any further input by the court regarding that second question?
So that made sense initially, but why ask them, do I really need to answer it to then tell them I'm not answering it?
Because I think at some point, they need to know what the law is. It's a reporting question. In other words, I don't see it as theoretical, as the court indicated. I see it a little bit differently, which is what are our options? And the options are built in the law, not in theory. If they come back with a verdict on more than one count, but they're hung on a separate count, they are to report those two counts, whatever counts they came to a verdict on.
So that's for a later time, right? So this is at this point.
Right.
It's premature, it's hypothetical, it's theoretical. I understand your point. I think I disagree with you at this point. It may be something later, the way the question's worded. If I find this, if we do this, I'll hear from the Commonwealth.
We don't know what the question is, but it's a
We
question.
agree it's consequence related. The first suggestion, I think, is most appropriate, and we would endorse that.
Yeah. I'm going to do that at this time, Mr. Jackson. I'm not going to have a back and forth with them. I'm simply going to say, because it's true, it's the law, that this is not a question I can answer.
We don't know what it
I would
is.
strongly suggest that we find some other way. If that question continues to remain, then they're not going to ask that question. I don't think the court can say, or should say, I can't answer the question, because the court can answer that question. The court absolutely can answer it. I would simply say, this question is not before the court without further information, or something like that. Not the court can't answer that question, because if that question remains in their minds, we're going to end up in the exact same position that we were in last year.
There are other steps that can be taken to perhaps.
Whatever the steps are, I think the first step down the wrong path is to say, throw our hands up and say, well, we can't answer that question. Well, we know we can answer it.
So I don't know if I want to put you in an uncomfortable position, Ms. Giannetti. I'm inclined to answer the question the way I stated.
Could we have 2 minutes to confer with counsel?
The sound is awful because they're not at their microphones.
They're 10 minutes late.
We just need 1 minute. Thank you.
Fuck, just rush them, you know. It's not like someone's life's on the fucking line.
Okay, so what's happening is, Michael, you pulled it right when you said it's a question, because you could tell about the note cards. So apparently it's a theoretical question, and she won't answer it. And I guess Alan Jackson wants her to inquire as to, in Massachusetts, as to, what more it is that you're looking for. And she says no, because it's a theoretical question. And then Alan Jackson made some comment that if you don't deal with this, it's going to end up the same position as we did in the first trial. What are your thoughts? You've been following this case. You're a Massachusetts lawyer, and then we came from the OUI right to here.
Yeah, it sounds like the jury was asking what happens if we get a verdict on some of the counts and are hung on the other. So I would agree with the judge. It did sound like they weren't asking, they were asking hypothetically. So she's basically going to send them back and saying, continue deliberating. She probably should give them instruction. If you are hung, then report it. But until then, keep deliberating. I think that's how she'll answer the question.
Okay, let's go into court listen.
You suggested just now in open court, it's premature to address this question at this time.
No. What do you say, Mr. Brennan? My response was, this is not a question I can answer for the reasons I stated. It's theoretical, and we tell jurors that they cannot be concerned with the consequences of their verdict. And that's exactly what you would be asking me to endorse. What's the Commonwealth's position on the proposed?
I agree with your first suggestion.
Yeah, I'm going to send it in like this. Your objection's noted.
Your Honor, if I could make my record a little bit clearer, the court's indicating that it doesn't answer questions about the consequences of the juror's verdict. That would be punishment. Of course, you can't answer a question like that. This is not the consequences of the verdict. It's how do they report a verdict. So I think saying I can't answer this is sending a false message to the jury. If the court would simply indicate this is not appropriate for me to address at this time, that assuages all concerns. Certainly assuages our concerns, and it protects Ms. Reed's rights. I think that.
Well, I think that is, this is a theoretical question, not a question I can answer. That does the same thing. Is there an objection? I understand, Mr. Jackson.
Add the clause at this time.
Is there an objection to me putting this is a theoretical question,
She is
not a
such
question I
a
can answer?
fucking cunt. You're a cunt.
Apparently, the question is the question that we've heard in the past. The jury wants to know what
What is the
about
big
if they
deal?
acquit on 2 of the charges and hang on the 3rd, and the court is refusing to answer that. Apparently, that's what the question is about.
That is over our objection.
I understand.
I just want to make sure the record is absolutely clear. That's over our objection. I don't think that's an appropriate answer to a very, very clear question. It could be answered in an innocuous way that does not affect Ms. Reed's rights.
Yep.
Okay.
This way it does.
Okay, it was a clear question that the defense first told me to ignore. So
I didn't
is
say
that.
to ignore anything, Your Honor.
All right, we are all set. So let's
Just fuck off, you fucker. Just
All right,
fuck
let's
you.
listen, Michael. I hope you can hang a
Billy.
bit.
You are
Yes,
a
yeah, no
fucking
problem.
cunt. You're a fucking cunt. Are you gonna say anything? What are you doing? No comment? What the fuck?
Somehow we've lost did we lose do we have the court feed? Can we get the court feed? There we are. That's the fan of injustice, as I call it, the Sacco and Vanzetti courtroom.
Yeah, the famous fan.
He needs to be swinging
Famous
from that
fan.
fucking fan.
Only fan.
Yeah.
So what happened here is apparently the court wanted to know specifically if they have a verdict on acquitted on 2 of the charges and hang on the 3rd one. Can they do that? Or what's the result of that? What does that mean? And she said it's a theoretical question. She's not going to answer it. And it also involved the consequences to Karen Reed and Alan Jackson. I think rightfully points out it has nothing to do with consequences in terms of punishment. They just want to know, could they acquit on 2 and hang on the 3rd? And the answer, it seems to me, would be yes.
Right. Yes.
I
think she should have given the instruction he was requesting that.
Yes.
She just won't answer it at this time and then
Yes.
tell him to deliberate
Yes.
further.
Let's see what happens.
No, she's a cunt.
Although, could that be considered an Allen charge, sort of modified by saying you have to go back and deliberate further? I guess she has to have them come out and say we're hung, right? She has to have them say we're hung, and then she gets the Allen charge.
Right. Yes. It doesn't seem like she would give it based on that letter. I think they would have to say we're hung instead of we might be hung.
Yeah. Okay.
They really haven't been deliberated that long, given the length of the trial. So, but it looks like this jury is going to get some kind of verdict anyway.
Something, right?
Yeah.
And all right, so putting that in, but this is obviously a hard for when Alan Jackson said we're going to be in the same position we're in after this trial, after the first trial. If you don't let them, but I guess they want to. They want to make sure that whatever they do doesn't have an impact that they don't intend, I guess. So this was also a very interesting question. It sounds maybe that there's some negotiation that still was going on count 2. And that's why we had the question about the OUI and that they couldn't compromise. And so then they came back and said, well, what if I think she can tell them you can report a partial verdict, though. I've seen judges do that you can report a partial verdict. I don't know. And then
right. This jury was very helpful to the defense, instead of just saying we have a verdict, they said it was an acquittal. So the defense doesn't have to worry about, fishing for a guilty verdict. So that was, so it's good news for the defense in these questions.
Yeah, per Christina Rexer reported, the courtroom judge is sending back a note to the jury indicating this is a theoretical question that she cannot answer. The jury will not physically come into the courtroom to hear the answer to the question. Is it common in Massachusetts the jurors come into the courtroom to hear the answer to the question, or is it judges send notes back?
It is sometimes done that way, where they'll just send the note back. They don't always bring the jury back.
Yeah, shut up.
Back, for
Or anything that seemed to have been laid out?
Yes. Chandler had told me that he had a doctor's.
Objection. I think that officer's going to lead into something that's going to call for hearsay.
I don't know if I know enough about the question to rule.
I may have jumped again a little too much, but I'll get
Let me
there.
go ahead and have the question restated or stated as you asked it.
Sure. What did you observe on the dining room table?
I observed several insurance cards that Chandler claimed were left out by his mom because he was going to be having, or had a couple days prior had told me that he had a doctor's appointment. And so his mom left the insurance cards out for him. There was also a note that he claimed was written by his mom saying,
objection, hearsay.
As to the content of the note?
Correct.
Point to be approached.
Oh, fuck. Oh, blow my ears out. Jesus. Think I'd rather watch a fan. Well, I reckon we're going to have an answer at some point today. Just, I can feel it in my waters. And I hope it's not a fucking hung jury again. I don't. Because they will try her again. Absolutely guaranteed that will happen. Motherfucker. She's just a fucker. What was it? Jury question. Sorry, I'm just marking the interruptions of Karen Reid trial so I can put them all together. No. They absolutely will. They will fucking try her again. Guaranteed.
Overruled, you may answer. If you need the question repeated, go right ahead and ask.
Sure. I believe, Deputy, I was asking you concerning a note that you observed on the dining room table.
yes.
And just very briefly, what were the contents of that note and what did Mr. Halderson tell you about the note, if anything?
The note stated something to the effect of, I hope you have a great day. And then it left a phone number for Pam. And it said just in case on the note. And Chandler told me that that was a note left by his mom for him.
In connection to their visit to the cabin?
Yes.
Deputy, I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 35.
Mm-hmm.
Could you please identify Exhibit 35?
Exhibit 35 is the note that I saw on the kitchen table. And based on Chandler's telling, this was his mom's note to him stating that hope your day goes really well with a phone number for Pam saying just in case.
And it's in one of these fancy evidence bags. Is that fair, Exhibit 35?
Yes.
So it was collected by your department?
Yes.
So does this appear to be the actual note that you observed on the dining room table?
It appears it is, yes.
I move Exhibit 35 into evidence at this time.
Any objection?
No objection.
It is received.
And permission to publish.
You may publish.
So there's this nice big sticker in the middle. And we can open that later, but I still think that's roughly does the note say, good morning, Chandler. Hope your day goes really well. Pam, and a phone number, and just in case, and a heart, and just signed you.
Yes.
Did Mr. Halderson give you any context of this note? Why would a 23-year-old, did you have any information as to why a 23-year-old was being left a neighbor's number?
Yes.
Objection.
Speculation. Speculation. And
I'm sorry,
foundation. Sorry, speculation and foundation.
I can lay some foundation, that's fine.
Very good.
Deputy, did Chandler Halderson explain why this note was left to you?
Yes, he did.
Tell us, what was that reason?
He stated that a few weeks prior to our contact with him on the 7th, he had fallen down the stairs in the home and had hit the front and back of his head, which resulted in a concussion. And he said also a small hemorrhage in his brain. His mom was very concerned about leaving him alone for the weekend with no one else at the home to kind of care for him or make sure that he was okay. So he told me that this note was left with Pam's phone number to have Pam, or I'm sorry, for him to call Pam if he needed anything while they were gone over the weekend.
That was kind of a lot of information. I'm going to unpack it just a little bit. So Chandler Halderson told you he fell down the stairs a few weeks prior to you meeting him.
Yes, he did.
And he said he hit both the front and the back of his head during that fall.
Yes.
And therefore suffered a concussion.
That's what he told me.
And a hemorrhage.
Correct.
Did he tell you any other side effects or medical issues as a result of this fall?
Recall that he said he was having headaches and some tingling in his legs.
And that's the context in which he said his mother, or the reason his mother left Exhibit 35 in anticipation of the weekend.
Yes.
Did he tell you anything about any upcoming doctor's appointments or doctor's appointments that were scheduled to have occurred?
For himself, I believe it was for Monday the 5th. He had said he had a doctor's appointment scheduled. And then his mom also had an appointment on July 7th, which was also cause for concern for him because he claimed that she has now missed the appointment because she had not returned home.
During the course of your investigation, did Mr. Halderson present any proof or any evidence that he had been contacted by his parents since July 1st, 2021?
Yes, he had shown me a text message on his phone that he stated was from his mom, and he'd received that shortly after 11 a.m. on July 4th. And it stated something to the effect of, "We made it, we're going to a parade, and we will be home late Monday or early Tuesday."
And of course, you're meeting on a Wednesday.
Correct.
Mr. Halderson. At some point during the course of your part of the investigation, do you have Mr. Halderson fill out missing person certifications?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe what those are?
Yes, so in law enforcement, we have this form that we fill out for a missing persons report, and there's some criteria that need to be met. It can consist of someone who is physically or mentally disabled, someone under the age of 21 who we feel is in physical, they're in harm's way, someone who has been abducted or kidnapped, things like that. And Mr. Halderson was the one filling out the form stating that he was wanting to list his parents as missing, and it met criteria 6, which is that the person is over the age of 21 and they don't meet any of the above criteria, but there is reason to believe that their safety is in jeopardy.
Deputy, I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 2. There's a front and a back, so I would ask that you observe both the front and back side.
Yes.
How would you describe Exhibit 2?
Exhibit 2 are the original copies of the missing persons forms, both filled out for Mr. Halderson and Mrs. Halderson. I signed the form as the witness for Mr. Halderson, and the form is signed by Detective Sims for Krista Halderson, and it's in a sealed evidence bag.
Get your bum off my mouth. Come on.
Either or both of the
You
forms.
silly
of
bugger.
Exhibit 2.
He signed both forms.
I would move Exhibit 2 into evidence at this time.
Any objection? It is received.
So just briefly, because I don't expect you to memorize, on the date that they were reported missing, how old was Bart Halderson?
Marked as 50 years old.
And how old was Krista Halderson?
53 years old.
And permission to publish Exhibit 2.
Yes.
Sorry, they do not teach us how to work these. But just briefly, Deputy, the first form is for Bart Halderson,
Yes.
and the signature on that is for Chandler Halderson, dated July 7th of 2021.
Yes.
And then the second form is for a Krista Halderson,
Yes.
and again, signed and dated by Chandler Halderson on July 7th of 2021.
Yes.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
One moment. Okay. No questions, thank you.
May this witness be excused and released from her subpoena.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you so much, Deputy. Have a good remainder of your day.
One moment, Chuck. I'm going to keep the deputy under subpoena. She's excused for now.
All right, very good.
At this point, the state will call Detective Brian Schunk.
Do you solemnly swear to affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Judge, can you switch it just to see if our computer
Can you
is
switch to
hooked
the
in?
computer will work? Is there an HDMI port? Sometimes you have to. Is it okay?
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
If you can turn it on the left, is it on the left side? HDMI?
That's looking better.
All right, I think we're in
Okay.
business.
Detective, thank you. You already removed your mask, and obviously, as I understand it, you may be visiting the witness stand more than once. So if you're willing and able to each time, that would be appreciated. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Brian Schunk, Brian. Last name is Shunk.
And you're one of the lead case detectives in this case, aren't you?
Correct.
How long have you been a detective with the Dane County Sheriff's Department?
I've been with the department for approximately 13 years. I've been a detective for 2.
And who are you joined by as a co-lead detective in this case?
Detective Sabrina Sims.
You're the first detective to testify, and so you get the honor. But tell us what the difference, I suppose, in the work of a detective is from the work of just a normal sheriff's deputy who we've heard from so far.
Sure. Detectives are typically assigned more follow-up to initial reports. We basically read all the reports for every case. We'll develop leads and then exhaust those leads, whether to approve or disprove a crime occurred or whether a suspect, like I said, is proved or disproved to be the offender. As far as major cases go, kind of the same thing. Just keep on reading all the reports, developing leads and following up on everything.
In some cases, you might be the only person working on an investigation as a detective, correct?
Correct.
That was not the case here, was it?
It was not.
Many people worked on this.
Many people.
Let's talk at first, just generally about missing persons. You've investigated missing persons before, haven't you?
Yes.
That's something a police officer or a sheriff's deputy does normally.
Yes.
Fair to say you treat missing adults different than you do missing children.
There are similarities, but yes.
Adults, in many respects, if they want, can go missing, and there won't be a ton of police involvement as long as they're not at risk, right?
Correct.
Where if a kid goes missing, sometimes they hit that Amber Alert button and they wake us all up at night.
Yes.
Okay. They don't do that for adults, really.
No.
When you're entering into a missing persons investigation involving adults, what kind of things are you doing? And not speaking specifically about this case, but in general, what are you doing as a detective in a missing persons investigation?
First thing, whoever the reporting party is, we want to talk to them and just see what background information they have as far as, the days leading up to when they were last seen or heard from. We'll go back through and make contacts with any of the people that would have been in last contact, such as coworkers, employers, friends, family, and just basically develop a list of, leads of who we can talk to, where they were last seen. We'll talk to banks, figure out if they've been spending any money. The list goes on.
Were you asked to perform some of that work on July 7th, 2021 regarding the missing persons of Krista and Bart Halderson in Windsor?
Yes.
How early did you get involved in the investigation? I think we heard that Chandler went into the sheriff's department about 11:30 that day. When were you first kind of involved?
I believe I was called around 1:30 p.m. and was at the Halderson home speaking with Chandler by 4:30.
So now we've heard from 3 people already. You're the 4th person to speak to Chandler that day?
I believe so.
Okay. Tell me where you speak to Chandler in the Halderson home. Where do you go?
So when I spoke with Chandler, we were sitting at the dining room table.
And what did he tell you?
Chandler told me much of the same as what we've already heard. His parents had gone missing after reportedly going to the cabin. Chandler said that he had helped them pack for the cabin on the evening of July 1st. He woke up at approximately 6:15 a.m. on July 2nd, the Friday, and they were already gone. He told me that he believed his parents were leaving with a couple of friends. He did not know who the friends were.
Did he tell you anything they took with them to the cabin?
Yes, Chandler told me that he had helped his parents pack tools, wrenches, pipe sealant, a hatchet, and 2 gas cans for the chainsaw. He also later told us that there was a bin in the garage for the cabin that they would take every time, and that bin was no longer in the garage, so they had taken that also.
Did Chandler mention if he had heard from his mom or his dad since July 1st? So he's talking on the 7th. Had he heard from him in that intervening period at all by text message or phone?
Yes, Chandler told me that he received a text message on Sunday, July 4th from his mother.
He showed it to you? Did he show you that message?
Yes, he did.
I'm showing you what's been marked in this case as exhibit number 3. It's 2 pages. Could you tell me what that is?
These are screenshots that Chandler had shown me that evening and then sent me.
And who are these communications purportedly with?
Chandler reported that those are his mother and him.
I move to admit exhibit 3 and publish it.
Any objection?
No.
It is received and it may be published.
Showing everyone exhibit 3 up on some of the photos, by the way, we're going to do this to make it easier to see. This machine over here doesn't work very well. In these messages,
I hate us working.
there are 2 colors, and the messages are on 2 sides. But fair to say that messages purportedly from mom are on the left and from Chandler are on the right.
Correct.
Okay. Mom says, hope things are going well for you, thinking about you. And Chandler says, going well, thanks. She sends a smiley face. And then Chandler says, Dad's phone died, call or text me and get soda on your way home. I have an extra hour of work. And she says, Kay, I can. All that sound right?
Yes.
And then we get up to Saturday, which would be July 3rd, 2021. Appears as if Chandler sent a message to his mother, hoping this goes through. I bet there's a lot of people up there making it hard to message, correct?
Yes.
And then I'm going to move to the next screen because the next message goes over both. And we're starting in the middle. Krista reportedly responds, made it safely, can't get anything through, and yes, it's packed. Going to White Lake today for the parade, will be home Monday night, Tuesday early, love you lots, 2 exclamation points. Sound about right?
Correct.
And that was sent at 11:04 a.m. on Sunday, the 4th of July.
Yes.
And then lastly, Chandler texted his parents, texted his mom that day that he went to the police station. Hey, I'm worried, I'm at the police station. Can you text or call?
Yes.
Okay. These were the messages that you found on Chandler's phone?
Correct. He showed me.
Okay. You had an opportunity both then and at many perhaps occasions in this case to observe the Halderson home and be in the Halderson home and view it and tour it, correct?
Yes, Chandler showed us around the home July 7th.
Throughout the course of the investigation, you've seen inside and outside the home.
Yes.
And you've been in every room in the home.
Yes.
You're aware perhaps thousands of photographs were taken of the home in the last 6-7 months, correct?
Several thousand.
Okay. I'm going to show you, not several thousand, but I'm going to show you exhibits 4 through 25. And if you could just briefly page through those. And the question is going to be, are those photos of the inside and the outside of the Halderson home? But we'll have you look through them first. So let me know when you're done.
Yes, those are all photos of the Halderson residence.
And move exhibits 4 through 25.
Any objection?
Can I just quick look at them? Sure. Thank you. No objections.
They are received. They may be published.
And Detective, we've been talking. Mike's on here. We've been talking a lot about this house, and so I'm going to ask you to kind of give us a tour as we go through some of this, so everyone can put some context to what we're looking at. What are we looking at there?
That is the north side or the back side of the Halderson home.
Backyard, essentially.
Backyard.
Exhibit 5. What are we looking at there?
This is the pond located behind their home, taken from their backyard.
Exhibit number 6.
Same pond behind the home.
Exhibit 7.
This is going to be the garage door and then also another entry door into the home. Goes into like a little foyer. If you take a sharp left, it goes to the garage.
Got it. So there's an entry right there, and then there's another maybe traditional front door in the front of the house.
Correct.
Exhibit number 8. What are we looking at there?
This is going to be what I would call main living room of the home. Taken as if you had just walked in the front door of the home. You can see the kitchen to the left and the dining room to the right or center.
Furniture there with some sheets on it, right?
Correct.
Did you ask Chandler to put those sheets on the furniture?
I did not. They were covered when we arrived.
Showing you Exhibit 9, what am I looking at there?
That's going to be the dining room table, and then the kitchen to the left.
When we talked earlier about that note from Ms. Sidwell, was that note found on that table?
Correct. It was on the table. I guess the upper left corner of the table is where it was located when Chandler showed it to myself.
Exhibit number 10?
This is Chandler's bedroom.
Now we're upstairs in the house?
Correct, upstairs.
All the bedrooms are upstairs, right?
Yes.
Exhibit number 11?
Same, Chandler's bedroom.
No, Exhibit 12.
This one is going to be the parents' bedroom, Bart and Krista.
At the time you arrived, had people been looking around the house at that point?
I was aware that a few deputies had been shown around the home. This was not the state that the parents' bedroom was in when I first saw it.
What state was it in when you first saw it?
I stood in the doorway as not to enter. The bed did not have any of those items on it. The end table, I believe, was a little bit more organized.
Fair to say this picture was taken partially during the police search, and so things are out.
This was taken before the actual search warrant was conducted. Chandler told me that he had pulled out some drawers looking for certain things that would help in the investigation.
Understood. Exhibit number 13.
This is going to be what I guess you can call the office level of the home, fireplace, and there was couches pushed together if you were to look to the left from this view.
And we're going to talk a little bit about Exhibit 13 later on, but just a quick question about this fireplace. Is there a pane of glass broken out of that fireplace?
Yes, there is.
This is a different view looking over the table, Exhibit 14, looking back at the fireplace?
Yes, and the stairway there goes up that half flight to the kitchen.
On the table, there's a box fan when you arrived, correct? Or a small fan?
Yes.
Exhibit 15, is this that couch pushed together thing we've been hearing about?
Yes, this is the same room. That door goes to the backyard, and then these are the couches that were pushed together that Chandler reportedly used as a fort, is what he called it.
And these are very close to that fireplace, correct?
Correct.
Exhibit number 16, just briefly, what are we looking at there?
This is going to be the shower, which is the only working bathroom in the house, on that same level as the couches we just looked at.
Now we're in the basement, correct, with Exhibit 17?
Yes, this is the storage area, the lower portion of the basement, south side of it.
As a sheriff's deputy for quite a while, I imagine you've searched quite a few homes, right?
Yes.
People keep their basements in an array of states.
Yes.
Was this on the more organized side or the less organized side of how people keep their basements?
I was impressed. This was organized.
Looking at Exhibit number 18, what are we looking at there?
This is going to be the north side of the basement.
19?
Same, north side of the basement.
20?
This is a view from the north side of the basement looking back up the stairway. That stairway would go up to the level where the couch fort was. You can see the bottles of liquor there, along with some safes on the bottom center.
21?
This is a view of the storage area from the north side facing the south side.
That white thing in the middle, is that a chest freezer?
That is a chest freezer.
And when you were in the home, was that chest freezer empty?
The chest freezer was not in that location when I was there on July 7th speaking with Chandler.
Tell me about that.
When he was giving us the tour around the home, we went upstairs, he showed us around. We went in the living room, dining room, kitchen, down by the couches, and then ultimately down into this level. While we were down in this level, he kept the lights dim. We were on the north side first, and then we actually came over. I specifically remember looking at this location because just beyond where that freezer is, there's a cutout. Guesstimate would be 4x4 void, which I believe is under the front steps. That's beyond that. And then also the shelf to the behind the freezer there, the cleaning supplies. I just took note of, all the cleaning supplies and toilet paper and whatnot. So that shelf was clearly visible. I was probably standing right where that freezer is.
So when you're on that, this picture's not taken on the 7th of July, by the way, correct?
It is not.
But when you're in the basement staring at this location on July 7th, you're saying that freezer's not there.
It was not.
Do you have any recollection of where it was?
I do not recall seeing that freezer anywhere in the house.
At that initial time when you were doing the tour with Chandler and walking around, were you taking photographs at that time?
I personally was not.
Exhibit 22, what are we looking at there?
This is the south side of the basement. You can see the utilities in the back.
23, more of the same?
Correct.
When you talk about organized, perhaps this is what you're talking about, these bins?
Yes.
Number 24, is that the stairs heading back up into the house?
Correct.
And lastly, number 25, what are we looking at there?
This is going to be a picture of the inside of the garage. The entry door back into the house is over by the trash bins that you can see on the left side. These two vehicles are Krista and Bart Haldersons. The Subaru was reportedly driven by Bart, and the Volvo was reportedly driven by Krista.
During your initial tour with Chandler, did he take you into the garage?
Ultimately, yes. He seemed hesitant at first, but then did allow us into the garage.
What do you mean by that?
He told us that his two dogs were in the garage and that they were very skittish and would bark and jump on us.
But you were allowed in the garage?
Yes, he ultimately brought the dogs in from the garage and then let us out into the garage.
Did he point out anything in particular in the garage that was of interest to him or that he wanted you to know?
He did turn towards a storage shelf that's in the garage. He said that there was a bin missing that would be labeled cabin. So the bins that were on the storage shelf in the garage all had labels on them. At least I recall most, if not all, had labels on them. He said that one would have been taken to the cabin anytime they went, and that bin was missing.
I'll show you what's been marked in this case. It's exhibit 227. Tell me what that is.
That's the storage shelf I'm speaking of.
Judge, if you want to switch to the Elmo, I'd appreciate it. And I'll move exhibit 227 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
It is received. It may be published.
And just because we have a singular one out of order here, I'm going to show it on the screen. But there we go. We're looking at a shelf in the garage full of bins, right?
Correct.
And I'm pointing to a location where there's a missing bin. Is that where Mr. Halderson reported that there was a cabin bin missing?
That's where he pointed to, yes.
If I had a basement, that's exactly how mine would look.
Cross-examination.
Neat, tidy, boxes everywhere, neatly named.
Then, Detective, you may be reseated back at council table, and I assume the state and the defense would agree this is a good time for a break for us. I'm often never upset if we go into the noon hour, because frankly, I think you run into less people with the food options if you're looking for food outside of the building. It is 12:10 right now, and if you can be back at 1:20, ready to go, it gives a full hour for you folks. We'll have less, but that's all right. Your notebooks stay on your chairs, and Randy will take you back, and we'll see you after the lunch break. I remind you, as always, do not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with any other person. Don't take any steps to learn or research or find out any information. And if you're near anyone who's talking about the case, please remove yourself or ask them to stop so that you're not exposed accidentally.
I'm too OCD for that
Thank
shit.
you all. Have a good lunch, Randy.
I think this even cuts the breaks and stuff out. This copy. Let's see. Yeah. You're on. Hello. You can speak. Awkward. That mouse, you know, it uses, it just open it and talk.
Continue.
Into the, yeah, that black thing, yeah. Speak into it. Yeah, just stand there.
me is the way the defense has presented its case so far. As far as the opening statements go, we heard from the prosecution for more than an hour with incredible detail. They had a PowerPoint, photos to show us. And then when defense attorneys stepped up to present their opening statement, it was 10 minutes tops, maybe 15. It was very short and sweet. There were no visual aids at all. And another thing of note too is that
Lazy.
so far we've only heard from state witnesses, but defense attorneys haven't presented much in cross-examination. They've asked maybe 1 to 2 questions, and several witnesses, they just
Lazy.
said, no cross-exam for now. So things are a little strange in that way, but who's to say, could heat up this afternoon too.
She's obviously hearing something that we can't hear. Or she's just tapping like, yeah. Do you like blowjobs? Do you?
So what I will say about the jurors' reactions so far, we haven't seen anything too graphic. Prosecutors actually said, we're going to ease you in now to see what thing his prosecution.
Any information, any discussions, or participated in any discussions or investigation about the case while we were separated over the noon hour? I see no hands. As a housekeeping matter, I want to draw your attention to one thing. We do in this courtroom, and we're using this courtroom because it has a media room which is behind you. And that's intentional because the media is directed to not show the faces of any jurors. That's an important part of our protection and our honoring your participation as citizens unwillingly, although I hope willingly, through this process. It was pointed out to me that if I do at any point in time invite you to go ahead and stand and stretch, that if you turn around in that process towards the media window, you might inadvertently be photographed or recorded. And so I just wanted to mention that to you so that if you're doing that at any point in time, or even if you're deciding your neck is stiff and you're going to just aim your head in a different direction, be cautious about the fact that over your left shoulders, there's a camera on the other side of the wall, and they're certainly doing their best to not accidentally record anyone, but they're also relying on your position within the courtroom as they're filming other things that go on. So I just wanted to mention that to you folks. Thank you. Let's proceed with testimony. Attorney Raymond.
Yes, the state's going to call Mitchell Halderson to the stand.
Ooh, the brother.
Raise your hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Mr. Halderson, if you are able to safely and responsibly, I would appreciate your testifying without a mask, if you could.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record and spell both your first and last name?
My name is Mitchell Halderson, and that's Mitchell. And then Halderson is HAL, D as in David, ERSON.
What are the names of your parents, Mitchell?
Bart and Krista Halderson.
And do you have any siblings?
I do.
And who's your sibling?
Chandler Halderson.
Where'd you grow up?
Was born in this area in Dane County, and then between 3rd and 4th grade moved up to Plymouth, Wisconsin, which is in Sheboygan County, and then have lived around here for college and work after high school.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 27. Could you describe Exhibit 27, please?
That would be a picture of my parents, actually a crop photo that I am also in. We are at the New Glarus Brewery.
And that was a somewhat recent, in the last couple of years photo.
Yes, within the last 4, I forget exactly what.
And is that an accurate copy of that picture?
Yes.
Okay, I would move Exhibit 27
Any
into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
It may be published. It is received.
So how old was your dad, if you know, in July of this year?
He was born in 71, so in July he just turned 50.
And your mom, she was a few years older.
Correct, about 3.
What did your dad do for a living?
He was an accountant.
Do you remember the name of the firm that he worked with last?
Yeah, BDO USA.
And he did taxes and things like that, or?
Yes, specifically with small businesses was his specialty.
So is he kind of a money savvy sort of person?
I would say so. Definitely had finances, understood them well.
Do you believe in banks?
Yeah.
How old was your mom?
My mom was 53,
What'd your mom do for a living?
She's my age.
was a stay-at-home mom for us growing up, and has recently gone back to work as a receptionist at a car company.
Describe what was your dad like as a parent, just very briefly.
I actually think I've seen.
Well, he worked a lot, so
Testimony, some of
slightly
it.
absent during the time, but I would say had good expectations for us and overall was a good parent.
How would you describe your mom as a parent, just briefly?
A bit of the typical helicopter parent, very involved in our everyday lives, but again, because she cared.
So she stayed in communication with you often, is that a fair statement?
Yes.
What is the age difference between you and your brother Chandler?
18 months.
And are you the older or younger sibling?
I am the older.
And just for the record, I think the judge is going to ask everyone but the jury to remove their mask for a few seconds. Do you see your brother Chandler Halderson in the courtroom today?
If everyone could lower their masks briefly, and after 1, 2, 3, replace your mask. Thank you.
I do.
Could you please describe by where he's seated and what sort of, maybe the color of his shirt?
Table to the right with a purple shirt and a suit.
I would ask the record to reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
It shall.
So Mitchell, if you're 18 months older, are you 24 or 25?
I just turned 25.
And in July of 2021, where were you working and what did you do?
I work at Epic Systems, and I am a technical services representative.
A computer guy.
Sure, yes.
Okay. And are you married, single, something else?
Engaged.
Engaged, okay. And how long have you been engaged?
A little over a year.
Okay. And you live in the Dane County area?
Yes,
In a house, a condo, something else?
in a house.
And just briefly, in June of this last year, 2021, you had a significant health episode. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Okay, what occurred?
I went to the doctor for a regular scheduled appointment since I hadn't gone during COVID and wanted to get blood work done, and I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes.
And in fact, you were hospitalized for a period of time.
Yes, that is true.
Was your mom or dad, did they seem concerned to you at all?
Yes,
You kind of laughed there. Why'd you laugh?
my mom is overly concerned.
How did she express that?
Not as much to me, trying to not show me that, but I have heard later on that she called her best friend many times crying.
Okay. Growing up and moving into recently, what sorts of things did you and your brother Chandler do?
Since we didn't live in the same house, we would do things online, like play video games and just talk that way.
Okay. What sort of video games did you play?
Wide array, but generally first-person shooter games.
Okay. And did your brother have a favorite weapon or gun in these games?
Usually those of Russian descent.
Okay. Like the SKS?
That's correct.
And in fact, during your illness, your brother gave you a gift. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
What did he give you?
A unknown type of bullet with the words "get well soon" on it.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 26. How would you describe Exhibit 26?
That is the same one.
That's the bullet that your brother gave you and wrote to get well on.
Yes.
Move Exhibit 26 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
It is received. It may be published.
I don't think the overhead is going to do justice, but it just says get well. I want to turn your attention to when your parents went missing this year. How did you learn that your parents were potentially missing?
I don't remember the exact date, but I did receive a call from my mom's best friend that had let me know that they had gone, she had heard that they had gone out to the cabin.
Okay.
So I did not suspect them missing at that time. I just had heard that.
Okay. And what is your mom's best friend's name?
That would be Jane Hilgendorf.
Okay. So you get a call, and in fact, you call her Aunt Jane.
I do.
Okay. So you get a call from your Aunt Jane. What do you do, if anything, in response to that call?
I don't recall the exact events, but I did not think much of it because they would be known to go up to the cabin during
And
the summer.
let's talk about that. So your parents own a cabin.
Correct.
Where is that cabin?
Langley County, Wisconsin.
Okay. And how would you describe that cabin?
My grandpa had built it, so it was mostly wood logs, pretty run-of-the-mill, what you would think of as a rustic cabin.
Okay. Is it on waterfront, in the forest, something else?
Yes, it is on Sawyer Lake, Wisconsin.
Is there any other outbuildings associated with this cabin, such as a shed or a boathouse or anything like that?
Both of those. There is a shed out in the front, a boathouse in the back, and a in shambles tree house in the front yard as well.
Okay. And did your parents own a boat of any sort?
I believe so. There was definitely a canoe. I don't believe there was a full boat, or at least not that I remember.
And nothing like a pontoon or a ski boat or something?
Nothing with a motor that I'm remembering.
How often do you believe your parents went to the cabin?
They would at least open and close it every year and go probably 1 or 2 more times in addition to that. So 3 or 4 times a year over the summer.
And what were your parents' habits about keeping in touch or not keeping in touch with you in connection when they went to the cabin?
My mom would reach out any chance she could, so she would have told me.
Did your parents tell you in the last week of June or the very beginning of July any idea that they may be going to the cabin?
No.
So you first hear from your Aunt Jane. What is the next thing that happens that you remember in concerning your parents being missing?
The next thing I remember is Chandler texted me that he is worried about them.
Okay. What, if anything, did you do in response?
Asked more about why, and just to hear what they had told him about leaving, because I didn't hear anything about it.
And what did you learn from Chandler?
That they had gone up north with friends, that he didn't know who those friends were, and didn't know the car that they had taken.
What was your understanding of friends that may go to the cabin with your parents?
The list, there is a list of people that I would have assumed. Do you want me to go through that list?
Sure.
That would be my Aunt Jane, Uncle Mike, also Dan and Mary Sesto, who lived on the same street, as well as Gail and Rick Kanapaki, who you might also hear from. And I had reached out to each one of those families and had heard back that none of them were the ones that had gone up north.
Did you have any understanding about who would drive when your parents went to the cabin?
Unless it was one of those 3, I would assume that they would drive because they're the ones that know the way. And there are certain folks, notably Dan Sesto, that goes up there often enough that I would understand driving, but nobody else.
Okay. What happens next as far as you're concerned with your parents? What's the next piece of news you learn?
Eventually, a detective comes to my house, Rich Bennett, in order to just ask some more questions of me during the investigation. I believe that was the next thing that had occurred.
Okay. What happened after that?
I believe it was Wednesday. It was whatever day Chandler was originally arrested. I had actually gone up to the cabin myself in order to check it out, just to see what was going on.
And why did you go to the cabin?
Wanted to do something myself about it. I felt like I needed to do something.
So at this point on Wednesday or whatever day you ended up going to the cabin, were you fairly concerned?
Yes.
Okay. And what led you to being so concerned?
Not having heard from them, not being able to get a hold of them, and not being told that they had gone up there to begin with.
So during this time period that you learned they're missing, did you reach out to your mom or dad via text or phone calls?
Yes.
Did you hear anything back?
No.
And did that concern you?
Yes.
At any point during the time that you learned your parents were missing, did anybody tell you that perhaps they were out gambling?
I don't believe during that period of between July 1st and July 7th, I had heard anything about gambling.
Okay. Let me just ask, were your parents gamblers?
No.
Have you ever been to a casino with them?
No.
To your knowledge, have they ever taken a vacation with entertainment that is gambling?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Were your parents big drinkers?
They've gotten more into drinking, I'd say, since they moved back down to Windsor. Yes, but not huge drinkers, no.
Did you ever know your parents to drink tequila?
My mom would drink margaritas, but not from mixing it herself. It was the Costco brand pre-made stuff.
Okay. Did you know either of your parents to drink gin?
No, I do not.
Did your parents take their work or their jobs seriously, not seriously, or something else?
Very seriously.
To your knowledge, have they ever no-called and no-showed for work in the past?
That would be very strange for them to do.
I want to, so you go up north and you meet a deputy up there.
Correct.
What do you do once you're up there?
Before the deputies arrived, I took a lap around the cabin myself just because I didn't want to wait outside any longer. Eventually, Langley County, I guess the deputies, I believe they were sheriffs and deputies, met us there. And eventually I took another walk around the property with them, just pointing out things that I noticed. And also they busted into the doors because they were all locked and the keys that I had were not working. Remember the exact date between July 1st and July 7th that he had an appointment, and he was asking if I could help give him a ride in case he needed one.
Okay. Did you guys ever firm up any plans to take him to his appointment?
We had offered a ride if needed, but he never ended up needing it.
Okay. And do you know roughly what date you were diagnosed with diabetes?
If the weekend was June 13th to 15th, it was in the middle of the month, whatever weekend around there.
And did Chandler's fall occur before or after or during your hospitalization?
After.
Within days?
I don't remember. Could have been a week.
Okay. Other than Chandler seeming tired, did you personally observe any differences to Chandler's physical appearance?
Just the neck brace, but no, nothing else.
Did you observe any difficulty he had walking?
I don't think so, no.
Did you observe any weakness of limbs, picking things up, anything like that?
I didn't see him pick much up either, so I guess I can't say.
Okay. So Mitchell, I need to ask you a few difficult questions. Are you a beneficiary for your parents' life insurance?
I am.
How much do you believe that you will end up getting out of life insurance because of their deaths?
They have a few different policies. It is in the, if I'm remembering correctly, it is in the ballpark of around $1 million.
That includes the house as well.
Yeah, I don't believe that's including the house actually.
Have you been paid out anything as of today?
No.
Is anybody else listed as a beneficiary?
I believe it went to my mom first. If my dad's death had preceded my mom's, or I guess their policies listed each other as primary, but then yes, also my brother was listed in the same line as I was.
And Mitchell, did you have anything to do with your parents being missing?
I did not.
Going missing?
No.
And were you fully cooperative in the investigation?
Yes.
Did you provide a DNA or a buccal sample upon request?
Yes.
Did you provide proof of work during the first week in July upon request?
I did.
And did you participate in multiple interviews with multiple different officers?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Mr. Halderson. My first questions have to do with you living at that house in Windsor, Wisconsin. Did you ever live there yourself?
I would never have listed that as my address, no. But I have stayed there over weekends.
And before July of 2021, you would be at that home 1 or 2 times a month, perhaps, to visit?
You know, probably in the ballpark of two to 3, possibly even 4 times a month. Yeah, we visited often because they were close.
And would those be overnight visits?
Occasionally, yes.
And when you say we, is that with your fiance?
That's correct.
Now, in July of June of 2021, you did visit there on Father's Day, is that right? Let me rephrase that. You visited there for a Father's Day celebration.
That's correct.
But it wasn't on Father's Day.
I don't remember the date.
And that was a meal with everyone?
Yes. Yes. I believe I'm remembering the date you're talking about now, yes.
How many other times did you visit that home in June of 2021?
I don't believe I would be able to give an accurate number. A couple, but I don't remember the exact amount.
And is it fair to say that that would have been the number of times you saw your brother that month as well in person?
That is correct, because yes.
You guys didn't get together other times?
No.
Now you did, or you did have a relationship with your brother online, is that right?
That's correct.
Mostly playing what are first-person shooter video games?
Mainly, yes.
Now, in direct testimony, you indicated that your brother was very interested in Russian guns, particularly the SKS, correct?
Yes.
And that interest goes back several years at least, right?
Yes.
How many years do you think that goes back?
I wouldn't be able to tell you that.
A
I'm not
long
sure.
time. Is that
Yes.
true? And in fact, when you would play, he'd always pick that weapon if possible, correct?
Variety is something that's always nice, but yeah, it would definitely be an option. That would be one of his first pick, yes.
Now, I'd like to ask you a little bit about the cabin. It's been a number of years since you've actually, before July of 2021, it was a number of years since you actually went there, correct?
That's correct. I did not frequent it as often as my parents.
Do you remember the last time you went to the cabin?
I don't remember exactly which year now, but it was probably in somewhere between 3 and 5 years. It had been a while.
And do you recall going to the cabin ever without your parents being with you?
No.
And when your parents would go to the cabin, you say maybe 4 times a summer, it wasn't uncommon that they would turn their phones off, correct?
I think cell reception has gotten better over the years. However, the area is a little spotty in cell reception, so it wouldn't be uncommon for them to turn them off to avoid roaming charges. But they would also power them back on occasion in order just to make sure that they would update us.
Over the weekend of July 4th, 2021, you weren't concerned about your parents until what point?
Can you rephrase that?
Yeah, at what point did you become concerned about your parents?
So I was initially concerned because I hadn't heard of them going up. It wasn't to the level of filing a missing persons case until I had heard further from Chandler that he was is concerned enough in order to do that. So my concern grew as time went on. I would say around once that Monday, Tuesday date where they were supposed to return hit, I was definitely pretty concerned.
Do you remember talking to Deputy Seeley from the Sheriff's Department?
I don't remember that.
Do you remember if you ever told Detective Seeley that you yourself were not personally concerned at the time you were talking to Deputy Seeley?
I don't remember which day that was, and I also don't remember saying that.
Is that something you might have said?
Depending on the date, possibly, because as I said, my concern grew over time. So if it was early on, then yes, possibly.
So it's possible that at first you weren't that concerned, normal for your parents to go up north, but that your concern grew over time. Is that correct?
That is correct. I still was concerned because they hadn't told me beforehand that they had left. However, it wasn't as concerned as to file a missing persons report.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Any redirect, Attorney Raymond?
No.
May Mr. Halderson be excused and released?
He's excused from his subpoena for right now. He remains exempt from the sequestration order, but he remains under technical.
So you would still have an obligation to be recalled if recalled, and thus you have to follow the sequestration as if you hadn't testified so far. Thank you, sir. You can return back to the lobby or the waiting room.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Judge, I'll note his exclusion from the sequestration order.
Oh, okay, I see. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. There's an exclusion so that you don't have to stay or avoid the courtroom, even if you were to be recalled to testify. Thank you. And Attorney Raymond.
Yes, the state is going to call Sergeant Groans to the stand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
And sir, if you believe you can responsibly and safely testify without a mask, that would be our preference if you would. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record and spell both your first and last name?
Good afternoon. Justin Groans, Justingrones.
And Mr. Groans, how are you employed?
I am a detective sergeant with the Langlade County Sheriff's Office.
And where the heck is that?
The county seat would be the city of Antigo.
Okay, so it's north of here about 2 hours?
Just shy of 3 hours.
Oh, okay, a little bit further, 3 hours. And in early July of 2021, was your agency requested to be an assist agency by the Dane County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, we were.
What did you know about that?
On Wednesday, July 7th, we received a teletype from the Dane County Sheriff's Office asking us to check the cottage or lake home property, which belonged to Bart and Krista Halderson of Dane County.
And I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 28. In your employment, do you guys have body cams?
In the Langley County Sheriff's Office Detective Bureau, we do. Our patrol deputies do not.
So that because you're a sergeant, you have a body cam.
Yes, I do.
And did you provide footage of your body cam to the Dane County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I did.
And I believe we showed you a portion of this. Did it appear to be a true and accurate copy of your body cam footage from your assist to the Dane County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, it did.
I would move Exhibit 28 into evidence at this time.
Any objection?
No objection.
It is received.
Providing the transcript for the court. Thank you. And as we're getting this video queued up,
roughly what are we going to see on this video?
As I mentioned, on July 7th, we had a patrol deputy go and check the property and surrounding area. On Thursday, July 8th, I was assigned to be a liaison for the Dane County Sheriff's Office. At that time, we were under the impression they were sending some personnel up. They ultimately called their personnel back to Dane County, but we made contact with 2 individuals at the Halderson property, and I conducted a search with those family members.
And do you remember the address of the Halderson property?
Yes, ma'am. It is at N5950 Sawyer Lake Road, which is in the township of Wolf River, Langley County, state of Wisconsin.
We are now going to move to publish Exhibit 28.
Very good. Oh, and thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this instruction applies to any and all audio or video exhibits which you may be viewing during this trial. You are about to hear and view an audiovisual recording. Recordings are proper evidence, and you may consider them just as any other evidence. Listen carefully. Some parts may be hard to understand. You may consider the actions of a person, facial expressions, and lip movements that you can observe on videotapes to help you determine what was actually said and who said it. This video has been closed captioned. You will not be provided with any other type of transcript to help you listen to the recording. If you notice any difference between what you heard on the recordings and what you read in the captioning, you must rely on what you heard, not what you read. Some videos may have been edited or redacted for reasons which are not relevant to these proceedings. In addition, if you hear statements of others in the videos, those statements are not being offered as evidence. The statements of the defendant, as recorded in some videos, are the evidence offered by the state. You may proceed. Is it muted?
Judge, is the sound on with you? Just figuring that out.
We'll go off the record for a moment. Now it might be on. Or it was on before.
Hi there. I'm Detective Sergeant Grones of Langley County. Are you guys
The Halderson?
You are affiliated with them?
Yes.
Okay. What's your relation? You're their son. Okay. Yep. All right. Yeah, it's my understanding someone from the Dane County Sheriff's Office is going to be up here soon. I don't know if you've.
They unfortunately were just called from being informed. They were just called back actually.
Oh,
So they will not be here.
really? Yeah. Okay. That's news to me too.
Yeah, this is actually someone from the Sheriff's Office if you want to talk to them.
Oh, sure. Hello.
Hi, this is Detective Rich from the Dane County Sheriff's Office. I was actually just on the phone with Mitchell telling him that unfortunately our two detectives that were going up there to meet with them, they got pulled back and they're here now. And I was just found out about this and was told to call and let them know. So I apologize for the miscommunication.
Okay. Sure. Yeah. We'll. I guess we'll touch base with them up here. Is there anything else that you guys would need us to do while we're out here?
At this moment, no. But I mean, if you feel like, it's worth going around with them, if they want to talk to neighbors, something they mentioned they might want to.
Sure.
But I mean, that's something you certainly don't have to do.
Okay.
So, but at this time, I'm kind of one of the people kind of following orders. But
sure.
I don't think there's anything that we can have you do at this moment, but that doesn't mean it won't change.
Okay. Sounds good. Yeah, if we come up with anything here through our conversation, we'll be in touch with you guys and let you know then.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Yep. Thank you. Bye-bye. Yep. This is their son. And then are you friend?
I'm fiance.
Fiance.
That's his
Okay.
son, yep.
Apparently he was just on the phone with Dane County and they got called back to Dane County. So they're no longer coming up here.
Oh.
So at least they let you know that, I guess.
No, I was just calling to see what was going on.
Sure. Yeah.
Let me know.
Yeah, because we were kind of thinking the same thing too, based on when they said they left, that they should probably be here. So yeah, I'm Detective Sergeant Grones with Langley County. Sergeant O'Neill, Deputy Rojas. Deputy Rojas has been out here a little bit yesterday and then this morning as well. This is my first time at this property. I haven't seen anything. One thing that he mentioned I think would be a good idea is, have you walked around or anything yet?
Yeah, I did a walk around.
Okay. Do you have a key or access?
We were hoping so, but no.
No? Okay.
We found a set of keys. We were hoping were the right ones, but it doesn't look like it.
Gotcha. If it works for you, I just want to roll my windows up and lock my car, but maybe we could just take a walk around and see. You would know the property probably better than we would.
It's changed a bit since I've been here, but yeah.
Sure. How long has it been in the family?
It's always been in the family since the 40s.
Okay. Do you guys typically use it a lot, or?
A few times a year. That's when my parents come up. I haven't come in a while.
Okay. If you had to guess, how long has it been since you were up here?
Me personally, probably 5-6 years.
Okay. Do your parents regularly come up here?
Yeah, they come here a few times a year.
A few times a year. Okay.
3 or 4. I don't remember if this is the first time this year or not.
I think this is the third time this year because I think your dad opened it and then came after a storm or something.
Okay.
And then team again?
Sure. All right. Yeah. Let me just grab my windows quick, and then we'll take a look around, and we'll go from there. Okay. 419 Lane 1043.
19, go ahead.
Uncoded. Apparently, Dane County canceled their detectives, so they're no longer coming and returning to Dane County. We are out with the Halderson's son and his fiance, and we'll be taking a walk around the property with them.
10-4.
Yeah, I think he was monitoring the radio, but. Do you guys have a boat or anything up here?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to try to get in there as well to see if I have anything.
Boathouse? Okay.
Yeah, that's the boathouse there. I mean, everything looks still pretty closed up. Like
Can you tell if the latches are on from that window? Okay.
Okay.
I would not think so. Because that is actually like open, not even just the blinds. Yeah, I wouldn't think so.
See if we can get a ladder. No. Ah.
Sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Oh, Mitchell.
Mitchell. Because otherwise, I mean, we probably could get in if you wanted us to. Obviously, there'd be some damage. We try to minimize it as best we could.
Mhm.
But
Yeah, no, I think that honestly at least makes sense at this point.
Yeah, to be safe rather than sorry.
Yeah,
And,
pretty
I mean,
much.
yeah, we're not going
That
to
would
drive a truck
absolutely
through a
drive me
wall,
nuts.
but no, unfortunately, if it's locked, we would have to do something. But
Yeah, I wouldn't expect the locks to be crazy strong anymore at this
Okay.
point.
Is it just the padlock on the front
Yeah,
door?
it's just a padlock.
okay, yeah, and I have a pry bar, and we might have some other options. To yeah, a lock is a lot cheaper to replace than a wall. But so, yeah, let's maybe take a look at the boathouse.
The
And
same thing down here is just a padlock, but there is a window, but it's kind of tall. So
okay,
I'm sure I've seen this.
it's like sunflower seeds.
yeah,
Some of this footage
that wouldn't be
before.
theirs.
Okay,
Absolutely.
This is kind of old too.
Yeah, it looks pretty old.
Maybe I watched
Do you,
the
based on, I guess, your
day of
experience with the
trial.
property, do like a lot of people walk the shoreline, or I know
While
there's
ago.
there's campground and stuff. Is that like common for people to kind of wander?
I guess it's hard to say because I don't, not when we're here at least.
Sure.
It's possible, I guess they do when they're not here.
Yeah.
Did a thing with a 6-pack beer koozie stick and I wrinkled it. It's also kind of old.
Mm-hmm.
What a stimmy is. Probably.
Yeah, and to be, depending if your parents only come up
Hopping
here
around.
a couple times a year, if the neighbors know that, then you have a nice little beach here. They
Hopping.
might just kind of poach on your little territory here. Oh, sure, it's way up there. Okay. Yeah, I might be able to see a little wider. You don't even know if you have a bolt cutter in your squad by chance?
I do not need a bolt cutter. But yeah,
I got a pry bar, yeah. Well, you grab that, we can go from there. That window's interesting.
Yeah, I just told you. You guys told him that I want to see a bunch of feathers.
Right.
I'm not keeping too much.
No. Yeah, I don't know if you just want to hang tight with them. I'll go see what I got for equipment. Yeah, you can start there. It's definitely not maintained.
Is it just me, or does that not look faded like it should be?
I think it is. What the hell would it be going? There's this thing here, but
This looks more like a phone box.
yeah.
That'd be phone, and that's coax. From the look of it. Yeah, I couldn't really hear him, but he said, go ahead and get in.
Yeah. I think I might just be able to pop that latch right off.
Oh, I should take pictures first.
Yeah.
Before and after. Each of.
With effort.
Sheriff's office, anybody outside? Announce your presence, make yourselves known. Over here.
Okay. We've got closed door straight, closed door right.
Open kitchen area, left of the stairs. Well, I suppose I'll hold the stairs over here.
Okay.
You want to clear the kitchen. Sheriff's office, anybody inside? Announce presence, make yourself known.
This is clean. This is pantry. And shit. There's that trapdoor basement.
Okay. Upstairs looks pretty small. I can see a bed that's made up.
Yep. So, you check these two doors or?
Not yet.
Okay.
Upstairs is clear.
Okay. There's like a pantry looking thing here.
This one's clear.
This is here behind you.
Oh, that's what you're talking about. I didn't even see those little holes. Because I'm not even seeing, nothing's like left out like the
right
here, but we're coming back.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not, there's a duffel bag or.
Yeah, no, there was a shirt on a chair in that back bedroom, but
sure. Oh fuck. Holy shit. Is
there like a fucking pole or something?
These are like the
Room they use?
steepest stairs I've ever seen.
Well,
okay. Jesus.
down there.
No, it's just a little crawl space. And there's a corner. I better check. Just a pump. We're good.
Okay. I found the latch and it seems pretty sturdy, so I'll get out of your way.
Okay. Yes.
I can't hit it with your head.
Very much a hands and feet situation.
Yeah, because these two boxes look the freshest.
Yep. But there's place used to look a lot different back in the day.
Oh, sure. Oh, I don't know. Yeah. I'll cut the trees. That's got to be his dad, I'd say, huh?
It must be.
Sure seems remote.
Well, and this is just that screen porch.
Yeah.
There's I think we should have him go through it too.
Probably.
I mean, I don't see anything, but I guess
Yeah.
the power off. I saw. Maybe they turn the electricity up.
Oh, look at that. Hey, there's even extra rocks. Well, we need no lamp, but there's some spare rocks.
The other thing, I don't know if that tree stand looking thing is theirs or not, but I don't think. And then there's this. That has the same kind of padlock if that's theirs.
Stuff to say up here.
Yeah. I'll ask him. All right, so we were able to just basically just pop the latch off the front door, so it shouldn't. That really should be the only thing that would need to be fixed is just the latch. It should still lock and everything. Nobody inside and nothing looks like it's disturbed. But if you want to take a look with us, because you might know better if anything looks out of the ordinary. Do you know that little like shed building that's in front? Is that there's okay?
Yes. And so I would kind of want to look in there, and also kind of want to look in the boathouse just to see.
Okay, if you're cool with it, I mean, we can just the same thing. Try to just pop the latch off and.
That or I saw right next to the door. There's a little basket with some spare padlocks and keys.
Those should probably be the right ones. I would.
Okay, well, yeah, maybe we'll save a couple latches.
Yeah. If you remember, they usually keep the keys in that basket.
Okay.
So if there's something in there.
Didn't notice anything like a duffel bag or anything to suggest that maybe they were staying here and like left and we're going to come back. I'm assuming the power is shut off too. I'm assuming maybe if they're not going to be up here, they might shut the power off.
There's a little bit of damage there. I took pictures before and after, so we got it. Tried to be as gentle as I could. So. I'm gonna just back up my car now. Hold this package here until we get in.
Okay, sure.
I wonder if you look at expiration.
I could probably get Hotnick to send me the lockpicking for law enforcement.
Oh, it's not these. No. It's none of those options. I have a feeling that'll pop off there pretty easily though.
Simple task. We'll do more than anything else.
Basically broke. There, just unlock it. Clear.
This thing you want to see if
the bolt was missing. Firewood. I'll bring these keys and try them, but what's that? What the actual fuck is that? Oh, a toe biter thing?
Water beetle or something?
Holy
9294.
Well,
I've seen here on town the last.
What the actual
Last
fuck
week or
is
so.
that?
That far.
I don't know. There's no way. This key is bent. That's cool. That one. That thing is huge. Get none of these work for that either. That one actually looks tougher. It sure does.
Be a bad burglar.
Yeah, I know. I wonder if this. Oh, that doesn't turn. Never mind. I was gonna say, did you just turn that and then?
Not anymore.
No. No, I wonder if that latch will fit to that lock. You know, I thought maybe. Nope. Maybe.
This saved the life.
There's a boat, a canoe, and a tube.
So silly fuels. No, it's like 2 boats, canoe, 2 tubes.
YouTube.
There's a big open spot where maybe there could have been another canoe.
Sure.
I'll get that thing, or
I think it's dead. I think it's just like a shell float.
I think it's just plain possible. Okay, I'm gonna put my side by back on.
All right.
I'll give him another lock it in there.
Well, unfortunately, none of these keys work for the locks. So we did have to, we popped the one off the shed and the boathouse.
Okay.
Nothing out of the ordinary in the shed. I can give you these back here. The boathouse, it looks like I guess I'm not sure how many, there's like a John boat and a canoe in there. And then there's some like pool noodles, inflatable inner tubes. I don't know if how many boats are supposed to be in there, but.
My brother seemed to have thought there should have been 2 boats in the canoe. So
Okay.
Take a look.
Yeah, absolutely.
Put cement down? No.
Does your family do any other property like up here in the area at all? Okay. Okay.
Yeah, and that road's always there too. And it looks like there is another second one behind it.
Oh, there. Oh, yep. You're right. There is. Okay.
Yeah, this looks
It's pretty normal. Okay. So I know. I guess I don't know a ton of details about everything that's gone on or going on. I guess my understanding is they're believed to be with another couple.
someone else at least.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know who.
Yeah, okay. I was going to see if you knew who they were, if because we could always look and see if they own property up here in the area.
I assume it's someone they know and does own property up here.
Okay.
He said his brother texted him that they did make it safely to White Lake.
But they never specifically said cottage, like our cottage ever. Now they're like reading back through stuff. They just said we're going up north. We made it to White Lake.
Okay.
And you said they were going to see the.
They were going for the fourth parade.
Sure. Okay.
In White Lake.
Okay. Any other, like you said, the family doesn't have any other property, but any other relatives or anything that you know of up here? Not up here. Okay.
Or medical treatment. Said he was good and became agitated. Tonight. 10-4.
Do you know, did they have any friends, like they might have gone to their cabin in the area, I mean, up in the forest or O'Connell? Or?
I have to assume they came up to someone else's cabin, but I wouldn't know anyone else would want to
Mm-hmm.
You said most of their friends are still in town, back at your hometown.
Yeah, all the ones we could think of that they would come up here with.
Okay.
But I guess we were thinking they came here. I don't know anybody else that has a cabin up here.
Sure.
Well, even up this way, like I said, in a forest, O'Connell.
Yeah, there's a lot of backwoods lakes, and yeah. This is probably a dumb question that you've been asked, but have you tried like phone contact? Has anybody been able to get a hold of them, or okay? Sure. Do you know if they tried like pinging their phones at all?
Not mine, at least.
Well, your brother said at some point that he signed off the phone something,
hoping
but
they can
we
do
haven't
phone
heard
records.
anything about
Sure.
them
Okay.
trying to get a hold of their phones.
Sure. And yeah, that's probably something they're working on like a phone ping, trying to get a location of where it's at, but. And then, do you know, does the family own property across the road too? I thought I had heard or saw that somewhere that.
I think so. I think they own a bit of it.
Okay.
Mom owns a bit across the street.
Just wooded though? Is it?
Yeah, there's nothing out there.
Okay.
For us.
That's what it shows on the map.
There's no buildings out there.
Sure. Okay.
And they prefer to stay in the cabin as opposed to coming up and sleeping on the ground and everything, so they're not fencing.
You said your dad wasn't much of a hunter or a fisher either.
He doesn't hunt, but he does fish.
Okay.
But it's not like he doesn't own a boat to go fishing or anything
Yeah,
like that. He fishes from like
Just, yep. Okay.
Check out the company shed to see if those Jerry things like that.
Oh, yeah, his brother said that they got gas cans ready for them to go. So he said they would be by the shed if they brought them here.
Okay. That's good to know. Yeah. Before I forget to, I'll give you my card for up here. It's got my phone number, email, anything on there.
I see one in the back.
I think you meant the plastic. That's actually old.
Okay, I didn't know if they were plastic.
The like the treehouse deer stand right there, is that yours as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
Would have been cheaper to buy a new one with it. There you go.
Looks like the floor is falling out of it, so I'm assuming.
It's pretty old.
Yeah. Did you check?
Check it at least.
Did you check it? Okay.
Yeah, it's a dirt on it.
Okay.
Looks like it look at it.
I'm just trying to think of any other possibility. Like, you know, when you were a kid, when you came up here in years past, I mean, is there anywhere else you guys would go, like up to Minocqua or Rhinelander or anywhere like that? Like if you were up here, like take a day trip somewhere?
I'm not going to have a name of it, but we would go to a candy store just for fun, but that would be about it.
Okay.
Maybe my parents would go there since they like the taffy there if they were up here. But
Okay.
it's a pretty big place, but I don't know the name of it.
Sure.
There's some big candy store up in Oneida County, isn't there?
I know there's one like downtown Minocqua.
I think it's it's a pretty big place. It's got a few different rooms that you can go around in, but it's not a chain.
Okay.
At least not that I would think.
It's like the mom and pop up north
Kind of
candy
thing.
store.
Yeah. Something like that.
Do you remember if you drove like a while to get there?
Yeah, it was a decent. Something like 30 minutes maybe.
Sure. Your parents like go to casinos at all or anything like that? Okay.
There hasn't been any squabbling amongst the family about ownership up here, has there?
Well, all of your mom's family lives on the east. They live on the east and the west.
Sure.
So,
Folks didn't say anything about having problems with neighbors wanting to buy them out or anything like that.
No. Well, for I mean, for us, we're here and available if you know there is anything that comes up. I mean, we can certainly take a drive through White Lake too and see. I mean, we're looking at quite a few days ago now since the parade, but hey, it still might be worth something. But you can't think of any like friends, family members, anything that hey, we're gonna go see Bob and Sue or okay. All right.
I mean, this isn't anything anyone can help with, but I wonder if anyone at your dad's or mom's work have also not been there.
Yeah, I was talking about my dad.
What does he do for work?
He's an accountant.
Okay.
It's possible for something that we can maybe come to.
Yeah, I can try to get in touch with them as well, just to kind of see where they're at. Being Dane County, they have a lot more people than we do, and they probably have a lot of people working on this. I can almost guarantee it. Do you happen to have the number that you were talking to? Just I wanted to grab that just so I
Knock
can call
yourself
and
out,
let the
Peter.
detective
I
know.
don't think there's a great deal.
608
Okay.
Much to
571
go anyway.
8756.
8756. Perfect. Yeah, I'll give them a call and kind of let them know where we're at up here.
I think we can cut it at this point.
And then yeah, we can certainly at least one of us take a drive through White Lake and see.
We stopped it at 47:26, just for the record.
Very good.
Your Honor, I only have about 5 more minutes with this witness, but I see a lot of wiggles. I don't know if you wanted to perhaps do a break now.
Do you know how long the cross-examination might be?
Not long at all.
Let's go ahead and
Okay.
forge ahead. We're not quite to the 90-minute mark yet, at least in this room. I know you're in the hallway a little bit before, but we'll get this finished up.
So, long story short, Sergeant, there was no evidence of Mr. and Mrs. Halderson at the cabin up in White Lake.
Correct.
In the course of your assistance with Dane County, were you asked a couple questions about a parade that occurred over 4th of July weekend?
Yes, I was.
And I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 29. Could you please identify Exhibit 29 for me?
Yes, ma'am. This is a copy of an ad that was placed in the Anago Daily Journal by the Village of White Lake. This is advertising the annual White Lake 4th of July celebration.
And on that flyer, and you helped us actually get a copy of this, is that fair?
Yes, it is.
And on that flyer, does it tell you a time and location of a parade that occurred over 4th of July weekend?
Yes, the parade was Saturday, July 3rd, 2021 at 2 p.m.
Not on July 4th.
Correct.
I would move to admit Exhibit 29 into evidence.
No objection.
It is received. It may be published.
No further questions.
And cross-examination, please.
Just briefly, this sign, it's a piece of paper that people would put up at bars and stores and things around town.
Yes, ma'am.
That's it. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Just briefly, Sergeant, when you were asked to provide proof of when the parade was, did you actually contact any officials?
I did.
And they directed you back to this advertisement?
She did, yes.
Okay. Was it also advertised online?
Yes, it was.
Nothing further.
May this witness be excused and released from his subpoena?
Yes.
Detective Sergeant, thank you so much. I think we can get you back home by dinner. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our afternoon break. We'll resume at 3:15. All right, for the jury.
Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Sir, if you believe you can do so responsibly and safely, removing your mask would be appreciated at this point.
All right.
Thank you very much. Go right ahead. Sure.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record and spell both your first and last name?
Yeah, my name is Curtis Van Pelt, Curtis, VAN space capital PELT.
How are you employed?
I'm a facility manager for Zimbrick Inc.
Did you know a person by the name of Krista Halderson?
Yes, I did.
How did you know Krista?
Krista was one of my direct reports. She was our customer service representative. We had her under my employment for a little over 2 years.
Could you just very briefly, in a sentence or two, tell me about what Krista was like at work?
Krista was a very kind, warm customer service
I want to say
representative.
pics.
She had a genuine concern for all of our customers on the phone and in person, treated everyone with empathy, and I had many compliments from the general public. Anyone who dealt with her went out of their way to tell me how great she was.
Sir, I'm going to show you two exhibits. I might need the scissors. First exhibit is Exhibit 30. Could you please look at Exhibit 30 and identify it?
Yeah, this is the time punches submitted by Krista in our management system.
And where is the physical location of your office where Krista worked?
My office is in the front. It's a glassed 3-panel cubicle. It is about 12 to 15 feet from the main office where Krista and the estimators resided.
Sorry, I asked a poor question. What is the address as in the street address?
Street address is 1707 North Stoughton Road
In Madison?
in Madison.
And does this appear to be a true and accurate copy of her time in, time out sheet?
Yes, I gave that copy to the detectives that were there.
I would move Exhibit 30 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
It is received.
And I assume you do not have work times for all your employees memorized.
No, I don't. That's why we have the computer.
So I'm going to give this Exhibit 30 to you. Can you tell me what hours Krista worked on July 1st, 2021?
So Krista punched in at 7:41 a.m. on July 1st. You just want me to tell you when she worked too?
She took a lunch, I assume.
She took a lunch break 1:13 p.m. to 1:39 p.m. And then she did clock out at 4:58 p.m.
And speaking of the lunch break, was there any locations that people would go to get food during the lunch hour that you're aware of near your work?
Well, there's many places because East Town is around the corner from us. There is a quick trip right next door. So some folks go and get sandwiches and heat them up in our break room. So there's a multitude of places nearby that someone could go eat off-site.
And I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 541. Could you please identify what Exhibit 541 is?
Yes, this was all of Krista's time off requests from January 1st of 2020 through December 31st, 2021.
Did Krista Halderson request to be off on July 2nd of 2021?
No, she did not.
Did she show up to work that day?
No, she did not.
Was that unusual for Mrs. Halderson?
Extremely unusual. Krista was very conscientious and would text me usually a couple hours ahead of any start time to let me know she would be late or not in that day.
And did Mrs. Halderson ask off for July 5th of 2021?
No, she did not. I had that day off. And
You had that day off.
part of our process in our front office is that only one of us can have a day off. We can't have two people taking the same days off. So Dan Croninger took Friday, July 2nd off. I took Monday, July 5th off. And that would exclude anyone else from taking time off in the front office.
Did Krista show up for work, if you know, on July 5th, 2021?
And no, she did not. It was my day off. I was concerned that she hadn't shown up on the Friday before. I went into work to see if she had come to work and if anyone had heard from her, even though it was my day off.
But again, no call, no show that day?
No call, no show. I texted her a little before 9 o'clock when it was apparent that she hadn't shown up. That text was never delivered.
And did Mrs. Halderson have any time in July of 2021 requested off?
Yes, she did near the end of the month. Yep. Page 5 on the bottom of this document, she submitted time off for July 27th and July 28th.
Is there any rules at your work about how far in advance you have to ask for days off?
No, it's encouraged that employees ask as soon as possible, if that as far in advance as they know. I usually submit my stuff in January for the upcoming year, which might be July or August. It's first come, first serve, so that the sooner you get it in, you've locked in that week or the block of days you want off, and then it's precluded from someone else, having a conflict and trying to take the same time off.
I would move Exhibit 541 into evidence at this time.
Any objection?
No objection.
It is received.
Do you know what vehicle Krista Halderson drove to and from work on July 1st, 2021?
She drives drove the Volvo, the gray Volvo station wagon.
Right, no further questions.
Cross-examination, please.
They're not real keen on.
Briefly, yes. Mr. Van Pelt, it sounds like you're
Asking
essentially,
questions,
or were
are they?
essentially Ms. Halderson's supervisor. Is that fair?
Correct.
As her supervisor, or maybe just in general, would you consider yourself close to Ms. Halderson?
She was a great employee and I considered her a friend.
No further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused and released.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you so much, sir. Have a good remainder of your day.
You too.
Thank you.
State calls Daniel Croninger to the stand.
Be up here soon. I don't know if you've.
They unfortunately were just called from being informed they were just called back after.
Oh,
So they will not.
Was expected.
Inaccurate footage, the footage you.
Days off. So Dan.
Go right up to Randy there.
Please raise your hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter?
5:26. You've got an hour.
One moment, let me approach, Judge.
Sure.
Fine, I know who it is.
Sir, if you are.
That's that we've actually called. My victim witness person was right. So,
Okay.
so I apologize. Sir, could you please state your name and spell both your first and last for the record?
John Painold, John, and then Poehnelt.
How are you employed?
I'm the store leader at Quick Trip,
Which Quick Trip?
store 955 over on 1625 North Stoughton.
And earlier in this summer, did you provide some footage from your store to the Dane County's Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
We showed you a piece of this footage in the past. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And that was true and accurate footage, the footage you provided to Dane County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, it was.
This time I would move Exhibit 31, the Quick Trip video, into evidence.
Any objection? Thank you. It may be received and it may be published.
And the first clip we're going to play is camera 22. And I believe that's the camera over the north door. Is that correct, sir?
The camera from the north side doors?
I believe so.
Yes.
Okay. And we are going to play from 1 minute and 17 seconds. And we're just going to play a couple seconds. Oh, I'm sorry. We're going to play 1:17 p.m. Until 1:18 p.m. Thank you. And sir, just one further question. Is there a Zimbrick dealership near your Quick Trip store?
Yes, about 200 yards away.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
No, thank you.
May this witness be excused and released.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, sir. Have a good rest of your day.
Actually, Your Honor, can I ask one more question? I apologize.
Sure.
Is the time and date on this video is July 1st of 2021?
Yes.
And the time is it was 1:17 p.m. and went into 1:18 p.m.
That's correct.
And is the time on the video accurate to time in real life?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any
Sorry about
follow-up to that?
No, thank you.
Thank you again, sir. Have a good remainder of your day.
State now calls in the cottage.
Please raise your hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Sir, if you are willing and able to safely and responsibly testify without your mask, that would be our preference. Okay. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the record and spell both your first and last name?
Yes, Daniel Joseph Kroninger, Daniel Kroninger.
How are you employed?
Currently, I am an electrician apprentice.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was, how are you employed in July of 2021?
Oh, at that time, I was a body shop estimator at Zimbrick Body Shop European.
And is that the location on Stoughton Road?
Yes.
In Madison, Dane County, Wisconsin?
Yes.
Did you know a coworker by the name of Krista Halderson?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe what was your relationship with Krista?
She was our customer service rep. So we worked together. I think I started there in September of 2019.
Okay. And did you become friends with Krista Halderson?
Yes, I did.
Did you ever go to her home?
Yes.
Did you meet her husband?
Yes.
Sometime, did you find out on July 2nd of 2021 that Krista no-called and no-showed into work?
Yes, that's correct.
How did you find that out?
I had the day off from work. We were supposed to close on the house, and I received a text from a couple coworkers asking if I'd heard from her.
Had you heard from her?
I had not.
Did she ever discuss with you in the last week of June, that first day in July, any plans to go to her cabin?
No.
What did you do in response to learning that Krista no-called, no-showed?
Initially, we were just my girlfriend and I were taking care of some stuff around the house. I received a second text, I think around 2:30 or so, of another coworker asking if I had heard from her. So around 4:35, 4:40 or so, we drove over to their house to see if I could get a hold of anyone.
What caused you to drive over to her house?
Just because it's weird for her to not show up to work, and I was living just a couple miles away at the time.
Okay. Did you in fact go to her house?
Yes.
And just so we're clear, that's the house on Oak Springs Circle in Windsor, Wisconsin?
Correct.
What'd you do once you got there?
Initially knocked on the door, no response, so I peered through the front door window, like the side light. I saw what appeared to be a table on its side. No response. Then we went to the garage door, checked to see if the vehicles were there, which they were. And then at that point, Chandler came to the door.
Okay. And did you go into the house, talk outside, or something else?
We talked outside of the side garage door.
And just to be clear, I'm going to show you what's been marked and received as Exhibit 7. Is this the side garage door that you're discussing?
Yes, that's correct.
And I will just throw Exhibit 7 on the overhead here. So tell me about your conversation with Chandler. What did he say?
When we arrived, it appeared he had just gotten out of the shower. I confirmed with him that his parents were not there. And then he had given us a story about how they had gone up north in an emergency to the cabin and went with a couple that he was not sure who they were. Just know that they were picked up early that day and would be gone for a couple of days.
Okay. Did he tell you what time his parents had left?
I know he had said that it was probably right. He had not been waken up yet, so it was something early. He heard them leaving, is what he told me.
And other than Chandler just getting out of the shower, was there anything else unusual about his appearance?
He had a bandage on his large toe. Not sure which side it was, but he had a bandage on one of his toes.
Did he say anything about his foot?
He said that he had broken the glass around the fireplace while playing with the dogs.
Okay. Did he describe his injury at all?
He just said there was blood everywhere.
After you spoke with Chandler, were you satisfied enough that you left the house?
Yes, I gave him, or we exchanged phone numbers so we could text and keep in contact. And I said to let him, or for him to let me know if he had heard anything from them. And then at that point, we felt the story made sense, so we left.
Okay. And I am going to show you what has been marked as exhibits 32 through 34.
Mm-hmm.
As a group, how would you identify exhibits or describe exhibits 32 through 34?
Let's see. So the initial 32 is when I gave my number to him. I texted him saying that it's me. Then followed up on Sunday, I had gotten a call from him that Sunday, which was the 4th. I was at a event down in South Beloit.
Okay.
Sorry.
How would you describe them as a group, just generally,
Oh.
without going into detail as to what they are?
Sorry. Let's see. So just following up, trying to figure out when they're expected to be back.
Are these photographs of text messages between you and Mr.
Yes.
Halderson?
Yes. Sorry. Yes. They're pictures of my phone.
And do
Yes.
they appear to be true and accurate depictions?
Yes.
At this time, I would move exhibits 32 through 34 into evidence.
Any objection?
Maybe approach.
Sure.
Oh, far out. Oh, that's way too loud, especially for this time of the morning. Mm. Mm. He's like, come on, get on with it. I needs to get back and chew me some tobacco. Oh, look at you.
Published only a little bit at the top.
You've not missed much, actually.
The first text there says this is Dan. So that was you just giving your number.
Correct.
Chandler. Okay. And what's the next time during this week that you interact with Chandler?
Yeah, no, I think they did find her legs because the
So that would have been Friday.
when they went through the fire pit, the open fire, you know how they found the skull and the human remains in the fireplace. They established that the knees had to have been the father's because they had recovered the mother's. Powers of deduction.
I believe.
Oh, can someone take a screenshot of that?
Would you like to look at exhibit 32?
Yeah,
Refresh your memory?
I believe we spoke that Saturday. Just trying to see if there was any update.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think maybe it was her torso.
I believe what we were told is that they you can't get a hold of them up north when there is cloud cover, so they're not able to receive or send texts if the weather is not clear.
Okay, and I'm just giving you exhibit 32 to help refresh your recollection. After maybe a phone call on Saturday, when's the next time you had any interaction with Chandler Halderson?
He called me Sunday afternoon when we were at the racetrack in Beloit or South
What
Beloit.
was the nature of the call, or why did he call you?
He wanted to see what we were doing. Said he was
cat's
bored and
backing
wanted to
up.
hang out.
Hang on.
Okay. Did you guys make plans?
Yeah, I told him that we were going to be at the racetrack, and when we got back, we would let him know. And we were going to be out in the street with some of the other neighbors and doing 4th of July things.
I'm going to ask you to move your mic just
Oh, sorry.
a little bit closer. Have you hung out with Chandler Halderson in the past?
Not just him, with his parents and him, but not just him himself.
Okay, but it wasn't unusual for you guys to get together.
No, no.
And I think the judge is going to ask everybody but the jury to remove their mask for a few seconds. Do you see the person that you know as Chandler Halderson in the courtroom today?
If everyone that's not in the jury could remove their masks so that the witness is able to see everyone's face fully and determine whether he recognizes the defendant, please replace your masks at this time.
Yes.
Could you describe where he is seated and perhaps the color of his shirt?
Looks like a light purple, and it's 3rd to the right.
As the record reflects, the witness has identified the defendant.
It shall.
So does Mr. Halderson come over to your house on July 4th?
Yes, I believe shortly after 8:30.
Does he come alone? Does he bring someone or something else?
He brings his girlfriend, Kat, which we were aware that she was coming.
And what did you guys do?
We did some fireworks in the street, and she believed she had a drink. My girlfriend and I had a couple of drinks and just kind of hung out in the driveway.
To your knowledge, did anyone have any burn injuries from the interactions on July 4th?
Not that I'm aware of.
When's the next time that you interact with Chandler Halderson?
Let's see.
And I'm going to actually give you 33 and 34 as well.
So it looks like that would have been. It looks like it would have been Monday. What would that have been? Monday the 5th?
Okay. And what was the nature of that interaction?
He was just saying that his family was going to be another day late and to ask if I could request another day off for her.
Okay. And did you in fact communicate with your work?
Yeah, I told my boss, Curtis.
Okay. When, any other interaction with Chandler that day?
I don't believe so, no.
On Tuesday, July 6th, did you have any communication with Chandler?
Yes, I was following up with him because she was supposed to have a doctor's appointment that day that she was really looking forward to, and was expecting them to be back for sure for that event. So it looks like I texted 9:23 that morning to have Krista call us as soon as they get back into town.
And of course, you didn't get a call from Krista.
Correct.
Describe your next interaction with Chandler.
So then I texted again Wednesday, asking if they were back in town. Said that Krista was going to lose her job if she doesn't call in since it was a no-call, no-show.
And what, if any, response did he give you?
I said he's going to file a missing persons report if she misses her appointment. Okay, so I guess that was Tuesday then.
At this point, how worried are you on the spectrum for Krista?
I was getting pretty worried because I knew I had texted her before when she was at her cabin, so I knew that story seemed about fishy. It was also really rare for her to not be excited about an event like that and to be telling everyone. So we expected, if they were planning to be off, that she would have let us know. She would have let my boss Curtis know well in advance. And it certainly wouldn't be like her to miss a doctor's appointment that she had been looking forward to.
And just to clarify, because those are screenshots.
Yes.
It does say, I believe, the July 2nd message on Exhibit 32 says the date.
Yeah.
Or at least it says Friday.
Friday, yep.
Okay, which would have been the 2nd.
Yep,
And then
Sunday.
Sunday, it has the date. And then it says, and then the next message is labeled yesterday.
So that would have been, I believe these photos were taken on Wednesday.
Okay, so yesterday would have been Tuesday the 6th. And
Correct.
today would be Wednesday the 7th.
Correct.
I just want to go through the messages with you.
Mhm.
All right, so I'm publishing Exhibit 32. So the first one is, this is Dana.
Correct.
Next message is Sunday, that would be July 4th, 7:33 p.m. Want to come over around 8:30. Is that you speaking?
That is me, yes.
And then, sounds good to me. Am I able to bring Pat, my girlfriend? And you respond, sure.
Yes.
All right. Then yesterday, which you said would be July 6th of 2021. They're late. Are you able to get her another day? What time is that message? It looks like that message was sent at 5:38 in the morning.
Correct.
Then yesterday, which was again the 6th, it looks like you respond, I'll tell Curtis.
Correct. Yep, that's when I got to work.
And again, as you said, you then also asked that Krista call you as soon as she gets it.
Correct. That was after I spoke to Curtis.
Then moving on to Exhibit 33. And that says today, so that'd be Wednesday.
Correct.
Are your you say, are your parents back in town? Krista's gonna lose her job if she doesn't call.
Correct.
And Chandler responds, I'm gonna file a missing persons report if she misses her cancer appointment. Then you respond, I'm trying to get a hold of Hildy. Who's Hildy?
Mike Hilgendorf is a family friend of theirs.
I'm gonna try to get a hold of Hildy. Do you know who they went to the cottage with? Have you talked to Mitchell? Has he heard anything? And Chandler responds, he hasn't. I called him last night. I don't know who they went with. And you respond, okay, I'll let you know if I hear from Hildy.
Correct.
She called me too earlier. I don't know if she knows. And you respond, who called you? Jane? Question mark. And would that be Jane Hilgendorf?
Yes, Mike's wife. Yes.
And Chandler responds, yes. So I'll go over to their friends' houses today and check. And that's Exhibit 34. And you respond, okay. Sounds like Hildy is gonna go swing by the cat. He's 2 hours from there. And Chandler responds, yep, I got them the address and all. And you respond, okay, sounds good. Keep me posted. I'll do the same. And he responds, if she turns up to work, let me know too. And you respond, will do. Nothing yet. But did you call the police up there? And Chandler responded, no, I'm filing a report here so they can contact all the hospitals and jails. Did I accurately read those messages from exhibits 32 through 34?
I didn't see the very bottom, wasn't on the screen of the last one.
Okay, sorry.
Yes, correct.
Dan, what was Chandler's demeanor or affect like when you discussed his missing parents?
At the time, he didn't seem very concerned. Just they were up north and everything seemed like it was fine to him, was my understanding.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Sir, in response to that last question about his demeanor, are you talking about or remembering talking to him in the driveway of the home?
Mhm.
Yes?
Oh, the only thing that seemed off at that time was when he said there was a lot of blood, or there was blood everywhere. It was I felt kind of like he was looking through me, kind of like a glassy look. But other than that, everything seemed normal as far as how I knew Chandler.
When the district attorney just asked you to recall Chandler's demeanor when he was talking to you, you were remembering that moment in the driveway, correct?
That driveway and in general, yeah. Everything seemed like, they were just up north until she started to miss more days of work, and then it seemed like there was more concern.
Now, the person referenced as Hildy,
Yes.
that's Hilgendorf.
Mike Hilgendorf, yes.
Is that someone you know through the Haldersons, or did you know the Hilgendorfs before you knew the Haldersons?
I worked with the Hilgendorfs, or with Mike anyway. He worked at the Volkswagen news store. So I met him initially through Krista, but we had been at a few events together.
And at that time, you didn't have his contact information?
Correct. I emailed him through our work system.
No other questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused and released from his subpoena.
Well, he's excused.
All
I guess
right.
we'd reserve the right to potentially
All right.
recall him.
That means you can't discuss your testimony with anyone until you've been released on a future date. Thank you so very
Understood.
much.
Thank you.
Have a good rest of your day.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you.
State would call Zach Reed to the stand.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Sir, if you can comfortably and safely testify without your mask, that would be my request. Thank you. Go right ahead.
Good afternoon. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Zach Reed, Z-A-C-H-R-E-E-D.
And how were you employed in July of 2021?
I'm the HVAC salesman for, then it was Landmark Heating and Cooling. Now it's Alcivia Heating and Cooling.
And it's kind of an odd question, but what do you drive in the capacity of your work?
Ford Fusion.
What color?
White.
Okay. And sometime prior to July 7th, 2021, was a work order put in to get a quote for some AC?
Yes.
And specifically for the Oak Springs Circle address?
Correct.
Okay, so what exactly were you supposed to do there?
They were looking for a mini.
Just an update. The jurors have been sent home for the day, so no verdict today.
Split unit, which is just a form of air conditioning for a house with a boiler.
Okay. And on July 7th of 2021, did you in fact go to the Oak Springs address in Windsor, Wisconsin?
Yes.
About what time did you arrive?
I think around 11:45.
Okay. And what time was your appointment, if you remember?
Noon.
Did anybody greet you right away at 11:45?
No.
At some point, did someone greet you on the property?
Yes.
Tell me about that. What time did that occur?
I don't know exactly what time it was. I had knocked on the door. I was running a little ahead of schedule, knocked on the door, no answer. Went back in the car, started just doing some paperwork, and then someone pulled up. So I just waved. They waved back, kind of got my stuff, my quote stuff ready to go, got out. He was out of the car at that point. And then I said, introduced myself. Hey, here from Mini Split Quote. He said, I don't know what that is. Told him, form of air conditioning for house with a boiler. Then he told me that he had just reported his parents missing. They didn't come back from up north. And I was like, oh, do you want to reschedule this? And
do you know at this point who you're talking to?
no.
Just, it seems to be the child of
Yeah, it
the
was,
missing parents.
in my mind at that point, it was just a kid who had reported his parents missing.
I don't know if you'll see that person in the courtroom. Do you think if you saw that person, you would recognize him?
Yeah.
Okay.
At this point, I would ask everyone who's not in the jury box to please remove their mask for the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. You can replace masks.
Do you recognize the person you talked to in the courtroom today? And if you don't, that's okay.
Don't know that I saw everybody.
Okay, that's fair enough. Anyway, so the person maintained that they lived at the house that you had went to on Oak Springs?
Yeah.
Okay. What did you do next after the person told you that he just reported his parents missing?
Asked him if he wanted to reschedule. He said, no, it's got to get done. We started walking towards the house, and then the dog started to bark, and he kind of stopped. He said, oh, the dogs, and he was kind of just froze. And I was like, are you sure you don't want to reschedule? Got a lot of things going on. He said, can we do that? And I was like, yeah, not a problem. And then that was it.
How would you describe the demeanor of the person that you interacted that day in the driveway of the Oak Springs address?
Kind of just stressed, I guess. Like he was hearing me, but not really processing what was going on.
Okay. And did you notice anything else about the home that struck you as unusual or just noteworthy?
Yeah, when I was standing at the front door before all of that, I just noticed it looked like the dryer vent came out of the front of the house, and it looked like someone had tried to maybe tape it shut or close it.
Ooh, hang on.
Do we have a verdict? Is that what someone's saying? Julia Nielsen's reporting that there's a verdict.
All right, jurors, I know you want to go home, so
Okay.
it's been a long day
Not a
for
verdict.
everybody. I have to give you those same cautions.
Not a verdict. Not a verdict. Let's tweet that out.
Anyone, do not do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Be careful with your social media use. We know you've all been working really hard and we appreciate it. So please just clear your heads. Don't think about this case at all as best you can. And we'll see you tomorrow morning when everybody's fresh to start again. Thank you.
All right, for the court, please. There's following.
So Bob, she usually comes back out if the jury leaves, as you know, and then we go up and she has the defense or anything, if they have any issues, or the prosecution says she probably will come back once the jury leaves. There. Okay, here we go. She just handed something to her court reporter, as you saw. If I'm the defense, I'm pretty upset right now because
Jury's exit the courtroom.
Okay, Joy. All right, we'll see everybody tomorrow.
Thank you. Court is adjourned.
okay. Now, Michael Bryant will be outside the courthouse, whether or not he'll be streaming or just get the commentary. But it sounds like this is ridiculous. I mean, I don't know how you feel about this, but you know, this jury had, you know, has been in there now since after lunch. 1:30 it was they went back. They worked hard again for 2.5 hours. They've been silent, but you know, she didn't really do anything to help them. They wanted the answers to their questions and they didn't get it. Bob, talk to me, please.
Well, I mean, it depends on what you mean by ridiculous. I mean, it's a lengthy case. There is a lot of evidence to review.
Yeah. Oops, I'm sorry, Bob. Go ahead. Can we lower the sound of what's happening outside and then Bob can talk?
I think.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Which in our industry could be weird depending on the type of dryer.
Okay. Did you notice anything about any of the windows in the home?
Yeah, all the windows were open.
No other questions for this witness.
Cross-examination.
Yes, thank you. The individual that you had an interaction with that day, was that your first time you had an interaction with him?
Yep.
And as far as the request to go to the home and see the unit or to talk about the unit, do you know who made that request?
I believe it was Bart.
And that individual that you spoke to was not, that individual you spoke to that day was not Bart.
Was not what?
Was not Bart, the person that made the request.
Correct. Yeah.
And when you were there, we're talking about July, correct? Was it hot that day?
Yeah, I suppose.
And was that your first time that you had gone to that location?
Yes.
So you don't know what that location or what the house looked like up until that day?
Correct.
No further questions.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused and released.
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir. Have a good remainder of your day.
State calls Pam Sidwell to the stand.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this
About
matter.
15 minutes left.
Ms. Sidwell, if you believe you can do so responsibly and safely, it would be appreciated if you would testify without a mask.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your name and spell both your first and last name for the record?
Legally, it's Pamela, but I go by Pam Sidwell, Sidwell.
Ms. Sidwell, did you know a person by the name of Krista Halderson?
I did.
In what capacity did you know her?
She was my neighbor. She was a coworker for 3 years at a seasonal employer in DeForest. She was a walking buddy, and she was a very good friend.
So you live in the Oak Springs neighborhood? Did you know the rest of the family? Did you know Chandler Halderson and Bart Halderson?
I did.
Again, as a neighbor?
I knew Bart, pretty well. We did things, both Bart and Krista, my husband and I did things together. I knew Chandler not so well. I knew of him. I saw him come into work once in a while, and he actually did a few odd jobs for my mother.
Okay. And towards the end of July, the end of June, beginning of July, did you become aware of a growing medical concern that Krista may have had for Chandler?
Both her and Bart stopped over at our place on, I believe it was Sunday, the 27th. And they said he had fell down the steps and had a concussion. And I said, did he go to the doctor? And she said, yes.
Did Krista reach out to you any further about Chandler's concussion?
Other than it was either Monday or Tuesday of that following week, she texted me and asked me if I'd be around because she was going to be at work and Bart was going to be at the dentist on Wednesday morning. And just in case he had any issues that he could call.
And that was Wednesday, June 30th, 2021.
Yes.
And what did you answer, Krista?
I said, sure.
This has been previously marked and displayed to the jury as Exhibit 35. This is a note. I see the name Pam on the note and a phone number. Is that in fact your phone number or your phone number as it was in June of 2021?
No. My phone number is 7036.
So it's one digit off.
Right.
Okay. But otherwise that information appears accurate.
Right.
Does your husband have the number 1 or 2 digits off of yours?
No, we actually have the same house address. Both cell phone numbers end in 7036 and our home number is 7036.
But Krista giving you a heads up about the 30th that Chandler was going to be by himself.
Yes.
You were kind of on call.
Yes.
At any point in time on the 30th, anytime before, after, did Krista reach out to you and ask you to, hey, be available during the July 4th weekend for Chandler?
No.
Did Krista ever talk to you about plans to go to the cabin over the July 4th weekend?
No.
And I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 36. And I'm going to turn specifically to page 3579. And the last text on there, is that the text that Krista sent you?
I don't have my reading glasses.
Oh, that's okay. Hi, would it be okay to give your telephone number to Chandler tomorrow as a backup in case of an emergency? Does that appear to be accurate, what I read?
Yes.
And does it sound right that that was sent on June 29th of 2021 at 9:26 p.m.?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
If Krista would have went to the cabin, would it be unlike her to not have somebody check in on Chandler considering his medical condition?
Your Honor, objection calls for speculation.
I'll rephrase. Generally speaking, if Krista had a concern or was going to be out of town, did she try to let her friends and family know?
Yes.
And that was part of habit for her.
Yes.
I'm going to move Exhibit 36 into evidence, but not publish it at this time.
Any objection?
No objection.
It is received.
Ms. Adwell, how did you find out that Bart and Krista were missing?
I received a few phone calls, cell phone calls, and I wasn't answering it because I didn't recognize the number. And when I did look at it, I saw there was a voicemail. It was from Deputy Nelson, I believe.
Did Chandler reach out to you at all for assistance during the July 4th weekend?
No.
At any point, did he reach out to you to tell you his parents were missing?
No.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
No, thank you.
May this witness be excused and released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Have a good remainder of your day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Where's my sheet?
Do you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give us matters the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
While Ms. Reming's preparing, the state calls Detective Bill Hendrickson of the Dane County Sheriff's Department.
Thank you. Detective, if you're comfortable and believe you can do so safely and responsibly, testifying without your mask would be appreciated.
Okay.
Thank you.
Could you please state your name and spell your first and last name for the record?
It's William A. Hendrickson, Hendrickson.
How are you employed?
I'm a detective with the Dane County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been employed as a detective?
I've been with the county for 27 years. I've been a detective for 20 of those.
And before that, you were a deputy.
Correct.
Is it fair to say that you did a variety of different tasks in regard to this investigation?
Yes,
And in fact, we're probably going to hear from you multiple times, telling different parts of the story.
I believe so, yes.
So at one point in the investigation, did detectives search for proof of life for Bart and
Yes.
Krista? What does that mean?
It's basically looking for the last known date or time that we know that the victims were alive and well, going about their daily routine, doing things that people would normally do in their life.
I'm going to show you some exhibits. Exhibit 37, 38, and 39. First, exhibit 37.
Phone records, banking
How would you
records.
describe exhibit 37?
37 is a copy of financial records for Chandler Halderson and Bart Halderson from Settlers Bank in Windsor, Wisconsin.
And why would you get bank records for a missing persons case?
Trying to find out if they have been accessing their accounts, making purchases, if they're making purchases in the area or possibly somewhere else, and attempt to locate them.
And does that appear to be true and accurate records as you got them from Settlers Bank?
Hey, buddy.
Yes, it does.
I would move exhibit 37 into evidence at this time.
Any objection?
No objection.
They are received.
And detective, I would ask to draw your attention to some of the last purchases or last accountings here.
I am.
For Bart Halderson.
Mhm.
Were any purchases made on July 1st of
Yeah.
2021?
Yes.
And what were those purchases?
It was a purchase at the Quick Trip store. It says Quick Trip Madison.
And how much was that one for?
$2.62, it looks like.
Okay. And what else?
There was also one, it looks like it was some sort of a prepayment with maybe UW Health in the amount of $30.
And were there any transactions that popped up on July 2nd of 2021?
Yes, there was a purchase at Qdoba, which is the East Madison location in front of East Town Mall. And that was the only one on that day.
And you work with bank records during the course of your work as a detective.
Yes, I do.
Do purchases always pop up on bank records the day that you make them?
With some companies, they do. With other companies, it could be anywhere between 24 and 72 hours before it shows up on a bank statement.
So this was an interesting purchase because it occurred on July 2nd of 2021, or at least it appeared so from the bank record.
That's correct, yes.
So did you do any investigating to see when this purchase was actually made?
I did.
Would ask that you describe exhibits 38 and 39, please.
Okay, 38 is a photo that I took from inside the Qdoba. This would have been like a screenshot taken from video surveillance footage, which shows who I believe to be Bart and Krista Halderson on the date this purchase was made. Exhibit 39 is a copy of the receipt regarding the purchase that was made that corresponds to this video footage.
And does exhibit 38 and 39 appear to be true and accurate depictions?
They do, yes.
I would move exhibits 38 and 39 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
They are received.
Jimmy, stop it.
We'll move to publish. I'm going to publish exhibit 39 first.
My white cat headbutts my legs when he's hungry. Sitting under the desk, just headbutting me.
That popped up for July 2nd. What was that amount?
It's $26.43.
And you were able to track
Funny,
that
like
amount to this receipt. What is the date on the receipt on exhibit 30?
The date of the receipt is June 30th, 2021 at 6:02 p.m.
June 30th.
Correct.
So it's a 48 hours roughly.
Essentially, yes.
And then I'm going to publish exhibit 38. And is this the still from the surveillance video from the Qdoba location?
It is.
So even though that bank records show that there was activity on July 2nd, that activity actually took place on June 30th.
In this instance, in regards to Qdoba, yes.
Stop it.
Was there any other than what appeared to be prepayments? Some people pay their bills automatically. Were there any other purchases that were of interest?
There's a number of transactions that took place after the second at Target, and then there was, looks like some payroll deposits that went through before the second and then after the second. It looks like another payment, like an automatic payment to like TDS.
Okay, so some automatic things that were
Correct.
that appeared to be.
Yes.
Did you find any evidence at all that Krista or Bart Halderson purchased anything after July 1st of 2021?
I did not.
Counsel, can I ask a clarifying question? Is Exhibit 37 the records of an account belonging to Krista and Bart? Because I thought I heard you say Chandler and Bart.
It is Krista.
Chandler and Bart.
I actually believe that there's more than one bank record here, and there is an account that also is Chandler and Bart.
Thank you.
And Madam Clerk, did I move Exhibit 37 into evidence? Yes. Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
No, thank you.
At this time, may the witness be excused but not released?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you, Detective.
I think that might be the end of day one.
Your Honor, could we approach at this time?
Sure.
Oh, far out. Yeah. I do believe that's it. Yep. Alrighty. I just realized yesterday, I don't get onto Facebook very often, but there was a request on there from well, I think it was Anna. And so when I got on there, it popped up this blast from the past thing. And it had a photo, some photos that my daughter had posted wishing me a happiest 50th birthday. So, hang on, let me move myself. So I'll put me over here. Oh, no, no. Ooh, down boy. So that first photo is of my daughter and I about 10 years ago. And the other side
is a message chain that someone, I don't know what we were talking about, but someone said to me, you know, well done, it's awesome. I think my vibrating machine is working too. And I wrote, my vibrating machine looks way different to that one. And the next comment is my daughter's like, Mum, stop. I don't believe I did. Any chance to embarrass them? I would have done it for sure. And then she posted these. I have no idea what that first one was for or how I ended up. I think I let her do my hair. And the second one was straight after a massage I had in Thailand. And that was another one a couple of years later. I think she's about 16 there. So I thought I'd share them. When I was way younger. Way healthier. Yeah. Now, as I said, I have teed up someone to come on as a guest, and I'm just waiting on confirmation. I think they believe that I might be in America because they gave me their mobile phone number, expecting me to call them, and I can't. So I've sent another email, but they sent theirs, you know, the time difference, it's a bit hard. So I don't believe they have actually checked their emails yet. So I'll either do 2 streams tomorrow because I can. I'm not sure. I don't think his will take a huge amount of time, but I'll have to play it by ear. So it'll be either a combined Karen Reid verdict watch with a special guest, or we'll have the verdict watch in the background and continue on at day 2 of Chandler. Alrighty, I'll put the Chandler one up as my go-to, and if that changes, that's what that just, yeah, you'll find out. So I can't do any more than that until I get an actual time that he's free. Alrighty. Mwah. Stay well, stay safe, stay warm. Don't go chopping any arms off. You might know of him, yes. Perhaps. Yeah, I'll put up the thumbnail. Where is it? That one. And where did I save it under? Guest. G. All right. Content creators. That's not it. Did I save that? Just go back into Canva and share that. Oh, fuck, wrong one. Canva. Oh my God. My hands will not work. There it is. All right, share this. Oop. You go over there And where's my share screen? Share screen. You ready? You ready? You ready? Yay! I don't know if you've heard of him, but I actually watch a bit of his stuff. He's a retired appellate lawyer. I think he's in Florida, I think. And he's very, very, he makes it, the law, very easy to understand. He breaks it down really well. He's covered the Karen Reid case intently. And yeah, there's a few questions I'd like him to go over with me. About the trial and stuff. So yeah, it should be very interesting. Go and check him out. It's JD hyphen a lawyer reacts, I think. Let me see if I can put the I'm sure I actually put it in. Get rid of that. I'll put the link in chat for you. He's got a very dry sense of humor. It's hard to explain. It's one of those you're gonna have to watch for yourself. Yes, he's very level-headed. Talk shit either. Means I like that. He's straight up, balls and strikes. That's it. Come on. There we go. This is YouTube. Oh no. The one that says YouTube Jody. Paste. There you go. No, I tried to do it the other day, but I was on my iPad and it wouldn't let me, so and I didn't get a chance to do it when I hooked on here. What is it? I thought it was a game of some sort, but I didn't really. It wouldn't let me go any further than the like the start. It got to one page and stopped. It wouldn't let me play it on my iPad. And I meant to have to drag my ass out of bed and come out to the computer. And I spent enough time on here. I figured as much, yeah. Wouldn't let me go past I did open it, but it wouldn't let me go any further. Anyway, I will have a look. I'll have a look. All right, my darlings. So it wouldn't. You can get in either, Teresia. Yeah. Yeah. All right. I will have a look as soon as I finish up here. So I will see you one way or the other tomorrow night. Just click on the thumbnail that's up. That's all I can say. Oh. Alrighty then. Have a good, what's today? Tuesday? Yes. Tuesday. Yes. It's Wednesday for me, but yes, it's going to be a bit of a shitty couple of weeks for me because they're stuffing around with my medications. So, yeah, not a great deal I can do. All right. Stay safe. Don't be good. Be good at it. See you tomorrow. Bye.
Hey there, thanks for stopping in. We hope you will join us again. We all look forward to next time. We get to talk about true crime. Clues. Justice served in an honest fight. True crime tales till the verdict's right. Solving more than just trivial quests, where sentences rule and the defense rests. Our true crime family is great. All types of topics we debate. Smash that like and ring that bell. Hit subscribe, you might as well.